Do, 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 do. Oh, hold on. I'm late as heck. I overslept. Today we hopefully finish in umineko. Also my setup today is fucked up. And I'm not really high energy, you know, as usual. And probably my ears are blocked. That's why I'll be worried all the time. Cool, cool. Sorry. Ears are blocked. It's gonna fucked up it a little bit in the beginning, but it's gonna be fine with some time. Right? Steins Gate 0. On sale. Should I play Steins Gate next? I'm kidding. I'm never playing Steins Gate. Oh, yo! My games are on sale that I want to play on stream next. Huh. I love sales. Yo, the House of Fata Morgana is on sale. Okay, sorry. I'm just looking at here. Raging Loop. Wait, hold on. Let me search real quick something and see. Ouch. Sorry. So... Meow. Come on. Which is it right language? Song of It's so here. Playing Son of Sion next after umineko, by the way. Ooh, this woman is hot. Damn. Okay. sorry. Okay, umineko. We are finishing today. I'm probably need to take a big break somewhere in the middle. I don't know exactly. I need to do dishes, and we have troubles with water, so I need to keep an eye on the water and then wait for it to come and then do the dishes while it's here. But, you know, it's gonna be fine. Also, it wasn't 100 hours before, but I was like stalling for 40 minutes before the stream playing Genshin on while umineko was open. So, yay, we're on 100 hours now, yuppie! By the way, I got Arlecchino and Genshin. I don't even play this game like regularly. I was like, holy shit, Arlecchino is out, she's the best character ever existed. And I really wanted her, and I grinded for like a day or two. Free to play, by the way. Free to play account, by the way. Never gambled, never gachaed for actual money. The only time I gambled on actual money was when I was like 7, and my dad got drunk and put me in a poker table with him, and was like, "Yeah, you should do it." I don't remember anymore what happened. Curious. Okay, sorry. umineko. Black Cat Scratch Marks, Chapter 11. Oh, and also I'm gonna go today until I finish umineko because I thought I have an opportunity to stream tomorrow, but I don't. So we need to finish this today. There was nothing he could do here now, except become a shield to buy time. He had already chosen to abandon his life for this. Who is this? Renault? They were having an epic anime battle right in the end here. Okay. Renault, stop this run! Renault cannot help but rise to the challenge when he see a lady in pitch, but had with him mind. Renault grinned and tried to act off. He had already abandoned everything. There was nothing he could do here and now, except become a shield to buy time. He had already chosen to abandon his life for this. Renault is a fantasy. He cannot be real. He cannot be real! Those who have fantasy do not exist. Fantasy is all puke spite, whatever. The ghosts kept coming, trying to feast on Renault. None had any pretensions of making this more than one fight. Nothing mattered except chewing apart fantasy, even just a nibble. As they gnashed those ruthless jaws and fangs, they gathered around Renault. Renault's foot hit something, and he stumbled. Fist animations? Cool. At the same instant, several massive arms reached out and lifted him up. Renault-san! What are you doing, Chester? Shoot them! We would have done it already if it had any effect, yeah. Yoshi, that expression was good. Everyone, please stand back. I should be able to buy some time as they savor my flesh. However, I think they'll find that Renault has quite a few little bones in him. Jump. As Elbow rammed itself into a massive hideous jaw that were trying to chew Renault's head. Of course the goat did moan, but that did nothing but deprive just one goat of his right to the first bite of Renault's head. Rip Renault? Many jaws opened wide, trying to crush him and throw him down into those heartless stomachs, which would permit no heartwarming fantasies to exist. I won't accept fantasy, won't accept. Explain everything with mystery is possible. Possible! Fantasy's puke spiral. Everything is a mystery. So true. They know what they're talking about. All of the many arms lifting Renault up was sliced off. The seven sisters used the chance to fly forward and grab Renault, dragging him back. Who was it? Erika? Oh, Lenore. Which one of you mentioned mystery? Is Lenore Blade effective? I see. If the opponent are calling it a mystery... Blood-red longsword in hand, Lenore slowly walked forward. Behind her walked Will, tapping his back with a black blade. Well, if you don't think it's a fantasy, then let's hear what your theories are. I cannot wait to hear your opinions. The crowd of goats stepped back. Though they had been so vicious against the fantasy creatures, they stepped back when faced with a pair wielding swords of mystery. Yeah. Your audience sucks, we know. There have been a great mystery locked through a murder on this game part. Choose whatever you please, and we will parry it all of your attacks. No, we don't have to defend anything. Indeed, a mystery is always the source of a challenge. Why should we be forced to play defense? Do you guys get it yet? You are the ones in the hot seat now. How the tables turn, how the tables turn. Oh, look at your cute face. Parry this, you feel so casual, wise words. Hello. Blue Truce cut the goats apart. Oh my god. The Blue Truce dwelt within each and every one of the riddles in Beatrice's game so far. What about the locked room with the chains? First game, second violet. Oh no, they're going through it. By the way, somebody told me in my comments on YouTube that the part when... what's his name? When Will and Claire going through all the... current track tomorrow. But the part when Will... is he here? Is he here? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Will. Sorry. The part where Will and Claire going through all the mysteries in previous episode was somehow supposed to confirm the answers to all the murder-locked mysteries from the first to fourth episodes, which was crazy. It's really cool. I really want to go back and try to solve it with, you know, general knowledge in hand and see what's gonna happen and see if it actually holds up. What about the locked rooms with the chains? First game, second violet. What about the locked rooms of a chapel? Second game, first violet. What about the trick of killing ninjas? Third game, ninth violet. There was no end to the blades. Hello. Hello. Epic. The countless riddles Beatrice left behind became blades, challenges that tore the goats apart. If they wanted to deny fantasy, they would have to mark a counter-argument. They would have to deal with every single trick as a mystery. However, although the goats spoke words of anti-fantasy, most of them had prepared no answers to the mystery. Yo, called out. Well, every now and then there was a goat who did have an answer. Someone outside the Shinomiya family was hiding on the island, and that's weak. Next first, it's forbidden for the culprit to be anyone not mentioned in the early part of a story. There were multiple culprits all working separately, and it just happened to look like a single culprit. Didn't they read the previous episode? What are they talking about? Rukishi doesn't respect his audience at all. Diet rules number 12. There must be one true culprit. You mean everything but that is forbidden? Boring, right? To have a genre like that. Personally, I think mysteries should be more flexible. Agreed? The 10 Nox commandments, the 21 dying rules, are behind the times. The definition of a mystery genre is changing with the era. I think that's literally what I was writing person yesterday. Oh my god. We will see, I guess. I wonder how it's based on the manga. It's the same as the game visual novel anyway. I feel like the manga should be better because, you know, manga is not 100 hours to read long. They're getting rebellious. Perhaps we are behind the times. In this case, let's see if you have any theories that can satisfy us. Come. The whole crowd of goats charged them. In their fangs, each of them carried theories to crush Beatrice's locked rooms. The bodies of those goats were different than the ones who had become corpses so easily just now. They had mystery-style answers to several locked rooms, so it would take several blade hits to deal them a fatal wound. However, Beata had left many blades behind. All of them were exceedingly sharp. So the pair of inquisitors didn't think of this as a desperate battle. This was mystery. The goal of a mystery is to use all your imagination and knowledge to challenge each of its riddles heads-on. Doing this is the greatest enjoyment of the mystery genre. So they laughed. Both Will and Lenore laughed. Will smiled with admiration at the theories the goats had put everything they had into. They countered with blades from all the locked rooms. The crowds of goats was no longer an encirclement, but a great wave threatening to swallow the pair up. And yet the pair repelled the enemy without giving an inch. They resisted firmly, cutting through the tsunami of wailing goats. It was like an ice-breaking ship knocking apart throughout the frozen sea. They entered the locked room through a hidden passage that no one else could use, and hidden passages are forbidden. What the hell? Those people do not read the rules. Did they even know what's going on? Did they read previous episode? Jesus Christ. Noxert, it's forbidden for hidden passages to exist. After the hidden passage was used, it was wielded shut and became unusable, so no hidden passages exist at the time of the inspection. Oh, this is actually interesting. Okay. Nox 8, it's forbidden for the case to be resolved with the clues that are not presented. True. Look at her, she looks good. These are all fake murders, and no one is actually dead. So all locked rooms were constructed by so-called victims. Sir, they had numbered us 3-1, will Lenore. Then it is an even fight. Lenore hesitated for just an instant. Ooh. After all, this cliched and simple theory managed to get around both Beata's locked room and the Nox Decalogue. Yeah, but not Van Dyke's on something. Lenore saw nothingness inside the goat's massive jar. Van Dyke's rule number 7. It's forbidden to have a crime without a corpse. Truly, the jaws of the goat had closed over Lenore's head. However, the upper and the lower jaw were no longer connected, so the upper half slid off to the side. Looked like even the great Nox never forbade fake murders. There are many splendid mysteries behind murders. That's true. The ghost didn't give the pair enough time to have a nice long chat about mystery. The next massive figure immediately enveloped them. Will's blade drew a diagonal slash across the chest, but it only cut through its clothes, leaving no wound. The Vein of Ages don't work on this one. No, Lenore hit it with her longsword, but still, it just cut its clothes without leaving a mark on its body. Could it be that this goat had a theory that didn't violate Nox or Undyne? No way! Intelligent goat? Nox and Undyne are meaningless. All locked rooms can be undone by a single solution. Because, in an attempt to stop the goat from saying any more, Will and Lenore hit it with blades from every locked room, as well as the stakes from 10 commandments and 20 rules, but none of it had any effect. That's not really, sporty to hit him before saying what he has to say. See? Sorry. Slowly the goat clenched its massive fists together and raised them high up. Because... Well... No spoilers. It's the goat. The goat. Greatest of all time. Yep. With a roar, Will slumped into a goat giant with his body. Through its massive bulk bench bent slightly, Will was still leaping into a death trap. However, if he hadn't done so, he would have been able to protect Lenore. The goat grabbed Will. He flew to him and held him high in the air. It was like a little kid showing off his favorite toy and waving it around. Let's hear your theory. If I'm to hear a great theory before I die, I'll be a fitting end for me. Undyne and Nox are useless for making theories. The goat's massive hands closed on Will's like a vice. All the bones in Will's body cracked. Nice. Let's hear your theory. There is no need for a theory. What? Because making theories for any of Beatrice's games is a waste of time. But what if I actually didn't give a fuck about any of umineko mysteries? What then? What will you do? What do you mean? It isn't an orthodox mystery, so thinking about it just a waste of time. I will accept Beatrice's game as a mystery. There are no answers to tricks. It's all just an illusion. Thinking is just a waste of time? Great visuals? Will's head was lowered, so his face couldn't be seen. However, the arm of the goat holding him was shaking. The embrace of those long-sized arms with superhuman strength was being slowly pushed away by Will's shaking arms. Thinking is just a waste of time? You say that and call yourself a mystery fan? Roasted. Mystery is like chivalry. You fight with the noble rules that you created and pride it in stance you've taken. It is worth being a coward if it'll help you win. Does losing make the whole fight meaningless if you fought with everything you had? It isn't about winning and losing, it's about applauding the will to fight even in the most dire circumstances. The goat's arm and nose spread wide, and it looked as though Will was now the one pushing it back. Will's face was covered in shadows and couldn't be seen. People like you, who call themselves mystery fans, even though they never even try to solve it like a mystery. You're the ones I really can't stand. Will slumped his forehead into the goat's now unprotected hand. If you call yourself a mystery fan, be proud to join the Battle of Wits. If you call yourself a mystery fan, it's about time to realize. Giving up is nothing to brag about. So true. Will had battered the goat over and over again. His forehead was gushing blood turned about by the goat's fangs, but he kept on headbutting. Undyne and Nox may be behind the times. The mystery genre does progress with time, just like the world around it. However, there is one thing that must never change. That is pride. What is a knight proud of? Not victory or Ryukishi reference? He's proud of a courage that lets him stand up to anyone without fear. Will couldn't forgive the kind of coward who could turn tail from the fight and then brag about it. People who call themselves mystery fan, but who have no pride, there are only ones Will just couldn't bear. The goat, unable to put up with anyone, threw Will down on the floor. Then he lifted his fist again, determined to crush Will to pieces this time. Bring it! You probably will beat me to pulp, but there'll be no victory for you. You'll destroy your own pride with your own hands. Pointless. Pointless. There is no mystery, so why make theories? Thinking is just a waste of time. Useless, useless, useless. Die, die, die! Nice. Yo, the gold? The fist like a cannonball swing down towards him was the very last thing Will saw before he shut his eyes. If you stop thinking... Yay! Butler is here! In this game, that means you lose. Butler smashed his fist into the goat's mouth, and smashed teeth bounced off the ceiling. I don't think it's fair that Ryugishi thinks his fans are like this. I mean... maybe they're like this. But there's probably a lot of people who had really good theories about umineko. Because every time I go and read about umineko, there's always some insane cool bullshit that people tell me. And I love it. Butler smashed his fist in the goat's mouth, and smashed teeth bounced off the ceiling. Butler-sama! If you stop thinking, it means you've given up on the story behind the mystery, which means, as far as you're concerned, this game is a fantasy. Butler lifted up his arms. Realizing this was a signal, Lucifer and Chester 00 jumped. If you stop thinking, you don't deserve to be an actor on the stage. Stop trying to sound smart, go sit in the audience and stuff your mouth with popcorn. The goat lifted his fist again, then swung it down at Butler like a hammer. If you're surrendered to fantasy, then just makes you not a target, yeah? It's the same as acknowledging that we exist. Mean recognition of hostile elements! Mark all targets vulnerable to magical attacks in our HMDs. No idea what HMDs are. Kids who surrender to fantasy get to deal with us. And if you have a theory, we will hear it out. We'll welcome those people with open arms. Out of respect for them, we won't hold anything back. Oh, but it would seem that this is Butler's summer time to shine. Well, I would like to listen all of your favorite theories, both mystery and fantasy. This isn't your game right now. No matter how much your future fragments try to deny us, this is no time for me to be defeated. Yep. A golden glint gathered in Butler's hands. It was so bright that the whole hole was based in gold. Golden butterflies flitted about as though the whole hole, stop saying this, was being swallowed up by a golden land. Butler lifted his golden longsword high. Yay, longsword return! Feel free to change Beatrice's game as a mystery or a fantasy. I welcome it. There should be an umineko game when they make, you know, red truce, blue truce, and gold truce all magical girls. I mean, not magical girls, just girls, cute girls, and these girls would argue with each other all the time. HMDs nowadays is more known as a hellbent mounted displays, basically large huts, but I doubt that they need an umineko. Okay. I'm not gonna let you deny this final game of mine. Feel the shame of your indiscretion of impurging the all honor of those who passed away. Sorry. A slice of golden longsword floated the hole with a sea of golden light. Really? Then, the whole group of goats filling the hole with noise turned to clouds of gold butterflies and scattered. Even so, only about 100 of them had been wiped out. Before long, the massive crowd of goats outside would probably come pouring in like a seawater through the hole in the bottom of a ship. Just a bit longer till the seal is finished. Sorry, but I have to ask you to hold out here a bit longer. Of course, Lord Butler. Otherwise, we won't get to show off. You know, you two could try fighting just a little. But we are just the MCs. This extremely blunt refusal drew a few stained smiles. However, it had lessened the tension in the room just a bit. Butler-sama, leave it to us. We won't allow the conversion to proceed any further. And not one of us will be left behind. Of course, we all precious pieces on Lord Butler's game board. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, the Chester Sister troops, and everyone else nodded forcefully. Yeah, I'm counting on you all. We'll definitely protect the final game I made for Angie. Current objective, survive. They're managing to hold their grounds before down below. The door to the Golden Land is still opening slowly. It will take some time though. There you have it. We'd better start buying some time ourselves. The sea of goats that covered the ground below them was jousting about more and more. By now, even the sea surrounding the island had disappeared. The horizon was gone, and the chilled out island was now floating on an eerie emptiness like space. The goats that flew to the edges of Rokujima seemed to be spilling off the sides. Look like that's for this game board. As long as there is a game master in the pieces, the game board will always be laid out again. As long as you have two people together, you can create any sort of game. True, but where on earth is Angie? Where did you hide it? That's right, the chapel. Let's happen in the chapel? It's still here. The chapel looked like a white building floating in a pitch black sea of goats. Yes, this was strange. There was no way those goats who consumed everything would go out of their way to avoid just the chapel. That's where Angie is. Sorry. Outside the chapel was a sea of goats. Very soon the earth around the chapel would be eaten away, and it would probably end up floating on nothingness. The rampage of the goats, as they devoured everything, and chanted the tragedy they imagined with one voice, truly made a lot of noise. However, none of that reached the inside of a chapel. Angie finally broke the magic seal on the entrance and stepped inside. The seal was supposed to be unbreakable by anyone. However, in the face of Angie Beatrice, Witch of Truth, the one who sought the truth and could sweep aside all forces that prevented her from finding it, no barrier was absolute. There it is. A single book, tightly locked, rested on the altar. It was a hidden diary that Ushirami Eva had written in, even in her later years. The book of a single truth. It was the one Fezerlin had shown her in the world of 1998. This time, I have the key. I gripped the golden key that sat in my pocket, the key Oni-chan gave me. As I approached the altar, I saw the book of a single truth was wrapped in a strange bending of the light. So this is the seal of a game master that the Castel talked about. The book of a single truth was sealed in something like a crystal. Where is this coming from? What are you talking about? It was a seal made by the game master's authority. Okay. This was on a different level than the breakable magic seal on the chapel door. No matter how Angie used her power as a Witch of Truth, this couldn't be broken by anyone except the game master. However, this time, Butler wasn't the only game master. So sorry, Oni-chan. Bergastel is also a game master. I just need to take it with me and have her break the seal. And just slowly approach the altar. Will Angie really do as you say? This is my little sister we're talking about, so yeah, probably not. Then what will we do? Look like we've got nothing to do but brute force. Beating children is bad, Butler! At the moment, a fierce impact hit the pair of them. Beato flung away, and Butler was sealed inside a massive crystal that extended up to heavens. What the hell is this? Butler, what is it? It was a barrier, a massive cage of crystal. Butler was shut inside the crystal cage like a tower, so large that you had to look up to see the top. It looks more like Beato is inside it and Butler is outside, but okay. Beato, I need you to take care of Angie. What will you do? Can you break this from inside all by yourself? Is this a locked room barrier? Not again! Who could have... There's only one person who'd challenge me with a locked room. Is she here? Look like our final guest has finally arrived. You don't mean... We're going to take care of Angie. Raising children is bad. Butler didn't think I would hear that today. I mean, he said brute force! Beato left Butler to handle this on his own and headed for the chapel. Butler took a deep breath and smiled darningly. She's here! She's here! I've been waiting! In my swimsuit. Was it boring in the depths of obvious place? Oblivious? Obvious? Oblivious? Oblivion place? Oblivion place! You know, it's like... Kingdom Hearts! I'm sorry. Actually, I reference Kingdom Hearts so much that it might give you an impression that I'm actually a Kingdom Hearts fan. But I'm not. Unbelievable. The answer was a laugh. Yeah, that's right. That laugh is enough. Look like you're doing well. She's here. It wasn't boring. After all, I believed. I'll bet you did. I believe too. Putting out his coat, Butler hung off the cape of the territory lord. It would only get in the way, and it would be rude way to welcome his final guest. Would it? Those dark depths. Just the perfect place to think of mysteries to challenge you with when we next met. So the crystal cage is arranged for a duel. A chain deathmatch with nowhere to run. Now that you mentioned it, we've always fighting over locked rooms with chains. Then let's use that. Let's make it a real chain deathmatch. I'm prepared, but what about you? No, wait, they gotta have like a wrestler battle? Actually, I feel like both of them could have a great wrestler persona going. I'm prepared, but what about you? I am. I told you, didn't I? I believe too. At the same time, they both brandish their mysteries, sealing the other in a chain locked room. Come, Frederica! Entertain me, Butler Shron... What? She's like... She's too excited and she can't say son? Okay. Are we doing this now? I thought we were gonna go with Beato. Oh, no. We are back. We are back in this room. What the heck? I might be a fan, but I'm not easily shipwrecked. What the hell? You don't need to call me out like this. I don't even play the whole series. I played just the first couple of games. Okay, sorry. At the same time, they were both sealed inside the locked room, locked with a chain. Of course, it was easy to set the unset chain from the inside. However, stepping into the opponent's chain room would be difficult. They were fighting to death with two chains locked room at once. Excuse me? Am I missed something? It was easy to set and unset the chains from the inside. Sealed inside the locked room, locked with a chain. However, stepping into the opponent's chain room would be difficult. They were fighting to death with two chain locked rooms at once. What does it even mean? They were fighting to death with two chain locked rooms at once. Why do I think it would be such a great sentence to get tattoo of? I don't know, that's where my thought immediately went. For what reason? It's just so weird and nonsensical. You know, it's like when people give themselves tattoos of like kanji or hieroglyphics and I don't know what it means. Like Ariana Grande had a tattoo with two kanjis, the first one 7 and the second one kanji for ring, but together those two kanji mean like word for barbecue. This gives me the same vibes. They were fighting to death with the two chain locked rooms at once. Ooh. This is so becoming Mortal Kombat. I'm half expecting someone to say, "Get over here. Get over here." Yeah, they have umineko fighting game. So it's not far from truth. There could be no better locked room duel for this pair who had battled with theories concerning chain rooms so often. Furudo Erika committed suicide, died in an accident, died of illness, died of some reason other than homicide. What are we doing? It wasn't a suicide, it was an accidental death. And it wasn't death by illness. I really was killed by you, Butler-san. What? Okay. It was a murder committed by sipping poison gas through the cracks of a door, by filling the room with water and drowning you, by sucking the oxygen out of the room and making you suffocate. Can you actually do it? Sucking the oxygen out of the room and making you suffocate? Holy shit, that's cool. There was no poison gas, there was no drowning, and there was no death by suffocation. By suffocation. Bitch. Wrong bitch. I looked through murder with poison gas, death by drowning, suffocation. Crazy, right? It's funny, isn't it? Good. Shirimiya Butler committed suicide. He died in an accident. He died by illness. Time for me to test your electron. Red truth. He said red truth before speaking red truth, as if it's his magical ability. He's so funny. Shirimiya Butler was stabbed to death. Let's say the weapon was a knife, snuck right into his back. Holy fuck, I'm having a blast. I'm sorry. Red truth. Good. Nothing beats a classic locked room. Then why don't you try it too? I'll take the challenge with the red truth. Furudo Erika was stabbed to death. The weapon was a knife stuck right in her back. Interesting. I'll tear your locked room to bits. What's this supposed to be? Butler is busy at the moment with other businesses. For now, I shall be your opponent. The greatest duel we didn't think we needed, or well, we needed, but didn't think we would get it this from. True. Beatrice had sealed the chapel with a locked room barrier. Unless the riddle was smashed with blue truth, and she wouldn't be able to leave the chapel. After shagging impatiently, Angie finally faced Beato. Is this the first time I fought you directly? Oh, is it now? Very well, let's see what you got. However, Butler isn't here at the moment. When he's not around, I'm sometimes forget to hold back. What a coincidence. I feel the same. Excuse me, Angie? You're not on even grounds with Beato here. And do you remember when people give you answers to a test? I mean questions for a test, and you couldn't even be bothered to study for it? So to get a good grade so your peers wouldn't fucking hate on you? I remember. Beato literally like create millions of amazing locked rooms with supposedly solvable. So, you know, I killed you inside a perfect locked room with windows, doors, and all the other methods of entry or exit blocked. Okay, I play along with your game. Repetition requested. Okay. Hachija Doya. Ooh, okay. Why are we here? Hold on. Let's save it. Chapter 12. So we have at least 5 more chapters left. Okay. And then you see, the public will be Told that among the works entered into the first Company X mystery novel context, a work from the amazing Hachiji Toya was once again submitted under a false name. Of course, we have preceded the movie version and the TV drama, all of it are ready for simultaneous and coordinated launch. I hope this marks clear how eager we are at the Company X to receive your manuscript. And will there be prize money? Elon Musk get obsessed with mystery novels in this universe? Pretty cool. They love naming companies X. In media, they love it. And in real life too, I guess. And will there be prize money? But of course, the 10 million yen prize for Company X's first mystery novel context will all go for you, to you, and much more besides. Splendid. You caught my interest. That's why I've decided not to write up a manuscript. Huh? Madam Hachicho, why? Everything had seemed to be going so smoothly up until then, so this sudden refusal made the people from the publishing company fall over in their sofa. The little scheme of yours is far more interesting than the manuscript I wrote, which is why the manuscript is unsuitable for the company. Oh, it's always a worthless story. Mere junk prose to entice my arrogant readers into somehow ignoring their own ignorance and feeling as though they have exhausted the limits of reasoning. I was hoping that they recognize the irony and laughed at their own foolishness, but it looked like you've taken it seriously. Yeah, I can say I'm ashamed at my own failure as a writer. Oh, of course not! Please forgive us, please let us use your work! I have no need for money, but some pet food would be nice. Pet food? Oh, for your cat! There was a rumor that you had a cat who liked dried plums. Yeah, as you wish. Quickly, let's have a high-quality assortment of dried plums in here. She's only eats the ones that are packed up separately at 200 yen apiece. At this rate, she'll die of high blood pressure. She's stuck on kimchi and spicy miso soup all the time too. Really, there must be something wrong with this cat's tongue. Me? The cat meowed. Meow? Meow? Meow! The cat meowed an objection from where it lay on top of the bookshelf. I cannot give you this manuscript, but why don't I write up a new one for you as company contest? However, I won't write it under my name. So true, she's literally me. It's estimated that thousands of manuscripts will be sent in for your contest. If you manage to pick out mine from the pack, and if you also find it deserving of the prize, then I will be happy to continue our discussion just now. How does that sound? She's kinda cool. Yeah, of course! Just the honor of receiving your manuscript is more than enough! Oh, she's not gonna do it. Okay. You people are truly amusing, fun and cringing all this time. But I've grown weary of this for today. Leave now. Meeting with the children of men can be so tiring. Thank you! We are deeply grateful for your kindness in allowing us this meeting. Formula X here, 20XX Company X. Y and Z also exist, you know. True. A servant guided the people from a publishing company to the door. In a study that was now finally quiet, Hachichitoya let out a sigh and slumped down on the sofa and gazed at the ceiling. It is tiring. New background? It is tiring, but the situation of talking with a childless man isn't as bad thing in small doses. It's good for you to talk to people every now and then. You'll go senile if you stay shut in all the time. Does she deserve all of these new backgrounds? Excuse me? The black leg leaped from the bookshelf and landed softly on the carpet. Then its form silently twisted and became that of Bercastel. Indeed, they certainly can be entertaining. Inviting them over now and then may go a long way to alleviating my boredom. At any rate, I think I will write the manuscript. I feel like it. It sounds like they'll even bring a gift for you. What's all this about cat food? Pet food? How rude. Hold on a second. Damn, sorry. Well, that's what it is. Here. Hachiji picked up a jar from the shelf, then took a dried plum out and threw it into the air. In an instant, Bracastel turned back into a black cat, caught it in the midair, and started munching away. Miss Hachijo, your guests have departed. A servant knocked at the door before making this announcement. I always keep forgetting that Burn is technically a cat, which, considering their personality, it makes sense. Nice. Actually a good one. Thank you. Let me know if that one wakes up. As you wish. Would you like some tea? No. I'm going to write for a bit. Please don't disturb me. Yes, ma'am. After waiting for the servant's footstep to disappear into the distance, Hachijo moved at her desk. The desk certainly looked as though it belonged to a great writer, with pages of manuscripts scattered across it. I'm not seeing a single page here. Also a typewriter, what the heck? Why she was given so many backgrounds? Even though the century almost over, you still write with a pen? Rod voice. The black cat spoke as it tore the dried plum apart with its mouth. Tales are to be written with ink. To me, this is unbreakable rule. So you write it once with ink, then type the whole thing over again with a keyboard. Pretty stupid, doing the same thing twice. I mean, she's edited, probably. In this case, where does a child of man draw up a tale in their mind and then split the whole thing out again on the keyboard? How foolish of them to do the same thing twice. Looking at it this way, you're doing the same thing 3 times. That's a good one. Even as Hachicho laughed, her fountain pen has already sliding across the page. Beautiful letters appeared almost as fast and proficiently as a typewriter. Only humans call her creations manuscripts. With her fountain pen and writing paper, she was creating a world. As she did, the hands of a clock would spin around like a top. The light and shadow that came in through the window changed their angles so fast that they might have been the hands of a clock themselves. Slowly, she drew a large X across the highly packed words on the paper. Having trouble? I can't draw it out well. Writing a manuscript to praise others is truly a pain. After all, I don't usually write for other people to read. Why don't you just try taking whatever it is you're trying to say and writing it down? Bracastel curled up on the sofa, a mocking smile on her face. Normally, whenever Hachijo was writing, Bracastel would never let herself be noticed, much less talk to her. However, realizing that Hachijo was apparently getting... bored with her manuscript, Bracastel yawned and started talking. What is it you're writing, anyway? A tale to give a child of man. Which child of man? It's a tale I promised to write for Miko, who once read for me. Ah, you're still writing that? What can I write that would give you satisfaction? The answer is no longer clear to me. Look like Allah was giving up yet again. You always promised to write a story, then get stuck before you finished and give up. Literally me? If I was giving up, I wouldn't be worrying over it like this. There's only one tale that Tenji wanted from the beginning. The tale of a single truth. Tenji wishes to know what happened this day. No matter how many tales you write, distorting the truth, she'll never be satisfied. And yet, I don't think my tales are far more interesting than a single truth. Tenji doesn't want to read an interesting tale. I promised the child of man that I would write a tale for her sake. So I'm writing a tale to please her. No matter how interesting or uninteresting it is, everything you write is an illusion. And she doesn't want any of that. Haven't you figured it out yet? The Book of a Single Truth was written by Ushiramiya Iwa. Hidden amongst the pile of writing paper was Iwa's diary. Furthermore, the one who wrote this passage away without revealing it to anyone, Being the humble writer that I am, I would like to respect that. Don't make me laugh. It's coming from the person who entertains yourself by tearing out the guts of a tale while enjoying a glass of wine by the light of a moon. The truth is uninteresting. Is that your beer? It's 1996 to be fair, though Windows 95 would have already been released. This is an accurate representation of a cat owner talking to their cat for no good reason. I should know. Yo. I have a really controversial opinion about this, but I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it, or else you think I'm insane, so I'm not. Maybe next time. Sorry. Is that your opinion after hearing apart the guts of so many tales? Tearing apart. You might as well say that, with a self-mocking laugh had she just set down her fountain pen. I certainly have aged. The first thing age taught me that it was not knowing is more precious than knowing. Ooh. Hard disagree? That definitely sounds like something an old person would say, but I'll play along. What do you mean? Knowing and not knowing. Those two things have a one-way relationship. True. It's possible to switch from not knowing to knowing, but you can't do this the other way around. Yeah? When I realized that, I saw the noble purity resembling virginity that exists in not knowing. In my attempts to escape boredom, I've torn apart and eaten the guts of all the many games and tales as there are stars in the sky. But always, my relief from boredom is short-lived, and it's also so fleeting that I've lost sight of the value in each individual tale. Mirror turn me was washing the dishes. Good for you. Washing the dishes. I need to wash my dishes. That's right. If you eat a cat, then you only get to enjoy it for one night. But if you let it live, it might start calling you names and getting sarcastic. Indeed, even the annoying way they break into a sweet cupboard or sneak into your bed can be part of their charm. I usually look around the books covering every inch of the room, then softly pat the cat's back. You'll think I'm insane. I've spent 2 months reading umineko new streams. Maybe we are still a bit insane. Anyway. I love reading umineko in quotes. Did you look around at the books covering every square inch of the room, then softly pat the cat's back? I might have been able to enjoy a single tale much longer and much more deeply. As I've eaten my way through countless tales to escape boredom, I haven't really been eating them. What are we talking about? I've just been killing them, eating them or killing them, and in the end, they'll kill me too. Hachiji laughed with self-derision. Even in Beatrice's game, you tried to tear the guts out. I just wanted to check my answers. I did try to do it in a way that respects Beatrice, the way you wrote this tale. Yeah, I think it was pretty well read, all done so that people who didn't understand wouldn't find the answers. Well, it'd make for a better tale if Angie learned the truth, or if she doesn't. To be honest, I don't know anymore. So, fully aware that she'll score me for it, I've decided to stop writing the rest of this tale. Hold on a second. Sorry. Wait, hold on. Will it make for a better tale if Angie learned the truth or if she doesn't? To be honest, I don't know anymore, so fully aware that she'll scorn me for it. I've decided to stop writing the rest of this tale. What do you mean? I won't write it. I will merely record it. The tale that Shiremiya Angie waves herself. So you're going to do that sort of thing again? After growing tired of 1,000 years of life, I am of the option that deliberately choosing not to learn the truth is more noble path, is it? However, I now see that it isn't fair to force my opinion on Angie, who hasn't lived even 100 years. So you're going to leave it in Angie's care? Yeah, I will write it as it plays out. If you leave it to Angie, then the future course of this tale is all but set in stone, right? It would seem so. Let it be so. After all, in the end, a tale the child of man waves to herself will be more fun than any story I could create. In any case, why don't you lend a hand in Angie's tale? You've already given yourself a role in it, haven't you? So it is my role to bring this tale to its conclusion. Come on, there's no way for someone in Beatrice's game to talk. It's your job to tear the guts out of the cat box. Hachijo chuckled, pushed aside the pile of writing paper, and picked up the book of a single truth. Then she opened a locked drawer. Drawer? This is what Angie desires. Perhaps fate has decided that this book's seal is to be broken. Angie will reach the single truth. The single truth will break the seal on the cat box, and everything will be exposed to the light of a day. And so, all of those countless message bottles and fragments made of delightful imaginings, which have been scattered across the ocean of the internet, will fade away like foam in the sea. See, they have internet, so they should have PCs. And she was mentioning forums before, right? After all, even that one has surely tired of such fragments. It's about time for this kid's journey to end as well. Yeah, let us accept this task. Let us bring this journey to its final destination. At that moment, there were sounds of someone in the hallway. The instant someone knocked on the door, Bercastell turned back into a black cat. Miss Hachijo, please forgive me for interrupting. That was the voice of Hachijo's servant. What is it? If it's a phone call, tell him I'm busy. It isn't that. Toya-sama had woken up. Who? Thank you. Prepare a light meal. Enough for the two of us. As you wish. Hachijo stood up. Then she shut the open drawer and locked it again. Inside the drawer lay a glittering golden key. Back to butler? What a weird way to describe it. Like, would you say I've murdered the complete Sherlock Holmes or I've murdered murder on the Orient Express? Repetition request. Repetition requested. The definition of a locked room prevents all varieties of entering and exiting. Decline repetition. By definition, it's impossible for a locked room murder to take place inside a perfect locked room. The chain might have been ripped after it was destroyed. The door might have been repaired after it was destroyed. The wall might have been repaired after it was destroyed. My locked room doesn't involve anything being repaired. What is this sound? Yeah, they have PCs against Windows 95 would have just released. Windows 95 was the first window to look similar to the Windows we have now, as well as helping the rise of an actual personal computer instead of only for work. Anyway, computer nerd product. Good. This really is getting fun, Butler-san. Sorry, but I don't have time to play with you right now. I'm sorry too, but as fellow Witch of Truth, I can't let you get in Angie-san's way. Come to think of it, you are Witch of Truth too, aren't you? I see, that makes you sort of a mentor to Angie. The single truth. It is the supreme, the ultimate. Only a Witch of Truth can break down all barriers that stand between her and the truth. Is this single truth of yours really so important? There are lots of things in the world that aren't worth knowing. How important is 1986 to Angie, really? It isn't important at all. You're probably right. No matter what happened or didn't happen in 1986, it won't change anything for Angie living in 1988. There's no point in learning the truth. However, there is just one thing that will change. What's that? How she lives! Erika transformed her reasoning into a sixth blade and lashed out at the butler over and over. Butler also created a blade from his reasoning and attacked Erika over and over. In the middle of it all, he questioned Erika, the girl who, like Angie, called herself a witch of truth. Just what is the point of exposing the truth? You're right. Knowing certain things often changes the way a person lives her life. In that case, I have one hope as her blood relative. I hope that, at the end of my game, Angie finds a better way to live her life. While learning things, people change the way they live, but not always in a good direction. There are plenty of things in this world that you'll be more comfortable not knowing. The number of tricks living in seats on a train. The number of tricks living in the seats on a train. Ticks? Oh. The number of ticks living in the seats of a train. What the heck is a tick? Like a bug? Those are weird legends about nasty stuff on the tap water. The world's full of things you're better off not knowing. No, it's better to know this, to be prepared. I'm a huge knowing believer. The book of a single truth probably can teach Angie that happened on this island. But what's the point in her knowing that? It just increased her sadness she felt for 12 years. How many more years will it take her to find the happiness of an ordinary girl? Butler. It's not about the truth, it's about her being able to make amends and being able to put it behind her. Why is it so flat? Why is it so boring? What is this? What is this reasoning? Wait, I thought they were in 1986. If they're in 1988, then it's even worse since Windows 98 would be out and PC would be space rocket trajectory by this point for the mainstream, and I think we haven't seen a single computer. No, they were. 1988, single computer. I mean, they probably... Well, Hachijo had access to a computer somehow. We just didn't see them. It doesn't mean it's not here, right? Because the only person who we actually saw was like Hachijo and a little bit of Angie. But you probably wasn't here where Angie was in 1998. The Book of a Single Truth probably can teach in it. Yeah. How many years will it take for her wounds to be healed? Angie's desire to find the truth is hurting her, regardless of what the truth actually is. I thought Butler is reasonable in this situation, but he actually really isn't. Okay. Though her deep wounds were slow to heal, they did begin to do so during those 12 years. However, Angie kept picking at the scraps. In her search for the truth, she tore all those wounds herself, opening them up once more. It's time for Angie to be free of your sadness from 1986. That's the timing of all of us Shiramiya prays for. Who cares about that? The truth is everything. The truth is justice. She's right. That's a desire. That's a disease everyone catches at the one time in the middle school. The desire to find out all those things adults are hiding. And don't you think it's fine to find it out? Yeah, totally. Reading dirty books wouldn't be nearly so fun if you didn't have to do it in secret. Really? I deny all of you blue... Water? I deny all of you blue wages with the red truth. None of the methods you suggest could defeat my electron. Didn't expect Butler to go there, but I guess it is what it is. Angie was breathing heavily. The Book of a Single Truth was right before her eyes. If she could just defeat Beata, she'll be able to take this book to Castell, and then she could read what was inside. Even though the truth of a final family conference on October 4th and 5th, 1986 was right here, the Golden Witch stood in her way. Her anger and hatred spun around inside her head, wiping out the composure that she needed to create theories. Angie shook her head several times, clearing away everything that got in the way of thinking. However, no matter how many times she thought it's true, the locked room sealing her in the chapel was perfect. It wasn't particularly familiar with the mystery genre, However, she knew all about the fragments contained in Beatrice's game so far. Her knowledge was shallow, but it could still have been enough to give her a good foothold. Or... that's a scene from one of the first couple of episodes. Isn't it nice? Beata being psychopath and Butler being a crybaby. Good times. However, no matter how many blue truths she shot Beata, none of them was ever made the witch flinch. Beata just blew them away with the red truths and an elegant wave of her pipe. It's about time you gave up. I don't even view this as a game between the two of us. Are you trying to say that I could never solve this puzzle? I'm just buying time until Butler finishes entertaining Erika. He's the only one who can bring you to your senses. Bring me to my senses? You're the one doing this to me by hiding the single truth. That's why I'm fighting you. This is my right. As a final member of the Oshiramiya family, I have a right to know the truth. Indeed. And that is the purpose of a final game. That's right. Without this final game, I wouldn't be able given a chance to reach the truth. At least with that one thing, I'm grateful. But as for what happened in 1986, as for who took your relatives and your family away from you, as a human, your desire to know the truth is quite natural. However, even knowing this, Butler decided that it would be the best if you didn't return to 1986. I know that I'm trying to say. He's telling me to look to the future and live instead of being stuck in the past, right? Right? Correct. Butler wanted to use this final game to show you that. In this case, I gave my answer at the beginning. It's thanks but no thanks, Golden Witch. Back in 1986, I was already dead. I wandered about like a ghost for 12 years since then. And when Auntie Eva died, I lost my only reason to stick around on Earth as a ghost. That's why I decided to do one last thing before ending my life. And that thing would be learning the truth of 1986? Yeah! Something wrong with that? Indeed, there is, foolish girl. So when you do reach the truth, you plan to die. In this case, I can't let you have it. I must trick you and blind you as much as I can to keep you alive. Butler wants you to live. Life without truth is no better than being dead. I'm trying to find the truth so I can live. You just admitted you have searching for the truth so you could die. Yeah, that's true. Then let me rephrase that. I'm trying to find the truth so I can die. I offered up my life and I made my contract with Beth Castell. Also that I could learn what happened this day. That single truth will be the souvenir I will take with me to hell. It's useless. You cannot break this locked room. This locked room is perfect. And yet I kill you in this locked room. She tried every theory and idea she could think of, even though so absurdly they qualified as nonsense. However, none of it had any effect on Beata. Powerless and frustrated, with a book of a single truth right before her eyes, Angie bit her lower lip. At first, this was supposed to be a game in which you were given a key that would let you decide your future. Liar. You wanted to hide the truth in this chapel, then make me choose a door that leads to some optimistic future. That's not a choice. You're trying to decide for me. Parents have right to prevent their children from making unsuitable choices. I'm not a kid. I'm a 18-year-old woman who can think and act for herself. Uh-oh. Fool. You're just a 6-year-old girl who can think of anything except the past. And whose fault is that? Because of you, I've been stuck in a 6-year-old all this time. Now it's a time for me to tear apart your illusions covering the truth. Yes, now that I think about it, it's not the chapel that you locked me inside. Since this day in 1986, all of these years, you had been locked away in a locked room while I was alone, and when no one will tell me the truth. And now, I'll tear your locked room apart with my own hands. Yeah, it's no good. Oh, she said the thing. It's no good at all. I know the trick to a perfect locked room. Repetition request. You murdered me immediately after shutting me into the locked room. I decline. Of course you do. You spent the next 18 years killing me. Thanks, Beatrice. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have figured out the trick. Angie, you are so young and you have a long future ahead of you. In fact, you are the Golden Witch living in the future, are you not? You live in the future. Just how much is the truth of a past really worth? Isn't the truth of a future, the truth that you can will create yourself, far more important? My life is trash. My whole family died, just leaving me behind. That's why I'm going back to them once more. I've gotten my single truth. She's such an edgelord, Jesus Christ. If you learn the truth, you'll just have to accept your family's death. Haven't you ever thought of living on, hoping that by some miracle one of them might have survived, and that someday you might get a chance to see them again? Don't worry, even the Witch of Miracles couldn't find a fragment like that. Almost none of the family remains were recovered from the Great Rokujima explosion. Some days, I hope that this might be a sign that they have escaped the explosion and survived, and that hope gave me the strength to live on. However, that hope wasn't strong enough to support me for 12 long years. So, even though I wanted to know the truth, I was unconsciously averting my eyes. I felt that learning of my family deaths for certain would be forced me to deny any possibility of someone miraculously surviving. But I'm tired of living on and on, with nothing but the impossible hope of a miracle to keep me going. I have a slight suspicion the stream went down, by the way. Oh, back. What the hell? Sorry. I didn't notice at all. Sorry. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. That's why I decided to accept my family's death. I decided to accept the truth no matter what it is. Shit. My bitrate is okay. And it's shines green. I feel like if it shines red, I would see. I'm gonna be more cautious. Sorry. How foolish to be blinded by the truth of the past and unable to see one's own future. Forgive me, Butler. I was not... Sorry. Forgive me, Butler. I was not strong enough to guide your sister to a proper future. A blazing blue wedge appeared in Angie's hand. It was long, thick, and shaped like a spear. This is the end, Witch of 1986. This locked room is perfect. Therefore, I can't get out, and you can't lay a finger for me from the outside. However, you locked me into this room. There's just one trick that makes it the same as you killing me. You shut me in a perfect locked room and made me starve to death. Since you intentionally did this, there is no problem saying this was a locked room murder, it was you as a killer. It looked like being overly vague with the cause of death backfired on you. So long, Witch of Illusions. See you in hell. Well, I know it stopped for a little bit, a minute if that, and then restarted. Still seems fine, so it doesn't really matter. Well, hopefully, see you in hell. Yo, the animations. With a stained glass window behind her, Beata spread her arms and let the spear of the blue truth pierce her. The blue spear seemed to crucify Beata against the window. What? They love crucifixion in this game for some reason. Game set. So this is Auntie Eva's diary, the book of a single truth. And she picked the book up from where it lay on the altar, sealed in crystal. If you read that, then by contract with Castell, you will die. Learning the truth just to die? Ridiculous! That's right. I'm looking for the truth so I can die. At least let me choose how I go. I'm not an... Sorry? I'm not an idiot. I know the real me is still floating in the starry sky. Oh! Castell acknowledged me as a final Beatrice and invited me on a journey to learn the truth of 1986. There will be no coming back from this journey. When Castell told me that and walked off the roof into the black sky, I followed her into an empty air. This was the contract. I wanted two things from Castell. One was for someone from my family to come back. The other was revenge. Destroy the witch's illusions, concealing the events of this day. In other words, to reach the truth. However, the first of my wishes couldn't come true. After all, even the Witch of Miracles couldn't find a fragment where my family came home. So she wordlessly questioned me. She told me that I couldn't reach the truth unless I had the courage to end this worthless life, living like a ghost and hoping someone might come back. So she walked out into the open air, and I followed her. Yes, now I can understand. When I offered to trade away my life that day, I made one wish and gave up on another. I wished for revenge against the illusion that hid the truth. And now I have succeeded in this revenge, defeating the master of this illusion and obtaining the book of a single truth. What I gave up was my naivety, by continuing belief that someone from my family might come back. And now I can accept that my entire family is dead. How can you say someone's alive just because you don't know? This candbox of yours is just an illusion, the idea that hiding a corpse means you can't pretend it might still be alive. But even if you hide a corpse, it's still dead. You really think you can heal my wounds by saying... Sorry? And you took, would you follow them if they jump over a bridge and said yep? You really think you... Well, she had no parents, so that's kind of logical. You know, there was nobody to tell her not to step out of a buildings. Really in character. You really think you can heal my wounds by saying they'll always be watching over me from the clouds? Like some kind of fairy tale? I'm Angie Beatrice, Witch of Truth. I'll free myself from that life as a ghost, waiting for a miracle that will never happen. I'll end my life as a noble martyr who reached the truth. I mean, you can still read the Eva's diary, and there could be some, you know, vague phrasing somewhere. Or maybe Eva didn't write up how everybody died, and there still could be hope that someone is alive. So it's not guaranteed that if you read the diary, it's gonna be like absolute. Didn't you come to understand the power of magic through Maria's grimoire? Yeah, I understood it. And then I despaired when I realized how powerless it was. And that's what Onichen is trying to force me to use now, isn't it? If I believe, if I use magic, then my family will always be by my side. Don't take me as for a fool! You think that kind of magic, that illusion, that daydream can heal those 12 years? How am I supposed to go for decades and decades into the future? I keep hearing those sounds, I'm sorry. Someone, come back to me, someone, but no one's coming back. So at least tell me what happened this day. Bercastel said she'd tell me. Yes, my master, I have the book of a single truth. I'll bring it back to you, so let me have the truth. For a long time now, I've been prepared to abandon my naive hope in the miracle that my family might be alive. So now, tell me the truth of that day! A blinding light poured out of a chapel. It escaped from the windows and cracks of the doors, even reaching as far as the butler's and Erika's eyes. What? It would seem that Comrade Angie has completed her task. It looked like you used some useless seal, but to my master, it'll be easier than towing froze sorry fish. Damn. Master said I could play with you until Angie finishes her task. I've had enough fun for this reunion, so I think it's time for me to leave. Erika gave an elegant curtsy. Why did you talk Angie into looking for a single truth? Your master must know. The truth doesn't mean anything for Angie. Yeah, all truths in this world are meaningless. In the end, meaning comes from the mind of each individual human. Even when there is a single truth, it can mean different things to different people. The truth has no meaning in itself. There's just one reason why I insist upon the truth despite it all. Because you're a detective. Good. But Angie-san isn't a detective. To her, the truth itself is a finishing line. A way to mark the end of her unhappy life. Now she'll finally finish the last purification ceremony. She's a one-night witch of truth. One-night witch of truth. Focused on learning just one truth in order to die. Great fucking line. One-night witch of truth. A temporary witch for the short time until she slumps against the ground. I won't let Angie die. No matter how tough it gets, she has to live. That's the only thing all of us want. If she lives, all sort of magic and miracles would be possible. If only you put your arm around your shoulders and told you that directly, you might not have lost. Your thoughts? All it takes to hear you howl and a deduction like this become trivial for Furuda Erika. I love her. Leave! Angie! He yelled towards the chapel, but Angie probably wasn't even here anymore. Butler's yell was swallowed by an empty pitch-black sky and a sea of rampaging goats. Comrade Eva, our mission is complete. Let's withdraw. Can't believe Eva is here. Oh, are we done already? And I was just about to tear the island apart with my own Eva culprit theory. Eva appeared midair and cackled. Sorry, Butler-kun. I wasn't strong enough. For 12 years, I protected the kid in my own way. I'm grateful. However, she's decided this for herself. She's 18 years old now. Don't you think people should decide how they live their own lives? Sorry for being an overprotective big brother. Later. I'm Lady Bercastell's piece at the moment. It's time for me to leave. See you later, Comrade Eva. Communist. Furuda Erika? What is this? Angie took the... Yeah, I read this already, sorry. Eva held her palm open, and a small, pointy blue fragment appeared here. The fragment burst. With a blinding flash of light, Eva vanished. It was the same light that was seeped out of a chapel earlier. Pieces cannot leave the game board, however the Voyager Witch alone could come and go. This is probably some sort of magic the Bercastell has given them. Erika opened her palm as well, and the same sort of fragment appeared here. Well then, I bid you farewell. In fact, this might be the last time we'll see each other. No! Wait, we haven't settled that fart yet. If he couldn't seal the fragment in Erika's hand, he would be able to go here where Bercastell was. The seal surrounding the Book of a Single Truth would probably be broken easily with Bercastell's power. However, even so, it would take her some time. If he could steal that fragment, he would have a chance to bring Angie back. What is it to settle? Time's up. However, if you feel like taking one last hit, I'll be happy to oblige. He had known that Erika couldn't resist the challenge. After all, Butler already knew what Erika's trick was. He'd figured it out just a second ago. Even when he spoke with Erika, he had been thinking about it inside his mind. He could finish her with the last strike and take the fragment. Let's go, Erika. We'll decide it. That'll be the last one before I go, so go ahead and give me the craziest of your hilarious theories. The locked room definition claimed that wall, windows, floor, ceiling, and chains were all unbeatable. However, there was one possibility that I didn't check because it was too ridiculous. Toilet. There was... now that was whether or not the chains could be set from the outside. Blue truth. This is the answer to a locked room, the length of a chain. The chain for a locked room was extra long, so it was possible to set it and unset it from the outside of the room. This was a ridiculous answer. However, if you blindly assume that a lock made by unbreakable chain makes a locked room unbeatable, then this truly would be a perfect locked room. The blue wedge, flying from Butler's hand, plunged straight into Erika's chest. Rip. As she winced in pain, her hand shook, and the fragment she held flew into the air. Your locked room definition claimed to be the walls, windows, floors, doors, and the chains were all unbeatable. However, wasn't the only ridiculous thing missing? Blue truth. Your locked room had no ceiling, so it was possible to enter by climbing over the wall. Good one, Butler. Truly good one. I love it. It had no ceiling, of course. Erika blew 6-1 from behind her back, catching Butler in the side as he stretched his hand out towards the fragment. Butler's hand didn't reach it. The fragment returned to Erika's hands once more. It looked like our tricks were equally ridiculous. The mystery nuts would be furious, don't you think? No, I love it. But I disagree. To me, the process of exploding that ridiculousness is ecstasy. That's why I'm Furuda Erika, the detective. Damn it, you figured out the answer a while back, didn't you? Not true. I thought it up until the instant between the time you let those blue truths and the time you stretch out your hand to grab the fragment. I've just been buying time since the beginning. I only started reasoning a second ago. course you did, Erika. Erika broke the crystal barrier that surrounded them. Then she flew high into the sky, looking down at Butler and laughing at him as she gave a final blow. Good day, Butler-san! Even if this had been my only time to shine, even if I outlived my usefulness and I'm about to be thrown back into the depths of oblivion, even so, I have no regrets. Wait! No one would be foolish enough to wait on command. With a blinding flash, Erika vanished. And she was got in the book of a single truth and returned to Barcastel. Butler and the others had no way to leave the game board. Everything had come to an end. Interesting. A gold butterfly fluttered by and Beata appeared. My apologies, Butler. I let Angie get away. I'm sorry too. I've let them get away. It's all over. Butler has created this game for Angie. Now that Angie was gone, the game board no longer had any purpose. And even if it weren't the case, even now the game board was being chewed apart by the goats like a single leaf floating on a sea of nothingness. My nose is blocked. Thanks to Gertrude and Cornelia's seals, the mansion was protected from the second floor up. The door to the Golden Land was now open wide enough for a child to slip through. The smaller people, including Maria and Secotara, slipped through it. My friend, I believe the door is opening in a quicker pace. Indeed, to my eyes as well, it seemed to be so. Father, is the door open yet? It looked like they're about to break in through the windows. Kraus-sama, there is no need for you to fear. An Ensfjordfrau barrier is not so easily broken. Very soon, it'd be big enough for adults to go through it too. Don't worry, we'll make it in time. But they're knocking and banging everywhere, and... Stay calm and wait. After all, there is nothing for us to do but wait. Even the outer walls of a mansion were covered with goats, and they were plunging their fangs and fists into our walls and windows, trying to break through them. So there were goats stuck to all the windows in the hallway, smashing their thick arms against the windows in a way that would terrify anyone, even if they knew about the barrier. However, anyone watching the group of goats gathered at the top of a big staircase from the safety of the other side of the barrier would probably feel a different emotion. Instead of terror, it was sad, empty sort of emotion. The barrier was drawn across the landing on the top of a hall's great staircase. Beyond the barrier, everything had been eaten away. How was the building stands? Was it even possible for those who stood in the hallway in the upper floors to believe that this was the Rikijima mansion? By now, no one looking at the scene would be able to imagine such a thing. Night of the Living Goats. At this point, never watched the movie. Is this a movie, right? Forget the hall or even the first floor, even the grounds itself was almost gone. The sea of goats had eaten everything apart long before this. They had eaten apart the hall, the pillars of the mansion, the floor, the grounds, the sea, every concept of this island, every part of the game board Butler had created. And now, the only leftover was the upper part of a mansion which floated along in empty space. How beautiful. To what do you refer? The goats, in their urginess to chew this island apart, have eaten up even the grounds they stood on, dropping themselves into nothingness. This had once been a huge entrance hall. Yeah, Night of the Living Dead is the first movie to have zombies as we know them. Fun times. Ooh, I should watch it, obviously. This had once been a huge entrance hall. Beyond it had been a vast rose garden. There had been so many places to stand upon. However, now, holes had been dug everywhere, and nearly everything outside the mansion was completely gone. Some goats were clutching to the few remaining footholds and pillars, still eating away at them. It should be known that to expose the truth is to kill. Why can humans live without killing, I wonder? Throughout their long history, so many have prayed for miracles. But in the end, they eat up their own chances at receiving a miracle, eating up the very ground they stand on, and falling into the abyss. Crab mentality? This was awesome! Like a PNG just fall. 10 out of 10. They saw a goat chewing the same pillar that was holding it up, which unsurprisingly fell into an empty blackness along with the goat. Do it again! No. Humans are sad creatures, fating to live in order to learn. If learning means eating away the same hopes and dreams that keep you alive, that would mean humans are born just so they can die. We're taught that we have to live. However, almost everything that we accomplish in the end up killing us. I mean, at some point, somebody gonna, accomplish immortality. And that won't kill us. That broke the mold. Don't think about it. You just get a headache. Yeah, cool. As a single human, I want to ask, is learning a crime? Is living in arrogant ignorance the only way we can have hopes and dreams? Both living with knowledge and living in ignorance have their benefits as well as their shortcomings. You're even free to choose which path you take. That's what makes human powerless. While people can learn, they cannot unlearn. Stop! Oh, it makes me annoyed. And so all the all-knowing gods had stepped for the sake of humans who cannot know all, making out things that should be learned and things that should not be learned. Too much curiosity can kill your hopes and dreams. I mean, not really. Humans are beatable beings who are unable to simply avoid those things which should not be learned. Well, excuse me, Ludor, when you're going to be a human, you're gonna be the one to talk. But while you're just an, imaginable person... Sorry, not sorry. You're not in a game, you're not in a discourse. Game interview. What is your favorite part about umineko? Game dev making PNG dispense. It was funny. I love when they do it. I love when they put like down effects on PNGs and like PNGs collapsing or PNGs flying somewhere. I love this shit so much. It's so cute and like endearing and funny. Well, you could say curiosity killed the cat. Yeah, I thought about this too when they said it. Humans are beatable beings who are unable to simply avoid the things which should not be learned. Lord Butler may have failed to teach this to Angie, but he can hardly be blamed. Okay. And now Angie's gone. This game is over. Chapter 12? I don't think it's over. Stuck down by Will's words, everyone felt silent. Only the sound of the goats eating everything away rang out hollowly. If they escaped to the Golden Land, these goats of emptiness would probably chew into realm eventually as well. Even if they got away for the time being, nothing would be resolved. It was all set in stone now. They had no way to resist the future's violent attempts to tear the cat box of the past open. In this case, we must stay alive. If a human foolishness make them throw away their own hopes and dreams in the end, then they want to believe in those things until the last second. Your resolve is impressive. I'm the embodiment of the one hope held by the Beatrices of a million worlds. So even in the times like this, I had to be everyone's hope. I'm not giving up on this game yet. You're not giving up? I'm keep waiting, believing in miracle until the last second. So you'll keep struggling on and on until it's all over. That's right. After all, last time, when we were surrounded by the pack of terrifying cats, we were prepared to death, weren't we? But Lampadeta-san saved us. And if we had given up, if we hadn't had the strength to believe in a miracle, then I'm sure we have been erased before help could come. Well, it's not like I really saved you, more like Burnwood just failed to carry you properly. Or it might have been some whim of hers. A miraculous whim from a witch of miracles. And what? How long she has been here? Lampadeta was leaning on a handrail on the staircase, eating popcorn. She held a cup of popcorn out as to say want some, but Leon declined the offer. Balakun told us. He said Angie-san make a contract to learn the truth in exchange for her own life. Going by your conversation just now, that was no contract. After all, living and seeking the truth so they can die is what humans do anyway, right? In other words, Angie will spend all her life trying to learn the truth. Albert did would shorten the time to a single instant. When Angie-san lost her hopes and dreams, she stopped valuing her own life. How can she be given hopes and dreams again? What can be done to help you find a reason for living? Are you asking me? I'm stupid, remember? I'm super airheaded, super paper with a brain of confetti. I don't understand complicated stuff. After tossing the last bits of popcorn into her mouth, Delta threw the empty can into the abyss of nothingness. Oh, I kinda love her. Bern wasn't really pushing the kid to do something she didn't want. She was giving Angie a chance. Or should I call it a choice? Then Angie made the choice she wanted, appeared on the game board, and now in her game against Butler, she's making her own choices again. From start to finish, Angie's game was always belonged to Angie. Right now, I'm just a casual observer. It doesn't exactly look like you're glued to the action. Maybe not. It's a play with an obvious ending. I was thinking I might sneak out in a moment. So you'd stop watching a play just because you think you know how it will end? Even though it might reach a climax you didn't expect? Namadeta licked her salty fingers. In the gloves? Disgusting. Namadeta Then she stared at Leon changingly and grinned. I know that Angie game won't end this way. I know Butler-kun feelings will reach her. She'll understand that she wants you to live in a better future, and she'll choose the future of your own accord. I'm certain that's how this tale will end. Huh? Are you talking to me, the witch of certainty, and saying that the outcome is certain? That's right, I guarantee it. Angie-san's game won't end like this, so please don't leave your seat. We won't leave either. There must be something we can do. And that will surely lead you to a better future. This tale will definitely have a happy ending. So keep watching until the end. I beg you. Even though I, the Witch of Certainty, have already announced that this tale won't have a happy ending? I mean, say it in red. Who gets to decide what makes happy ending? For a while, there was a tense silence. With a confetti gaze that seemed to be saying, "Are you serious?" Remedita stared at Lion. However, Lion's eyes didn't even twitch. For some time, they both stared into each other's eyes without flinching. Huh? Suddenly, Remedita let out a large sigh and stretched. Well, I have nowhere better to be. Surely stick around a bit longer. If you get me some more popcorn, that is. I'm feeling like caramel flavored this time. If you come to the Golden Land, we'll serve you as much as you like. Remedita waved at them with a thin smile. No one was quite sure what this meant, but it apparently signified your surrender in your own way. Okay, if you guarantee your own favor of happy endings with certainty, then I, the grateful Delta, will stick around for a while longer. See how big my heart is? As wide as a Lake Biwa. That's not very wide. And as gentle as the Sea of Japan! That's a very rough sea. For your attention, it should seem that you have mixed up your metaphors. There was some muffled laughter. Namadeta is a witch who gives strength to those who possess unshakable willpower. She might have given Leon a bit of magic for an absolute belief in a happy ending. You better not let me get bored, okay? If you do, I'll leave right away. Of course. I'm sure Butler-kun will glad to be welcome you as well. Leon understood. In order to fight back against Bercastel, who had taken Angie outside the board, they would need the power of another, who was capable of leaving the board. Their last hope was to make sure Lambda Delta didn't abandon this game. However, judging by Lambda Delta's expression, she hummed to herself cheerily. I mean, at this point, the amount of times they say, "Are you speaking to me, the Witch of Truth?" is now making that a certainty. Yeah. Actually, asking you for help was probably going to be a problem. Look too far. Everything from the first floor down is gone. What a spectacle, not a sight to see every day. How have matters progressed upstairs? Ah, right. We came here to tell you that. Hey everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. They say the door to the Golden Land has opened. Finally. Let us go. This place will not be safe alone. Everyone who had been sitting on the staircase got up. I actually kinda love this post-apocalypse desperation scene with all the characters just sitting near metaphorical bonfire and talking about stuff. It's kinda good. It's peaceful. I guess this is goodbye, Rokujima the Beautiful. True. It may be a shadow of its former self, but this is the last time we'll see it, isn't it? What can you possibly do with an attitude like this? Isn't there something you've got to show me? Let's see a happy ending. End of chapter? Okay. Let me mute, I need to do something real quick. Okay, so in 20 minutes we're taking a break, and I'm gonna go today, like, for the end of umineko, because I thought I'm gonna stream tomorrow, but I'm not. So we need to finish it today. Hopefully we can do it in like 3 more hours at least. Hopefully. Now, squeaky chair. The Book of a Single Truth, sealed in a crystal by Butler. There is no crystal though. Until I undo the seal, I can't even stick the key in the keyhole. Ooh, what's this? What is this? Oh, it is a library. Is this ceilings? And we like looking at it upside down? Or... That's a really interesting construction. Oh. Or is it floors and we like floating in the air? That's cool. We can remove it, right? The seal? Of course. I love it. All the books are similar. But I mean, it's a magical place. Let's see, maybe, just maybe, there's another padlock. Hopefully not, please don't. I think we're done with the puzzle, so we're just gonna go for the end. Hopefully. They were in a vast dim-lit space. To sum it up in a phrase, it was like a trench on the ocean floor. No, that's not quite right. It was a library. However, the number of books and the heights of its shelves vastly surpassed all of those that existed in the world of humans. If hate is a measure of greatness, then the gods must surely have been giants taller than mountains. That's cool as hell. That place appeared to be the library, big enough and grand enough for such gods. Can I ascend to godhood and live in a place like this? That's like my dream. Each individual book was no larger than those from a human world. However, on the shelves holding them stood like the walls of a valley or a deep-sea ocean trench. So Angie and the others looked like little more than a few small butterflies who had wandered into this vast library. Like minuscule deep-sea fish swimming about all alone in the ocean bed. This is more like ice than seal. If you steal it away from Butler and put it under the rays of a sun, it will fade away by itself as time passes. Isn't there some way to just smash it open? Do you like to try a frozen fish by smashing it with a hammer? I mean, um, um, sorry, I was always terrible in cooking class. Kitties, thaw the seal. When Brasil whispered from the dark ocean pit deep below them, several emerald green glands appeared and gathered like a school of fish. School of fish? Like a flock? School of fish? Berkastel threw the book of a single truth down to them, and only after several seconds passed, the school of fish seemed to gather around it and carry it away. Those few seconds made it clear just how deep this bookshelf trench went, and she once again dumbfounded by this unimaginably vast and godly library. We can't just let them handle the rest. You really will let me see what's inside? If that's what you wish, I'll grant it, and of course I won't be able to read myself without the key of yours. And she silently gripped the golden key in her pocket. Kitty's tower to seal. I just imagine the cats responding, "Dude, we are cats. What do you want us to do? Punch it till it open?" I mean, they're magical! This journey has been so long and so strange. In search of a truth from 12 years ago, I left my home, met President Okonogi, met Makusa, and at some point, that adventure became part of a witch's illusion. However, here I am. Shirumi Iwa's diary is here. The truth written inside, it is sitting right before me. Rest for a while. Even I don't have good enough free time to spend it all with you. Well, I'm not really tired though. Erika, serve Angie some tea or something. Erika is still here. Yes, my master! Erika popped out into existence out of nowhere and bowed to her master. Berkastel, if by any chance you're planning to use me and steal both the key and the book, you won't get off so easy. How dare you say such thing to my master? Sorry, after my long experience with witches, I've decided not to trust normal words. Very well, I'll promise it with the red truth. When the seal in the book of the single truth is dissolved, you, Angie, will be the first to read it. Is this good enough for you? No? You might let her just open the book and look at it, but not finish it or something? This is never trust red truths. There is some bullshit wording in here all the time. For some time, Angie considered the witch's words, searching for some sort of trap hidden within them. But as we know, Angie is not that smart, so it's kind of worthless. There was no greater guarantee than the red truth given by a witch. Angie understood this well enough. If one did start to doubt even this red truth, there would be nothing left to trust in the entire world. If one began to suspect even this, then even the truth would no longer be truth. I mean, I disagree. Are you still unsatisfied about something? No, I'm fine. She would need Berkastel's help if she wanted to read the book of a single truth. Angie finally realized that she had nothing to gain by complaining more and annoying with this witch further. Once you've broken the seal, call me right away. Of course. I also want to read this as soon as possible. I'll call for you at once. Bron sprang away from them, then vanished into a dark bookshelf trench. And she saw the school of emerald green fish appeared and followed behind Berkastel. Fish? Could those be her familiars? As she stared at the emerald lights that resembled some sort of deep sea fish, Angie was poked from behind. Erika? Let's go, Comrade Angie. I kind of love that she says comrade. Will be the first to read it, me in the back of my head. The first rewards, that is. So basically, the year was No, that would be funny. Oh, that would be something fucking Erica would do for sure. Federica. Their names are annoying. Sorry, I missed it? You're creeping me out, so please call me Angie. Then you call me Erika-sama. Let you go and comrade Erika. The pair began to swim in the direction Erika indicated. Swim seemed to be a better way to describe what they were doing than fly would have. Just what is this place? It's way too big to be called a library. It's not like you'll be able to remember its name, so why not just call it the library? I decide that I can or can remember. Tell me. It's a great witch of theater going drama and spectacles, noble city of careful selected books. Yeah, the library works for me. Knew you'd said that. Like silly banter. The city of books. Yeah, the name fits. The bookshelf on either side of this canyon are skyscrapers. If we think of those emerald green lights flowing beneath us as headlights on hallway, then this really does seem like a city of books. These things aren't just books, are they? That's right. Each volume is packed with an ensemble play. They look like books from here, but if you open one of them, you'll find a whole world inside. So even our own tale is only one of those. Great witches who live on a far higher plane than we do are hardly any different from a god or creator. From their perspective, our little tale is worth little more than a single book of that. From the theatergoer's perspective, our individual lives are hardly worth anything at all. If they're writing down the entire world in a single volume, then my life probably isn't worth a single line. But we are the main characters. I am, and so are you. That's right. Even if the tale of gods doesn't mention us, we are always the main characters in the story we write for ourselves, becoming aware of the fact in the first thing that separates witches from humans. Arrogant much? And so the umineko, more specifically the Beato, multiverse continues. They were on a balcony. Ooh, this is a pretty place. It even has statues. Humanoid statues, damn. And look at the little thingies over the statues. Pretty cool. Pretty cool design. Okay. They were on the balcony, which was always a room-side section that has been dug out of a bookshelf with no gradual along the cliff. It didn't go in very deep, making it look like a room that had been cut in half. It was filled with tools of everyday life, as though it was Erika's hidden house. My master has ordered me to serve you some tea, so if you don't feel like drinking, I'll have to pour it into you with a funnel. If you try, I'll have to serve you some matcha. Matcha? Nothing, just talking to myself. Oh, okay. It's a reference to her auntie. Ignoring Erika as she made tea, Angie looked down upon the bizarre of reversely scene below. Until Erika finished getting the tea ready, the scene held Angie's gaze like it was sucking out her soul. This might sound strange coming from me. What? You made a deal to throw away your life to learn the truth. That's quite something. I had nothing to gain from life. It was easy for me to trade away the time I had left. My master really does take it to idle whims. To think she would make a contract for the meaningless life of a powerless girl. Angie chuckled, not bothering to argue. That was exactly right. How incredible that Bercastel would lend her power to a worthless slave that was trying to throw itself away. Well, my master is a witch who controls miracles, so it makes sense that she appeared even a worthless girl like you. Good point. Even if Bercastel hadn't appeared, I would have still taken that step off the edge that day. You really are a cheap woman, aren't you? Well then, just how much are you worth? Me? The way Erica cackled was disturbing. Still, Angie realized that this was her way of answering the question. People don't become witches of their own choosing. If they're capable of living, all people want to live their lives as humans. When something comes along to trip up that life, that's when the road of living as a witch opens. Where's mine, excuse me? Even Frederica, who called herself the Witch of the Truth, must be like this. The two witches of truth sitting here drinking tea without even looking at each other are exactly the same. I like exposing the truth. I know that. I like exposing secrets, then watching people turn pale as they wonder how I figured it out. That's when I know I've reached the truth and it's a moment of ecstasy. There's something seriously wrong with you. Well then, what does the truth mean to you? Angie was about to give an immediate answer, but she bit down her words. And when she did, not knowing the right way to respond, no further words came. After all, to Angie, the truth itself was the goal. At first, it was out of hatred. Could Shiromi Eva, the sole survivor of Rokujima, be the culprit behind everything? She hated Erika, but she had no proof that her aunt was the culprit, and of course Eva never talked about what happened on this island. So at first, in Angie's eyes, the truth meant proof that Eva was the culprit. However, that feeling withdrew away the Eva's death. Now that Eva was dead, even if Angie did find some kind of truth, it wouldn't mean anything. So eventually, the truth Angie wanted to find became nothing more than a simple desire to know what happened on the island that day. However, one thing was obvious. Even if she didn't find out the truth, that wouldn't bring any of your family back to her. It would not mean anything at all. You're going to expose the truth your beloved Onichan is hiding, even though it's meaningless? You're the one that's not making sense. Erika laughed mockingly, and she laughed too, as though she agreed. And so, truth to me became my goal. Maybe you could even call it my reason for living. So, once you do reach the truth, there won't be any point or purpose to you living anymore, right? That's right. So, I'll die. Hasn't it been long enough? I've already lived 12 years too long. Don't I at least deserve to have a witch appear and grant me my wish in my final moments? To put it simply, you're just tired with life. Does it sum it up? Yeah. So my reason for living, my very existence, and everything else is meaningless. That's why this goal of finding the Book of a Single Truth was put a little sparkle back into my life. Not that it's nearly over. At least on this score, I'm grateful to Bracastel. I see. Butler wants you to live, so he hit the goal that would let you die. I think I pity Butler's son for the first time. After all, you can choose your little sister. True, so true. Damn. There was nothing to say alive for me, joking of course, mostly at least, but you're in 1986, PC that's targeting. The N64 and PS1 are just released. I also hear in a decade they're gonna be a visual novel mystery game. It even has puzzles. Yuppie, she could read about yourself! This would be weird and meta. Sereni-chan, I'm tired of life. 12 whole years. I've been living off nothing but the illusions that someone might come home someday. Just let me find peace already. Finding the truth of this day, I've decided I'd use that to mark the end of my life. For 12 years, I believed in a miracle, but there was no miracle. I won't believe in miracles anymore. The Book of a Single Truth. Of course, I'm also dying to find out what's in it. But from what I hear, it doesn't sound like the truth inside in something spectacular enough to mark the end of your life with. Yeah. I'd hope at first there would be something earth-shattering written in it. But now, I guess I've called on it. I need to research for by a worthless person is bound to be worthless. It'll probably make for a fitting end to a worthless life. Yeah, I'm sure it will. And she was already starting to realize something. Regardless of why Eva decided not to talk about what happened, the real events of this day probably weren't anything earth-shattering. That's true, because Beato put the plank really high up of insanity of what can happen. So reality should be disappointing, but it's okay. I'm in. I have a feeling... Do you think they're gonna actually tell us what happened? Some sort of malfunction make the bomb in the secret underground base explode. Yeah, it was just an accident. But the public believed, they hoped that some sort of plot surrounded the events of this day. Eva was expecting herself, so she could claim that nothing strange had happened until she was blue in the face and no one would believe her. Of course, this included Angie. In this case, shutting up like a calm clam would just make things easier. It was hardly surprising that Eva chose to say nothing. Right now, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment. I just feel sort of worn out and listless. Being able to bear the truth is what makes a witch of truth. Comrade Angie, it looked like you don't possess the strength after all. If you did, you wouldn't be thinking about dying. True. You're right. For 12 years, I've clung on to the hope that someone might come back. I've just used Beatrice's catbox to shut away the truth, denying it for 12 years. When you read the book of a single truth, I wonder what will happen to you. Who knows? Won't Brooke carry out the contract by slicing my head off with a scythe or something? Or will it be turned into chunks of meat again? Maybe I'll get some salt and pepper this time. Salted peppered meat? Actually really good. Sometimes earth-shattering on it seems like we're ignoring the messed up family tree and the fact that 3 cousins, including Maria, when again she was best friend with bitch Beata, were trying to get into a relationship with, well, you know. I feel like none of this actually going to be in the book because I don't think Auntie Eva known about it, right? It's her diary. How would she learn about it? Oh, I mean, Sharon could be here in Beatrice's outfit. I mean, Kanan. I mean, Leon. I mean, Claire. I mean, Yasu. I mean, okay, whatever. I see. So there's where the chunks of meat thing came from. Did you say something? Nope, nothing at all. Anyway, would you like some more tea? No, thank you. And she listlessly gazed down from the balcony with no handrail. Drop into the darkness of the abyss at the bottom of a bookshelf ravine. Know the gap between the bookshelf skyscrapers. From the beginning until the end of my journey, I haven't taken a single step away from this spot. This journey of mine, not even a step long, will end soon. End of a chapter? No? No? Okay. What are those lines of lights floating around the bottom? Oh, those? Probably a group of guests coming to Great Lady Aurora's party. Guests? Great witches from Senat, voyager witches who are trying to escape boredom in their endless travels, powerful witches who have woken from century-long sleeps, as well as witches who control the future world and number witch hunters. It seems she's planning to hold a grand party tonight. It is a birthday party or something? From what I've heard, well, the great Lady Beatrice, the Endless Witch, may be an outsider among witches. She's also the genius whose formidable magical system of magic resulted in the creation of Beatrice's Catbox, the endless factory capable of producing endless tales. From my point of view, she's just stupid and a weak finisher, but in the world of great witches, she's apparently pretty famous. So, this is Beatrice's birthday party? Happy birthday, Beatrice! Yay! Happy birthday to you! My master says that she's being holding a dinner party with Beatrice's guts. After all, it's only natural, right? The Catbox was only able to generate infinite tales because there was no single truth. However, tonight, the single truth will be revealed thanks to a key. This setup seems like resolution is here not to read the single truth book, which is not something I want. And that means the Catbox will be open. Really, it's not different from slicing open her chest and she still leaves and tearing out what's inside. Everyone in a huge crowd which look like a packed freeway is going to one dinner party? I'm not sure what's stronger, my shock at how famous Beatrice is, or my revulsion at those sleaze bags. For you, the Book of a Single Truth is nothing more than an ant. However, for all of those enjoying the mystery of Rokujima, this is an event that can't be missed. I see. So that's a crowd of those goats who chew in an Ichian's getting bored apart. Angel's analogy was an accurate one. The crowd far, far below them was made of nobles wearing beautiful outfits and goat masks. They were all so intent on tearing the guts out of Beatrice's get box that they couldn't even hide the drool trickling from their mouths. Those glutinous goat nobles who derived pleasure from violently exposing the truth were in the line of a cat heading towards the meeting place. Looked like this is the end for Beatrice and the cat box. This group was hollowed up in the Golden Land, the last leftover from a game board. Acting as gatekeepers, Butler and Beata have destroyed the first wave, but they won't be able to stop the second. My master has given me an armada capable of destroying the very concept of the defense measures. The government's ramparts are as good as gone. Those goats who appeared all over the island, they are the personification of random opinion in the future, and all of them want the island tale to be a tragedy. That's right, those goats keep getting born from a sea of the internet. Yeah, we know. It was quite obvious. You don't need to say it again. That first wave was just a riffraff. I love word riffraff. The second wave will be entirely different. It's made of the best of the best. Elite goats selected from the crowd that are capable of denying all the covering pieces one by one. In total, they number in the hundreds of thousands. 100,000 people to deny the existence of a few dozen things on an island. Looks like this is it for Nichin too. You're ready though, aren't you? You understand that Shirimiya Butler died in 1986, and that was this man's illusion created by the cat box. Yeah, I understand. Regardless of we should take a break. Regardless of whether he's my real brother or an illusion, regardless of whatever he's who I'd like him to be or not, the Butler who created this game, borrowed for my sake, will die. No, it just means that I'll accept the fact of his death, and it's not like he's going to die now. And she thought to herself, shouldn't performing the rites for her brother be her responsibility? This was her final trial, which she had assigned to herself. All of those people down at the game board were the personifications of Angie's naivety. By denying the existence of all of them, wouldn't she finally be able to accept the truth? Great place to stop. 5 minutes, be right back. Going to a dinner party. Me? No, not another dinner party. No more puzzles. Never trigger when the convention dinner party. I wonder why. Damn. Okay. A break. 5 minutes. Be right back. Meh. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for a 15-minute absence. I was doing my dishes and waiting for butter to boil so I could pour it into my into a bottle. Whatever. Oh, whatever. Hold on. Some water. Great. Umineko. No, that's not right. I'm not being honest, even with myself. Even if it's all an illusion, it will make the bizarre Halloween party and less heartwarming. Northern Land is life. Oni-chan said it himself. That Halloween party may have been an illusion. However, he was trying to use that party to tell me something. About that second wave. My master has appointed me to their commander. Leave it to me, Henji-chan. My master isn't so malicious that she'd make you dirty your own hands. Yeah, that might be kind of her. These are my lingering attachments we're talking about. I should be grateful to Bercastel. If she really was cruel, she would probably have ordered me to take charge of a second wave and execute my own family. Comrade Enji, you are the Witch of Truth, aren't you? That's right. Probably. Then let's accept the truth, okay? Finally, after 12 years, the single truth lies before you. I just sit around here until Bercastel finishes breaking the seal. You'll probably be summoned as a guest for the party. We've got a mirror, so maybe you should wipe the sleep from your eyes. Maybe you should shave before heading out to battle. What? Huh? What are you talking about? Yo, another new background. It floated in the empty air. The door to the Golden Land. This is how door to the Golden Land looks like? You are the Witch of Truth, and you're the Witch of Truth. That's right. Maybe not the greatest of stars, isn't it? Yeah. It floated in the empty air, the door to the Golden Land. 1 or 2 square meters of tiled floor still remained in the floor of the door, scarily enough to remind the person that this had once been Kinza's study. By now, all of these game boards except the Golden Land had been eaten away, leaving only this door floating in the sea of nothingness. There were 2 figures in front of the door. Hot ladies with Alberts? Is this how it's called? Spears? It was Butler and Beata. They may not have been literally covered with wounds, but they definitely seemed to be dead tired. Butler, leaning against the door, seeming to have finally caught his breath. Beata was also sitting against the door, letting her legs dangle gracelessly. Could the battle against the force really be called a battle? It was more like a mere pushing fight on an increasingly small bit of a ground that remained. They had wanted to protect at least Kinzo's study no matter what, and the only fruit of their desperate struggle was a tiny bit of flooring that they were sitting on now. The goats fell into the abyss whenever they had nowhere to stand. So now, with so much of a floor gone, there was no way for them to attack anymore. If Butler thought this, his naive hopes were quickly crushed. Look like we're surrounded. So their plan was to gather together and crush us in a single stroke. A bunch of ships stretching across the horizon, surrounded the doors at their back. Oh, it has also a little cat symbol. Look at it. Oh, okay. So that's what ship was about in one of the intros. Stretching across the horizon, surrounding the door at their backs, was an encirclement of countless large sailing ships. As they could clearly see, the decks of those ships are packed with goats, with some of the more foolish and overedged ones spilling over the edge into the emptiness below. Dang, I've gone through a lot of crazy stuff in your games, but being surrounded by pirate ships is definitely a first for me. They probably do possess the strength to break through Golden Land's perimeter. Those cannons are no bluff. Doubtless they intend to use those to smash out the doors and pour in. Along the sides of each ship were several open gun ports, each with cannon, pointing at the door. All of the ships surrounding them were joined by even more, and all of those ships fired all of their cannons at once. There was no point of trying to imagine what would happen next. Butler and Beato grimaced and hung their hands. They really went for it in the budget of these last chapters, which I guess makes sense. Yeah, and probably umineko got more popular. I mean, Higurashi, the umineko predecessor, was pretty popular at the time it came out, so probably umineko was popular too. But I decided not to put money into it for some reason. I mean, probably most of those backgrounds are only here in the Enchanted edition, and ELOG it was like a photos with some filters on it. But still. Butler and Beato grimaced and hung their heads. How long will the Golden Land perimeter hold out against those cannons? I do not know. However, since they are still awaiting reinforcement, after amassing that many, I doubt the barrier will break that easily. True. I can't think of any other reason to relay your attack without even sending terms for surrender. I hope we can take advantage of this time they give us. Time is always the ally of the weaker side. After all, we can always hope for a miracle. Though it might also give us more time to widen in despair. At this moment, something small and hard hit Butler on the forehead. Oh, what the heck? Conpeito candy? It's me! I know where Burns and the others are. The Conpeito candy was from the Delta's transformed body. Yeah, the budget. Look at the budget. Damn. It's like 3D. Is it? It looks 3D. She was the only ones of their allies capable of crossing the sea of fragments. The umineko only got one anime season, which from what I've heard gloss over a lot of it. Movies for each episode would probably be better for it. Maybe. BRB. Okay. Spectacular! That's a great Lady Ramadetta for you. They'll be able to see us here. Let's talk inside. It's getting crazy out here. Got it. Is anyone here? When Butler knocked on the door, it opened, and Shan and Kana came into view. You called for us? My apologies, but we need you two to keep a lookout. Leave it to us. When they began their attack, don't worry about fighting them. Escape to the Golden Land as soon as they start. Don't worry about closing the door. But that means... They're planning to ignore the door and smash the Golden Land directly. Making the last stand here won't do any good. Any good. I understand. We'll take care of things here, so go inside and work on a counterattack. Indeed, we're counting on you. Yo, Beato, Shan, and Karen at the same place. No way. Butler and Beato traded places with Shan and Karen, returning to the Golden Land. A gentle rain poured down over the Golden Land rose garden. The Golden Land's weather reflecting the hearts of those inside it. The quietly falling raindrops spoke of the pain felt by those who could do nothing but hide here, waiting for the enemy's final assault. When they returned to the arbor, the Conpeito flew out of Butler's pocket, jumped at the table, and returned to its original form. I haven't had a trill like this for years. Hard to believe they get in a tight spot like this, enough to become a witch. Let's get down to business. Just where are Angie and Bricastel? The City of Books. I have heard of it. They say it's a place where all kinds of fragments collected by great witches who travel the sea are recorded and stored in the forms of books. Indeed, the great witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating's noble city of careful selected books. So, the great Lady Aurora is a ruler of a city of books. Truly a suitable place for her. Nice going, Lady Lambda Delta. Hard to believe you could pick out that spot so quickly from all the others possible hiding places. Actually, it was pretty easy. I didn't even have a search since their advertising as loud as they can. They're planning a huge party where they'll unveil the secrets to the cat box of the Endless Witch, the great Lady Beatrice. I see, so they haven't been delaying their attacks because they await reinforcements, but because the party hasn't begun yet. So, in this party, is it planned to use Angie's key and revival the counter of the Book of a Single Truth? You got it! Aurora hasn't held an event like this for ages, so she's gathering VIP guests from all over the place. The Book of a Single Truth will probably be the party's final showpiece. So that means we still have a shot at taking Angie and the key back. Time-wise, that may be true. However, there is a really simple and obvious problem. What? The City of Books is a sacred realm under the supervision of a Senate. It's protected by a holy barrier. Only a witch of a Senate can enter it. Are there any invitees who aren't a member of Senate? Yeah, they are. It looks like they're being given special invitations which allow them to enter the sacred realm for a limited time. Invitations? Now this might be interesting. That's what I thought too, but it turned out there is a strict policy on punctuality and there is an invitation to automatically become useless unless you present them before the party begins. And I'm afraid to say, the party started a short while ago. In other words, it's too late to try stealing an invitation from a guest who's running late. That's right, so what do we do now? Could someone get me a popcorn? I'd like a nice candy flavor this time. As an outsider, I had to barge into this conversation, but we seem to have no options left. We're already done for, aren't we? On voice? Can we do anything except sit here until they attack? There must be something we can do. That's right. There's just one thing we can do. What's that? We can keep on struggling for each other's seconds of survival and hope for a miracle. A miracle? So we're stuck defending the Alamo? We cannot surrender. Our only options is to hold out as long as we can, waiting for a miracle. What kind of miracle? Angie could change her mind. For some reason, there's a chance, maybe one in the several million, that she comes back. With a probability such as this, it truly would be a miracle. We are here so we can await Angie-chan's return. Yeah, Angie-san has nowhere to call home except where we are right now, so we must defend this place for the last minute, waiting for her to come back. Awaiting the master's return is the duty of a servant. Now that I have come to this, I, Goda, am prepared for it by come. Lovely-sama, all of us are prepared. We of the Chester Sisters Imperial Guards will fulfill our oath and remain by the late great Beatrice's side until the bitter end. For if I hear, no problems! I shall fight until the end! Finally, a fitting place to die, nya. No problem for one zero, nya. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory will stay with Beatrice-sama and Butler-sama until the finish. The 6 younger sisters also show their resolve with their eyes. Good. They didn't get any words. A certain Jungfrau will serve until the end. The former SSPD's got you back too. And please lend us your power as well. Me? No way. Didn't I give you some excellent intel? I think I've done more than my fair share, don't you? How do you know about Angie-chan in the City of Books? I saw it with my own eyes, of course. I never trust anything unless I see it for myself. Which means you're qualified to enter the sacred realm called the City of Books, right? Indeed, the great Lady of the Delta is Witch of Senate, after all. I'm the Delta. What's with you guys? You're going to tell me to do more work, are you? My, what an unexpected development. Lady of the Delta is the only one who can enter the City of Books. And could that possibly mean that this is Lady of the Delta's time to shine? Enough kidding around! Are you people crazy? You're telling me to go all by myself and sneak into there one more time and then bring Angie back out here? The several dozen people surrounding Lambda Delta all nodded in unison. How stupid could you be? If I were to save Angie, that means crashing the Great Aurora's party, get it? I have the whole world as my enemy! And what's in it for me? Nothing, obviously. There is nothing all you could possibly offer me. That would be worse getting off the bad side of Aurora and your monster friends. We'll get to see a happy ending, where Aurora and the Castell schemes are crushed. Angie comes back and everyone makes peace with one another. What do you say, Lady Lambda Delta? There could be no greater thrill. If you pulled off such a marvelous feast, you would be able to forgive your illness for 1,000 years, would you not? We are begging you, Lambda Delta. Lend us your power. Also, Lambda Delta's name, Lambda Delta, always fucking confusing me, because when I try to recall the old Grail alphabet, I'm always saying Delta after Lambda. It's not how it works. It's Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Eta, Theta, Iota, Iota, Kappa, Lambda, Mu, Nu, Q, Omicron. Are you kidding? I don't actually remember it as well. But it does confuse me a lot. Please, please, we're begging you. Help us save Angie. Everyone clamored for Lambda Delta's help. He surrounded her and begged for her assistance. Please, Lady Lambda Delta, only you can do this. Use your strength. I'll show you the greatest of tales. You'll get to see it from the front row. So please, lend us your strength. Shut up! Shut the hell up! Love to make noise. Lambda Delta leaped to her feet and crushed a cup of popcorn in her hand. Sweet candy-flavored popcorn flew everywhere and Pierce stuck to everyone's face. It might have been a hilarious sight. However, no one laughed. Lambda Delta's face was filled with rage that none of them have seen before. Could you please stop getting the wrong idea? I'm a spectator! A spectator! I'm just a guest who was invited by Beata to come and watch this game! So why am I supposed to risk my life for you people? You'll think you'll get a happy ending if Angie comes back? Are you really that stupid? Burn your forces, welcome sweeping through here, mad with rage, and wipe all of us out! There's only one reason I'm here, and that's because Leon over here said that I'll get to watch an interesting show! Yeah, and now I'm sure I'll get to see a subtly interesting tale very soon. A sad, sad tragedy as you fight desperately against Burn's forces and get wiped out one by one. Oh, I'm sure you each get one last time to shine as you turn apart. Oh, I just wait a little, I get to see all that, won't I? Pretty soon all of you'll be dead. But not me, I'm a spectator, a guest. There's absolutely no reason for why would I agree to die with you. No one was able to say a word. In a still silence, with no sound except for the rain, even Lambda Delta finally hung her head in dismay. Sorry. I'm totally lame, aren't I? Yeah, if I stood up right now and said leave it to me, my popularity would surge, and I'd probably make it in the top 3 in the next character popularity contest. But still, unlike the rest of you, I'm not one of the story's characters. I can't die. It's like, it's midnight, and you're telling me that we're almost at the best part. But tomorrow's Monday, and I've got early cleaning duty at school. We live in completely different worlds. That's why you can't, no. Lambda staggered as though dizzy, then popped down into a chair. Then she became expressionless like a doll, just staring at a single point at space. Silently. Sorry. Butler softly apologized. However, Lambda Delta remained expressionless. There is still more than we can do on our own, so it's not fair to put pressure on you alone to risk something. We'll fight here and defend this spot until the last moment. We'll believe in the miracle of Angie choosing us over the single truth. If we aren't prepared to do that, there is no position to ask you to give your life alongside us. Butler rose from his seat and spun around. Butler! I'll switch places with the pair outside. When they come, I want to be in the front lines. That's the fastest and most direct way I can show Lambda Delta my determination. I shall go as well. Master, please find Lambda Delta some more popcorn. Beato, I know Angie will return. If we won't believe their possible miracle will not bear fruit. You can't win a lottery unless you buy a ticket. True. Beato also stood up and followed Butler. Everyone, let's do what we can to prepare for the fight. I agree. Nothing stupid than just sitting around here. Good point. He has a gun. I've reached the end. Let's put in a good show. We got to make sure there's a place Sanji-san can call home. And we should hold a strategic conference. Yeah, we have furniture, weapons, demons, and inquisitors. Might be so way for these mismatched forces to cooperate. Let's go, little sisters. Break time is over. Just the troops. Rise. The humans and fantasy creatures all rose to their feet and left the arbor. Afterwards, only the dead remained, still staring blankly at the point in empty space. The black tea smells nice. Is it instant or from a tea bag? Oh, would you like some too, Comrade Eva? I had no more cups, so you'll have to use the funnel. A gold butterfly drifted into a balcony and turned to Eva. How's Castell's doing? Will it be a while longer before she breaks the seal in the Book of a Single Truth? That's what I came to talk about. She says the seal has been broken. Congratulations! The time has finally come, the period to mark the end of your life. Take the key and go to Lady Castell. One of your cat familiars will guide you. Two emerald sparkles flew in. They were the green, glinting eyes of a black cat. The cat fickled its tail elegantly with the dignity of a high-class attendant. Got it. Then I'll be back in a bit. And she rose from her seat. She did it casually, as though she really was just heading out for a short trip. However, her lips would never touch her half-finished cup of tea again. We weren't together for long, but I enjoyed it. It was a very enlightened experience to learn that disgust of your own kind feels like. Same here. Next time we met, you'll have to teach me the trick to making tea this terrible. Are you happy? Now you finally get to learn the secret I've been hiding from you this past 12 years. I am happy. Yeah, now I can understand how Erika feels. It feels like I've taken a shot back at you, exposing the secrets that you keep until your death. And is this a good feeling? Well, it's better than nothing. And you nodded towards the black cat to let her know that she was ready. The cat nodded back in a refined manner, indicated that it wanted Angie to follow, and left from the balcony. Without turning back, Angie followed it, jumped out into the air as though swimming. Eva watched her go. An expressionless of ridicule and scorn was not the one that crossed her face. Good luck, Angie. This is the path you've chosen. You aren't 6 years old anymore. You're 18. Chose how to live your own life. What an overprotective aunt you are. I'm going to watch the ceremony. What about you? I'm almost time to begin the attack, so I'm heading for the ships. I've got to go pick up Beatrice corpse. The gods will go to the party. I'll get to keep your skin, so let's stuff and mount it. So this is the end for Mysterious Tale of Rokijima. Which means that's also the end for you. I mean, you're a piece from here, right? A piece is all I am. The role of a piece remain faithful to its role until the game ends. It's not a piece's place to worry about what happens after the game is over. True. And it's the same for me. Let's both enjoy this time while we have it. Well then, allow me to take my leave. Later. Good luck with your work. After exchanging elegant bows, the two witches vanished at the same time. Now, nothing remained except for some half-finished teacups and the aroma of the tea itself. Hold on. I need to go close the window. I'm gonna be real quick. I'm not even gonna mute. Ow, 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 ow. I'm huge forever. Oops. Denpagumi! Denpagumi is breaking up! Did you heard? Okay. Oh, I love Denpagumi. I'm sad that they... Ouch! Sorry, this band-aid. Sorry, I should have muted the mic. I also nearly fall while I ran back here, which is kind of typical. One after another, luxury cars stopped in front of a high-class hotel in the city, and guests began to step out of them. Hey, Professor Otsuki! Oh, what a surprise! I haven't seen you since the last convention. Oh! All of the guests gathered here were really rich and cultured. A single hobby tied to all of them together. They were all the witch hunters. Like-minded people who enjoyed exploring various interpretations of the Rikijima mystery. Still, I wonder if it's really true. It's hard to believe that Shirimiya Iwa's diary actually exists. It really is. I've heard rumors of it myself. A secret diary is said to have been hidden away by Shirimiya Iwa just before her death. Rumor has it that she wrote the details of Rikijima's truth in here. It reminded me of a fable of the king with the donkey ears. He was truly untragic creatures incapable of keeping quiet about secret, even if no one else could possibly learn of it. From what I've heard, the collector from Dubai offered to buy it for $10 million. Incredible! More evidence of a fascination that the Rikijima mystery is capable of stirring. Conversations like this were breaking out passionately all over the place. Furthermore, the guests weren't the only ones pouring in. The press was also here in force. The Rikijima mystery had created such a large movement that, at one time, it became a social phenomenon. Though that had died down slightly in recent years, it's still a topic fiercely debated across the internet. It was hardly any surprise that the discovery and imminent release of Shirimiya Iwa's diary, which contained the truth of that mystery, had caused an uproar. And on top of all that, the mysterious forger Ito Ikukuro had to appear publicly for the first time. In fact, it seemed that Ito Ikukuro and Hachiji Toya, the up-and-coming mystery novelist, were the same person. Of course, this meant that Hachiji Toya would also be appearing in public for the first time. The fact that she was actually an enigmatic female author, despite having been thought to be male, would have been enough to cause a stir on its own. Before the diary unveiling party, a press conference was held in one of the rooms of a hotel. Indeed, I am Hachiji Toya. We now know in your previous book signing, you were to the lengths of using a double to avoid appearing in public. What has caused you to change your mind and appear before us this time? The legend of Rikijima, which has given birth to endless tales. Considering the weight of such a legend's demise, and being the mere writer that I am, I felt obligated to show myself in a sign of respect. As a forger, you announced on the web that you had reached the truth. Does it mean you have already read the content of a diary? And very soon, those contents will be revealed to everyone. Pardon me for asking, but is there a solid proof that the contents of a diary are the truth? It seems that some are claiming to be no more than the personal account of a single deceased person. That is not the case, I guarantee it. The truth is written in this diary. She said it in red, in front of all these people. They're like, oh, holy shit, she said it in red. A stir passed through the crowd, and the room was suddenly filled with camera flashes. This ends Hachiji's interview, allows to express a deep gratitude to all members of the press for coming today. And now we would like to move on and allow you to take photos of Madame Shirimiya Iwa's diary. A hotel worker pushed forward the card covering by a veil. Then, after looking to Hachiji for approval, he removed the veil. There lay Shirimiya Iwa's diary, the book of a single truth sat here, waiting for its seal to be broken. Hachiji held it to her chest and laughed enigmatically. Camera flashed here from everywhere, making the book of a single truth glint. And that is all for now. If you would all please move to the assembly hall. Still holding the diary, Khadija left the press conference room, escorted by a man from the hotel, until she went through the door that says no entry unless authorized. The journalists continued to surround her and ask questions, hoping to gather just one more comment. When the door slammed shut, the world twisted. The hotel employees became black cats wearing capes. Khadija had turned into Featherlane. Things are getting pretty crazy out here. Did you enjoy it? It was tiring, though not a bad experience. I must say though, this diary truly is heavy. Featherlane tossed the diary and Bracastel caught it. I will rest in one of the waiting rooms. You up against pretty soon, there is no time to rest. In this case, I'll call it a short break so that I can probably enjoy this long-awaited excitement. I need to borrow this book. I promised Angie that I'd show her first. I see. In this case, do as you please. Featherlane left, followed by her cat attendants. After watching her until she was out of sight, Bracastel disappeared as well. Like Erika's room, Bracastel's was a balcony without handrail, dug out of a bookshelf cliff. Angie had been kept waiting for some time, but she had waited patiently, looking down at the world below her. I'm late, aren't I? Sorry about that. After Bracastel appeared, the black cat gave a bow and vanished. Here you go. It brought it with me. The Book of a Single Truth. Can I touch it? Do as you like. Bracastel set it on the table and beckoned Angie forward. Slowly, Angie approached it. So, this is Auntie Eva's diary. That's right. Inside it, you'll find the single truth that you wanted. You do have a key, right? Yes, right here. Angie took the key out. Look at it there on your palm, then gripped it tightly. Even that heavy lock that held the diary so securely was fated to be swept aside easily as soon as Angie readied yourself. I won't rush you. You don't have to open it until you're ready. In there's the truth of what happened October 4th and 5th, 1986, right? Yes. Everything that you offered up your life in the hope of learning is here. In an instant, inside of Angie, two Angies appeared, taking control of your body at the same time. On the one hand, she knew that she already paid a great price to learn the truth. The part of her gripped the key, wanted to act quickly to prevent a moment of hesitation that might lead her to refuse to learn the truth now. And the final moment, with a book of a single truth right before her. On the other hand, a feeling that she was betraying the brother and family that watched over her warmly made her bite her lower lip. However, though through the shock she could do nothing but watch her right hand slowly brought the key towards the lock. What am I hesitating for? Inside this diary, there is a final destination of my sad, painful 12-year-old journey. Was 12 years not enough for that? Do I want to keep living this way? The Tunisian and all those others, those are all illusions created by my heart. My naive hope that a miracle might still occur. If I put my two options on a scale, then the path I should choose is clear. Slowly, I pushed the key into the lock and twisted. The lock opened with a click, and at the same time, it felt as though the crack ran through the key in my hands. Maybe part of its intricate design had broken off. I couldn't tell where it had broken just by glancing at it. However, for some reason, the golden glint seemed dulled somehow. It's because you make a choice with a key. A bit of magic had disappeared. What kind of magic? Didn't Butler tell you? He said you couldn't hand it over to anyone else. That magic, which left the decision to you, had just fulfilled its role and disappeared. The key is just a key now. I can't do anything but lock and unlock that diary. I see. Then I guess I have no more use for Nietzsche's key. Can I have it? Once you read the diary, I'll lock it up again. Opening that lock will be the big part of tonight's ceremony, it seems. I see. Do whatever you want. I don't give a damn what happened when I find the truth. Berka still slid the key from where it lay on the table and put it into her pocket. Go ahead then, before the courage that had led you here fades. I lifted up Aunt Eva now unlocked diary. The lock was open. Even the hinge would have been released by now. There was no longer anything standing in the way of the opening into the pages within. I thought of taking deep breaths. However, I decided against it. I prepared myself for this long ago. So stupid to feel my reluctance further. I opened it. Violently, ruthlessly. I knew that this was the right way to open the truth that awaited me inside. As soon as the cover was open, a brilliant light poured out and my mind went hazy. The truth was sent to my mind directly, without letters or words. Tell me, what happened that day on Rokijima? Shannon is here. My consciousness returned gradually. Nothing was written in the open book before me, of course. This was my own blank and empty notebook. I was at school just sitting idly with my notebook open. The world had stopped. The hands on the clock had stopped too. In this case, the auditorium should have been filled with silence. However, I could hear a small commotion. In the world of suspended time, I could see dark shapes sneaking about behind the unmoving students. Not this again. There were students with goat heads. They were sneaking glances at me from behind the frozen students, whispering something to each other. I know, I can hear them. Everybody knows. One after another, students with goat heads slipped out from every considerable hiding place. They slipped around, all the students stopped in time and gathered around me. Then they all jeered out things in an endless stream, and possibly aware that I couldn't hear, showered me with giggles and sneers and comments among themselves. However, nothing that came from the goat's mouth reached my ears as words. This was a world without letters or words, so no words reached me. However, their emotions and meanings did reach me, so I knew that it was they saying. And then, when I was able to visualize it, this happened. One after another, the goats opened their massive jaws, showing their fangs that dripped with saliva, and came forwards to bite me. Time had stopped for me. I was aware, but I could not move. Literally, that wasn't true. However, I was pretending that I couldn't hear, so I couldn't move. The goats bit me all over my body, letting their fangs mark, licking me. What? Maybe they didn't like the taste of my clothes. Taking advantage of the fact that I couldn't move, they chewed through my clothes one by one. Okay, where is it going? Over and over again, the goats stuck their tongues, their jaws, with fangs into my naked body. I was covered with drool and bitten all over. Bright red teeth marks were left behind, and sharp fangs pierced my skin, leaving trails of blood. They licked up their blood with red, like real goats, hurting and humiliating me. I hung my head. One of the goats pulled out my hair, forcing me to look up and spoke. This time, it wasn't conceptual, but words I could hear. However, they weren't words of a human world. They were witches' words, the red truth, which signifies absolute truth. This is the truth of the Rokijima incident. I won't accept it. It doesn't matter if you accept it or not. This is the truth. After all, I won't accept it. I won't. I'll never accept the truth like this. Never. Whatever I accept it or not, that doesn't change the truth. After all, this is a single truth proven in red. Giggle, giggle. Who cares about the truth? So stupid, so pointless. I'm the one who gets to decide if that's the truth or not, right? Even if it's a red truth, I won't acknowledge it, won't permit it, and I definitely won't accept it. The red truth is absolute? Who is it absolute for? Is it absolute? It's absolute for you guys, right? It's not absolute for me. I won't let you contaminate my truth with yours. Angie, calm down. You're the one who wanted to know, right? My truth is that Auntie Eva's the culprit. Auntie Eva killed everyone. Everything's her fault. Dad, Mom, and Anicha and all the others are just victims. And it's no one's fault. No one's fault! How could it be? How could it be? Your aunt will always be on your side, Angie-chan. Yeah, I get it now. I know what you meant. That's right. Auntie Eva, you're the culprit. You're the culprit. It's the world that's messed up and broken for not realizing that. I'm the right one. I'll deny the red truth. Deny the whole world. Oh? In this case, try writing the red truth that only you can write. But now it's possible for a human to write with a red truth. It is possible. There's a red ink that only human can write with. Oh, blood. Okay, cool. Eiji-san, please calm down. I'm the right one. The word's wrong. I'll write it. I'll write the truth with the real red truth. 20, requesting urgent support on the roof. Angie-san, wait! Don't be hasty. Look out! Goodbye, Angie. Have a nice day. I'll write it out. This is my blood red truth. I'll never accept the truth of your world. Angie's body went past the edge of a balcony. The air, which she had once been able to swim through, was now completely merciless for some reason. Angie's body plunged straight into the darkness below. Berkastel just watched the scene play out in silence. Behind her, men in black suits rushed to the fence, clutching and screaming. This is 20! Angie-san jumped off! Damned, I can't see you from here! Quickly, investigate the ground area! It's no use, there's no way! Maybe she was caught by the safety net. Let's make sure... What fools. If you jump straight down from this height, do you really think such a flimsy safety net could possibly save you? As a witch of miracles, I, Berkastel, guarantees that such a miracle certainly won't occur. Angie's body fell from a skyscraper-like bookshelf and slammed against the floor of a city of books. Looking down from Berkastel's balcony, which was as high as a skyscraper's roof, could it have looked like a lovely red pressed flower? It couldn't have looked like anything. In the same way that the death of a single lonely girl who rejected the world and died alone wouldn't leave an impression on any of the world's people. She probably died instantly. It was only natural. She had fallen straight down from such a height after all. Is it even considerable that she wouldn't die instantly after something like that? The index finger on the right hand of your corpse was stuck out as though it had traced something. Could it be that, by some impossible miracle, she really had escaped an instant death? And in her final moments, using the ink of red blood draining from her, could she possibly have written her own personal red truth? However, no one would ever be able to tell what she was written. After all, the blood pouring from your corpse had run over it all. Even this was your decision, Angie. He was looking down at the beautiful flower of blood radiating from Angie's corpse. I tried to give you a chance to live, but you never truly made an effort to live in the futures that began after the age of 6. And so, after 12 years, you finally returned to where you started. The eyes on Angie's corpse were closed. However, there was no way of knowing if this was a peaceful thing. Slowly, the corpse began to break down. In the end, it was become a messy limp of flesh with only a few parts recognizable as a human. It was hardly surprising. How else would she look after falling from the height and slamming against the asphalt? You managed to die. However, that doesn't mean that anyone will be waiting for you in heaven. After all, you've reached this place by rejecting all of those in heaven. See you in hell. No, that's probably where we are right now. So long, Angie. Ah, Eva. Perfect timing. Did you call for me, my master? Dispose of those scraps made of me, if you wouldn't mind. I'm going to put this back. In Barcastel's hands was the key, which had lost its magic when Angie had made her decision, and the book of a single truth which had been locked up again. As you wish, my master. After looking down one more time, Barcastel vanished. When she had gone, Eva summoned some cat familiar. Sorry? And ordered them to clean up. The black cats gathered Angie's flesh and scarred limbs and threw them into the bucket. Even in this miserable form, Angie's soul was still living. Perhaps living is a poor description. She was unable to die. From now on, forever. She would drift alone in the deepest depths of oblivion, covered with the dust of oblivion, until she finally disappeared. She continued to question herself. What did the truth mean to her? What was right, and where was the place she could call home? As her flesh began to cool, even the energy to ask this question began to fade. Eventually, she would forget her everyday memories, and even the reason why she was suffering. However, there is one thing she would never be able to forget. This was the anguish. From this point forth, she would suffer endlessly without even knowing why. By the time the cats finished flinging her corpse into a bucket and dumping it into a sea of nothingness, Angie had forgotten even her own name. Well, that just happened. Well, BRB, BR become BEB, be eventually back. And she just died. Oh. And they didn't tell me the truth. Was they ever even planning to do this? There's probably some convoluted way they could find it out later, or not again. What's the sound I keep hearing? Yeah, it must be the sound of rain. Where are we? Chapter 13, okay. In this case, what are those two bright lights coming towards me? I don't know. However, they came at me with a screeching sound and stopped right in front of me. A blaring noise came at me over and over. They were shining those bright lights. It's threatening me. It's probably telling me to get out of the way. However, I was incapable of moving even a finger. There was a sound of a car door opening. Car. Door. Apparently I was lying in the asphalt under the pouring rain. Hachijo Ikuko. Oh, I saw a figure, apparently the driver, open an umbrella and come towards me. Who? Is this your garden? The figure questioned me. Of course I couldn't answer it. If it is, then I must apologize. Yes, on a day with such a fine weather, anyone would want to take a nap in such a lovely garden as this. And yet, unless my memory fails me, the figure crouched down and looked into my face. It was a woman. This is a public hallway you're sleeping on. Do you want to become roadkill? Or maybe you are already the roadkill? Well now, which one is this? I clenched my cheek. I felt I needed to answer somehow and establish communication. So after a lot of effort, I managed to let a short groan escape my lips. Okay, Angie is alive. I see. So you aren't roadkill yet. And that's how I met Ikuka. She's a twin. Of course she is. I'm sorry without this. That she gonna be a twin. You know, when there is a book in the plot, the other is gonna be a twin for sure. I'm gonna have a twin for sure. The body is in very frail condition. Also, it's probable that there will be memory defects. We won't know for sure until the CT scan, but the brain damage is also a possibility. It's lucky the damage is all we had to deal with. Spend much longer in a spot like this, and things would likely have been much worse. True. In any event, I recommend getting this checked at a large hospital. Thank you, doctor. Please keep this off the record. It might not be much, but there is some money for your troubles. I see no reason to speak of this needlessly, but... No, I could possibly accept this much. And the doctor took the money and swore to keep quiet about the matter. Eventually, Hachiji returned. Oh, you've been awake. How do you feel? I nodded quickly, letting him know that it wasn't so bad for now. But where is this place? A room I have absolutely no memory of, in a house I don't remember at all. And first and foremost, there is a woman that I've never seen. To start off, let me introduce myself. I'm Hachijo Ikuka. Ikuka. I don't mind if you address me as a friendly manner as Ikuka, or if you prefer to call me Hachijo-san and keep things more formal. Hachijo Ikuka. Paying the doctor a lot of money to keep quiet about something seems familiar. Yup, the Hachijo family owns a lot of land and it's well known in these parts. Unlike my accomplished brother, I'm what you might call a little eccentric. After I got into a bit too much mischief than was good for me, my parents finally ran out of patience and kicked me out. I'm now confined to this house. As a hobby, I like to read detective novels and also to write them. My age is a single woman's secret. My heart is that of a girl, but I'm approaching the point where calling myself one would be increasingly absurd. With the haze my mind was in, it was extremely hard to make out what she was talking about. However, I was able to pick up on the fact that she was trying to talk to me cheerfully. So, what's your name? My name. Logically, I know that. Being a human, I must have a name. And I do have a feeling that I did indeed have a name. However, no matter how hard I tried to remember what it was, it just made my head hurt. Is there anything you can remember besides your name? Who am I? Is this even edgy? My head. No, even my heart was a mess of torn flesh, and I couldn't remember a thing, not even who or what I was. Okay, now the question is this even an Enji? Is it somebody from, Ushiramiya family? A woman? But I must remember. I had some kind of purpose, or maybe a mission. In order to remember that, I first have to remember who I am. Who am I? What is my name? Where I was born and what was my birthday? I need to remember something, anything. Age. Age? It's my little secret. 18. Okay, so maybe it's Angie? Maybe it's, I don't know, Beato? I look like I'm 18? I'm 18. Oh, so that was your age. Well, now, I thought you were being a bit too flattering. When I asked myself how old I was, I remembered 18 floated into my mind. To be honest, I didn't really feel 18. My mind felt much younger than that, and my pathetic body felt much older. I see. So you're 18. And that's all you can remember, I nodded quickly. I never knew what that knowing nothing about yourself could make you feel so powerless. In this case, until you remember your name. I'll give you the name Toya, written in the characters for 18. It became more and more confusing every time. Hachiju Toya. What do you think? Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Wait. What? Same person theory? What? 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 Okay, it became weird. What do you mean? What do you think? Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Yeah, I must say I've impressed myself very much with this one. Hachijo Ikuko gave a satisfied laugh. From there on, I took the name of Hachijo Toya. My inability to move my body was apparently due to a traffic accident. On that day, I was been by a car, and Ikuko has picked me up from where I lay on the street. If she hadn't hit the brakes, she probably wouldn't... Who is this? She probably wouldn't driven straight onwards, thinking she'd run over a dead dog or something. Later on, I perhaps rudely suspected that the one who hit me might have been Ikuko herself, but when I saw her completely undamaged front bumper, I gave up on this theory. Hachijo Ikuko lived in a small but lovely mansion at the top of a small hill, in a village with a view of the sea. She also owned a hill behind her and was more than capable of enjoying the 4 seasons in privacy. As time passed slowly, my rehabilitation continued and my ability to move improved little by little. However, it seemed I really had suffered some sort of brain damage. Finding out who I was looked like it would be a very difficult task. In the beginning, when I couldn't bear not knowing my identity, my head often hurt so much that I felt as though it would explode. However, as I slowly accepted the fact that I was a new person, with the new name of Hachijo Toya, the headaches became less frequent. The whole time, no memories returned to me except the fact that I had been 18. However, I was unable to remember anymore, unable to be sure that 18 was my true age, and eventually I stopped trying to remember my former self. Good morning, Toya. There was quite a storm last night. Were you able to sleep well? I have some troubles falling asleep, so I decided to read your manuscript. My, how far did you manage to get? I finished it. Now that's a surprise. You managed to read through it all that in a single night? I was surprised too. Once I got into it, I finished before I knew it. It was like I was just skimming it, or maybe like I was reading each page in a glance. Sounds like you have some talent at the speed reading. So, how was it? What do you think of it? I liked it a lot. Still, you don't explain the part about the ocean current a bit more clearly. It might have been unfair for the reader. Oh, but I thought it was great that you had the foreshadowing with a ring right here at the beginning. After I finished, I had to go back to the beginning and slap myself for being so easily tricked. I think that feeling's the best part of a detective novel. Did I say something to offend you? If I did, I apologize. Of course not. Why are you apologizing? I'm just shocked, that's all. The patience of your remarks is commendable. It seems you might also have some talent as a critic or a detective novel writer. Detective novel writer. A critic. From across the fog of oblivion, it seemed to remember myself fighting and arguing about mysteries, or something like that. The way of fighting, which I must have learned in the past, sent a surge of excitement through me. Mystery. Fighting. My head hurt. I accepted the painkiller and swallowed it with the fresh water brought up from the well. Who am I, really? But no matter how much I thought, I couldn't remember. I was told that the frequency of my headaches could be lessened by brain surgery, but also that there was no guarantee that it would do my memory any good. Ikuko said that she would let me have surgery if I wanted it. However, I refused. Ikuko just took this person in and like, as her pet. Even if I can't remember it, the real me is still here, sleeping inside my head. I was scared that the surgery might harm me somehow. But now I've gotten used to dealing with headaches. As long as I don't force myself to remember the past, the headaches don't torment me every day. So bit by bit, I became free of the headaches and got used to my new life as Hachijo Toya. I'm in such a huge confusion. I have no idea what's going on. Gradually, my interest shifted from myself to Ikuko. Hachijo Ikuko. A very strange woman. First off, she was apparently the daughter of a very well-off family, just as she had said. However, she was considerably eccentric, and the various mischievous incidents she spoke of had apparently gotten her within an inch of being disowned. As a result, she had been given this house, and had been ordered to live here quietly and alone. She had never been practically a social person, so she happily accepted this new state of affairs, living however she pleased with servants to take care of her. Every time they mention fighting in the context of mystery, I'm just imagining a Sherlock Holmes type guy with a top hat and a thick mustache going hand to hand against the book. Weird thing. She had no friends. No one ever came to visit. Beside me, the only one she ever talked to was Bern, an old black cat that she kept as a pet. I didn't know her real age. She didn't seem to be too old to marry yet, but she wasn't likely to meet anyone new leading an isolated life like this. Despite her insistence that she just hadn't met anyone worth her trouble, I felt as though she'd already given up on marriage. Her everyday life changed very little. Weird remark, but okay. She would either read through the many detective novels that were brought to her, or else write detective novels herself. At first, I thought she was some novelist at a private retreat, plugging away at a new book. However, the manuscript she finished just ended up clipping together in a pile. With me as a sole exception, I didn't look like she gave them to anyone else to read. A novelist is someone who writes novels for others people to read, so I figured you could hardly call her a novelist when she quit writing novels no one would ever read. Ikuko-san, why don't you ever show this to anyone? I showed them to you. Only the better ones, of course. Haven't you even thought of sending one to some publishing company? It's a shame for things to be this way when your work are so interesting. So, Hachijo Toya pretends to be writing all of those, but Hachijo Ikuko is a real one who writes it in the real world, I guess. It doesn't say time, right? So it's supposed to be prior to Enji jumping off the building, or maybe not. It's if we assume that real-life Hachijo Toya is reading Ushiramiya Diary at the same time as Enji falling from the building, which... I don't know, is it true? Maybe? No? So it's somebody completely different. Or it's Enji. It could be Beata, or Shannon, or whatever the fuck. My work can stand up against the pros. I sent one in... My works can stand up against the pros. I sent one in once, but it was absolutely no good. I understand my position. This is just an amateur's pastime. I don't think amateur is a fitting word for someone who's so well versed in detective novels from all times and places across the world. Being a beginner doesn't mean you make a good cook. Reading every detective novel you can get your hands on provides no guarantee of being a good detective novelist. It could be a factor though. That's how it is. That's why this is nothing more than a pastime. Is it really fun to write novels that you won't show to anyone? It used to be, once. What about now? I like getting to hear your opinions. At any rate, I finished writing the chapter. I'll go make some tea, so would you mind reading it again and sharing your thoughts with me? Saying this with a smile, Ikuko thrust a pile of manuscript paper at me. When it comes to detective novels, reading and writing are the same. It's boring if you just do it by yourself. You only get something really precious when you share the world with someone else. Headache. Toya? Are you okay? I'll go get some headache medicine. It's fine. It's more interesting in the manuscript. I can wait for the new chapter. It could be about me, basically, you know? How little it narrows it down. I mean, it's all the same. Beatrice is the same person, so it doesn't really narrows it down. So it doesn't really not narrows it down. The season passes. Seasons passes. Together with Ikuko, in this town whose names I didn't even know, I spent my days debating detective novels and talking about ideas for new plots. At a glance, they may have appeared to be stale and unproductive days. However, I found satisfaction with my new life as Hachijo Toya. And so the curtain closed on the stage of Kurukubi Island. The end. With a dramatic flourish of your fountain pen, Ikuko signed that your manuscript was now complete. What do you think? I just tried using my plot to make Tsujiko's tragic love scene at the end a bit more moving. I think it's very good. I think the last farewell is sad enough to make it moving as a story, not just reasoning puzzle. That's thanks to your plot. Compared to this work, everything I've written before now is worth little more than scrap paper. Even as I was writing it, I was excited to be the first person in the world who got to read it. I've never felt that before. I just mentioned some ideas. You're the one who turned them into such a fascinating story, Ikuko-san. Before I knew it, she had roped me in as well, and I too had dipped my toes into the world of detective novel writing. Apparently, the old me had possessed some knowledge of mysteries and detective novels and the like, and my talents seemed to be of a fairly unorthodox kind. I turned famous mysteries from across the world on their head, always looking to twist the ideas into something new. However, a few ideas aren't enough to make a book. No meal is complete if all you can do is chop up vegetables. It was thanks to Ikuko's writing, a skill she had built up over many years, that my ideas were transformed to a work of fiction. This first work that we had uttered together was the strange tale of Kurakubi Island. It brought out the best of our individual quirks, and though I hate to brag, it turned out into a masterpiece that we could show to anyone without shame. Hello? Please bring us some champagne. Bring a glass for yourself as well. This is the best work ever created within these walls. Let's celebrate. Ikuko called for some champagne over the internal phone line. Mosquitoes? Cool. Love it. Joined by the servant who happened to be working that day and a cat burn, we've raised our glasses high and toasted our accomplishment. Ikuko-san, I have an idea if you don't mind. Let's hear it. There's never on time for your ideas, as long as I'm not the shower or on the can. Why don't we try submitting our books? I've never read something this interesting before. I'm sure lots of people will want to read it. You think so? I read once in the past thinking the same thing, but the result was... I believe in your talent, Ikuko-san. What about you? Of course I believe in your talent. Then it's decided. To Ikuko-san's big debut. To Doe's big debut. We clean our glasses once more. The evening wore on. But one day, a mysterious stranger came into here, and he recognized me. It's gonna go some stupid way. We must have had too much to drink. Before I knew, I must have passed out on the sofa. There was a blanket covering me. Ikuko-san must put it here. The lights were out in the study, but it wasn't dark. The computer's monitor was glowing. Computer? Outside, it started to rain. It reminded me of the day Ikuko-san found me and took me in. Because of that, whenever it rains, I find myself wondering who I was, and I usually get headaches. Computer mentioned. Incredible. So I wasn't sure whether the pain was because of the rain or because I drank too much. Ikuko-san, turn on the lights. Using the computer in the dark is bad for your eyes. Uh-oh. Oh, did I wake you up? No, I slept well. Thanks to that, I feel refreshed. I turned on the lights and looked out through the gap in the curtains. As I thought, it was the sort of pouring rain that always reminded me of the day. It's raining pretty hard out here. The winds look pretty strong too. I hope the rain gutters don't get clogged with leaves again. I just had them checked the other day, so they should be fine for a while. Your answer sounded a little abstracted. Apparently your attention was absorbed by the computer. You've been pretty hooked on this computer lately, Ikuko-san. Did you find an interesting article or something? It may be a bit juvenile, but it's still pretty interesting. You know, the Rikijima incident. Rikijima? I told you about the Rikijima mysteries a few days ago, remember? It's been really huge and innate lately. The discussions, theories, and especially the forgeries have been quite entertaining. The forgeries are stories with a premise that the farther message bottle sent by Shiremiya Maria existed and washed up on one of the nearby islands. Only too happy to share your knowledge to the subject, Ikuko continued her explanation at length. However, a huge bell was clanging inside my head. The noise was so great that I thought my head would split open. Unable to tell what the floor and what was the ceiling, I crumpled and clutched at my head. Toya, are you okay? My head hurts. The Rikijima explosion accident, the many disquieting rumors surrounding it, the scheming of the relatives of Shiremiya Kinzo's vast wealth and the hidden gold. And the truth? Shiremiya, the sole survivor, said nothing. Eventually, the granddaughter of Shiremiya, who escaped harm because she was absent on that day, would inherit everything. Angie, Ushiramiya, Angie. I'm Ushiramiya. She didn't say Angie. She didn't say Angie. Still could be Yasu or something. No good. My head is splitting. An incomprehensible scene. It could be Maria. An incomprehensible scene pierced my eyelids from the inside like a blade of light. Rosa, Kraus, Kumasawa. Just what am I looking at? Who are these people calling to me, but not by the name Toya? Jessica? Oh, Jessica is here. It couldn't be Jessica. No, Maria is here. Am I Angie? Really? Who am I? Who are these people? What is this memory? Help me, Ikuko. Somebody else's memory is hurting me. My head's splitting. Oh, she looked so bad. Akira. Sorry, I couldn't resist. I can hear the sorrowful sound of wind. And that must be rain. Who am I again? I am Shiremiya. Angie! Angie! Please say something! Voices. Voices calling to me. Okay, it was Angie. Dad and Mom. It can't be them. In 1986 in Rikijima, Mom and Dad... Angie, hang in here! Can you hear Daddy's voice? Please say something, Angie! Mom, Dad, I'll say it out loud. Mom, Dad, Angie! Angie, thank goodness! I could feel my body being lifted up firmly and hugged roughly. Mom and Dad were hugging me. My eyelids had been open for a while now. I could feel the light slowly returning into my eyes. Just like your eyes get used to the dark, my eyes got used to the light, and bit by bit, the scene around me came into view. Oh, we are in the Golden Land, okay. However, it was an unusual sign which seemed to be very far away. My body is being hugged by Mom and Dad. Dad was sniffing, his face covered with tears. There were tears in Mom's eyes too as she hugged me tight. It was so strong that it hurt a bit. I was the bad kid who wasn't obedient, who always had an excuse, and who always tried to do the opposite of what your parents said. That was why they were holding me tight, to make sure I didn't head down their own path. As my eyelids adjusted, I could see other people besides my parents. Everyone was here. Cheers-san, Jessica One-chan, Maria One-chan. My uncles and aunts. Even Sakutaro. And then there was a witch Virgilia and Renault and... Where... You're very fortunate. By chance, we found you drifting in the waves of a sea of emptiness. You were in terrible state. It looked much... so right now is Angie, right? Though Toya seemed to be another person. So this right now is Angie, right? I mean it is. As you see, she's on the screen. I don't know what the Toya was about. That's weird. And Toya before mentioned the Ikoko person. You were in a terrible state. It took much time to make you remember your true form. Beatrice. So this is... the Golden Land. Your whole family has been waiting here for you to return. We knew you would come home. Did I come back because I was supposed to? Didn't I return to the form I was meant to have and then... No, you did come home. That's right. You made it back here because you wanted to come home to us. Dad... Mom... You don't need to say anything. You've been on a great and a terrible journey, haven't you? You took the journey all by yourself. You understand now, don't you? You won't forget again? I understand that this is a place you can always call home. I know. When I gave that answer, Mom and Dad hugged me again. Her tears fell onto my face. They were Mom and Dad's tears. Alright, might not be the best way to put it, but I'm so glad. Glad you came home. Aunt Eva, feel free to hate me as much as you want, but give your Mom and Dad a million kisses. Give a kiss to everyone who cared about you so much. Aunt Eva. And say I'm home to your other mother. Mom gave me a push from behind and I stumbled forward towards my other mother. Eva. Mom. Angie-chan. If only I'd called you on that day, I might have never messed up. We might have been able to create a new world together. It's in the past now. You've come home. You don't need to say anything else. Mom! Mom! Welcome home, Angie-chan. You're my precious daughter. Mom, you were always, to the very end, the one looking out for me the most. The two of them hugged each other quietly, burying their faces in the other's shoulders and sobbing. The truce wasn't worth anything at all. In the first place, the truce is always in the past. The point of a future isn't to learn what happened in the past. What really matters is whether I truly live and prosper in the truth that is the now. How can there be any truth in a life not truly lived? Back when I only ever... What does this mean? What does this even mean, Angie? Back when I only ever tried to see the truth of the past, it was nothing more than a ghost trapped in the past. Since this time, I haven't lived a single day. Now, I truly understand that this is what the real truth is. I will live, and I've remembered how much everyone loved me. Because I was young and selfish, I didn't remember until now. The kind grandpa who always spoiled me. The entertaining aunts and uncles. To learn for Angie to change her behavior, she literally have to die. Is this normal? This is fucked up. The truth is not worth anything at all. It's all in the past, and the future is what it matters. We know in this since several chapters ago. You don't say. The entertaining aunts and uncles. All of the kind and gentle servants. It was always warm. Why only Conan was here? And yet, because I was young and cruel, I never even tried to retain any of those memories. Everyone had distorted by my irresponsible imagination, and I completely forgot how things were. Now I can remember clearly, and I understand. It's true that Halloween quiz party itself was an illusion. We never did anything like that. But there were all kinds of other fun things that... Heck. Sorry. Hold on, water. Because Conan is Conan. But there were all kinds of other fun things we did do when the relatives gathered. Things that were no more or less fun than that party. Then, for the first time since the start of the game, I went to each and every one of them to greet them, thank them, and apologize. To thank Grandpa for always pampering me. To thank my aunts and uncles. To thank the cousins for always playing with me, even though I was so selfish. I don't get something. Why? What? So Angie learned the truth from Auntie Eva's diary. She did not accept it. She was like, I can write my own truth, and the truth that Auntie Eva is a culprit is much better, much worse than the one that's in the book. So supposedly the truth in the book was that everybody was actually nice to her or something. I don't know. Well, I'll come over this later. I have no clue. What actually is going to happen? Or happened? Whatever. So she killed herself after learning the truth, because what she thought the truth was better or worse than what was written in the book. She killed herself. And we don't know what's actually happening to her in real world, but in Witch's world, they bite her to pieces and send her in oblivion. And then in oblivion, because she was having Hachijo Toya hallucinations or something. I don't know. It actually... maybe... It's hard to... it's hard to understand what actually happened in the real world. So whatever. She was dumped into oblivion. She was having some sort of dreams in oblivion. Kind of subconscious dreams that made her want to come back to these people. And now she reformed her behavior because of what? Because of the real truth? Because she accepted the real truth? Or... I don't get it. I think the cousins were always playing with me, even though I was so selfish. Or the truth is the worst version of what's happened on the island, her own worst truth, which maybe we know? I'm still not super sure. The power of love and friendship, of course. And to thank the creature of fantasy and apologize to them. I think I said something horrible to Sakutara once in the past. Maybe, I don't know. And to Maria-chan, Anna-chan too. Maria Anna-chan, you really were a witch, weren't you? I've always been a witch. You approached the level yourself once, didn't you? No, I never really understood. I felt sorry for you and your magic. I could only feel sorry for you. So I couldn't pick up a fragment of happiness. I couldn't even find one. You told me that yourself once, Anna-chan. It can't be helped. It makes two to create a universe. I had Beato, but you were all alone. No, If only I could have called Aunt Eva Mom, there would have been two of us. I'm sure I'd have been able to create a new world with the same magic you used, my Yonechan. All of it is my fault. The message battles I threw into the sea for fun caused a distortion in your future and wore you down. I bear responsibility for that. How this works? It was... I said something bad to Sakotaro. No, that wasn't a mistake. You did the Lord. We're great here. Oh. Yeah, seriously. It's all because of your message battles. Because of those people started copying you and making forgeries. Why is it happening? Beatrice is like, it's all my fault. And I just like, yeah, that's true. Because of those people who started copying you and making forgeries, growing into story, into something crazy. However, the message battles thrown into the sea by Beata did not name a specific person as a culprit. One of the forgers swore a plausible forgery that had Ushiramiya Eva as a culprit, which spread like wildfire. I should have known better than anyone that it couldn't possibly be true, but even I accepted it in the end. It isn't your fault, Beata. No matter how many people around me had their baseless suspicions, there shouldn't be only one truth inside me. And yet, so easily, I abandoned my warm memories of you all, and surrendered my heart to them. No, if I had not thrown the message battles, future Kojima would have never become a flourishing ground for such bizarre misconceptions. I bear responsibility for it all. True. That's right. It really is your fault after all. It's really irritating to hear you say it so boldly. I changed my mind. You have your shine for blame as well. What the hell? Yeah, you're right. You were at fault, and so was I. Not again! Why? I forgot to save. Oh, kill me. Sorry? Yay! Yeah, show me error again. Why? Why? Can I just finish it? We're so close. We're so close. Sorry. It's all my fault. No, it's my fault, me. No, it's the bomb's fault. Oh, we need to go through all of this shit again. Excuse me, we need to go through 3 hours of content? Cool. Umineko crushing arc. Holy fuck. So, it's gonna take a while. How's the weather? How's the weather today? Oh, see, here she gonna... Blah, 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 your guest has departed. Okay. Here she gonna say... Single truth, blah, 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 Ushiramiya, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. So much yapping. Oh. Hold on. I do wish... What? Toyo-sama has woken up. What is this? A phone call. Let them... I'm busy. It isn't that. Toyo-sama had woken up. Thank you. Prepare a light meal. Enough for the two of us. As you wish. I just stood up. So... The timing is weird here. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Umineko speedrunning. I was thinking that I think there could really easily adapt Umineko first chapters into an anime. I think there is a... If you understand how to solve the mysteries in it, you can only like save the parts that are important for the plot and just leave everything else out. Maybe? Like, I don't know, they yap a lot in all of the stories. And if you really want it, I feel like if you went through all of the Umineko and you cut all the bullshit and you only leave the part that is important, But you need to be a person that understood what's what, right? I feel like it could be much slower. Slower or faster? Faster. Best pacing would have been much better. Because pacing is the biggest issue with this. But actually, I thought in the beginning that it's not gonna be worth it and I'm just wasting my time. But now I feel like it's worth it. Like, now I would have recommended this to other people to read if they're unemployed, obviously. If they had a job, no way, watch the anime. Someone new entered the stream. Whoa, you read the Umineko this fast? Yeah, totally. Well, again, there is a Umineko anime, which is beginning of a question mark, I think. Then again, I haven't seen it in its entirety. Oh, you started watching it? Yeah, I was thinking about Umineko anime, but I was thinking about it. I kind of want to yap more about the story, about what I think about the story. Let's save it right here for no reason at all. But I'll better finish it first and then yap in the end. I have... Also, when I played the first 4 episodes, I really didn't like them. But now, I think back on it, and I think, holy shit, this was literally the best part. Like, Beata was really awesome in them. It was really cool mystery novels, and now, I don't know, if I ever reread like the novel itself from the beginning, I feel like I would have as much... I feel like reading the chapters would be much more fun for me. Maybe it was meant that way? Maybe not. Or skimmed through it for a bit to see where it started and ended. Also more the curiosity to see how some stuff looks in anime form, but again, basically haven't really seen it. I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna interact with every possible Umineko media after this. I wanna also watch Higurashi animes. Because, you know, Bercastel and Delta are in them. I wanna watch anime, I wanna read manga. I also wanna watch the stage, if they have a stage recording. Or not. Maybe stage is not on the internet. Stage play? Stage play is called stage play. Including Golden Fantasia, Mediocre Fighting Game. No, fuck that. I saw Golden Fantasia on Steam though. Fuck Golden Fantasia. Oh, there is also... I read Wikipedia article that there is also another Umineko chapter after this with like some new witch in it, but I'm not gonna read it. I don't think I'm gonna read it. Oh! And there is also... There is Higurashi when they cry, Umineko when they cry, and there is Zirconia when they cry. Let's save this here again. And Zirconia it goes after Umineko, and it only has 1 episodes out that come out before COVID. And I feel like if they ever finish it, if Ryukishi ever finishes it... Oh, we are writing saves. That's cool. If Ryukishi ever finishes it, I wanna play it. I wanna play it all. Sometimes it's better to end the story when it well ends. I mean, it's not explicit continuation of the story, but it's kind of like Higurashi. Like, Higurashi was completely different story, but some of the characters were the same with this story, and it's all about like witches and magical boards and all of that. And I feel it's cool that the author explodes exploring the concept of the magic board and of like time loop in a way. It's not exactly time loop, it's just like a game board, legitimately. And it's cool that I was here for 200 hours, and there is still stuff to come back to, right? There is still a lot of replayability to this, even though it's not a game. I like it. There explodes, not down to all that's evil bones. The other explodes. Oh. Oh. Oh, we're close. Song without a name, full instrumental. Wait, where did we cut off last time? Okay, let's be careful. We replacing saves. I will live. Will you? Hold on, some water. We read it before? Or did we? Yeah, we did. Okay. 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 That would really suck if those crashes... Oh! Here we go. If those crashes didn't fix themselves on the second try trying to play them. Blah blah blah. Vishamanji, it's not your fault. It isn't your fault, Beata, no matter how many people around had... Okay, here we go. However, the message battles thrown to the sea by Beata did not name a specific person as a culprit. One of the forgers wrote a plausible forgery that had Ushiramiya Eva as a culprit, which spread like a wildfire. I should have known better than anyone else that it couldn't possibly be true, but even I accepted it in the end. It isn't your fault, Beata. No matter how many people around we have their baseless suspicion, there shouldn't be only one truth inside me, and yet so easily I abandoned my warm memories of all of you and surrendered my heart to them. No, if I had not thrown the message battles, yeah, it's all your fault after all, yep. It's a little irritating to hear you say it so boldly. I changed my mind, you were the fault, and so were I still. It's stupid for us to attack each other. After all, I'm a witch of a future, you're a witch of a past. I should be using that magic to build my future. We both bear responsibility in some way, but neither of us has the right to blame the other. I knew you could do it, Angie. I knew you could be able to understand mirror sorcery teaching. You're right. As a final member of mirror sorcery, it's my responsibility to pass on your magic. My magic can make everyone happy. Indeed, you have both pure magic and wicked magic at your fingertips. That's true. Magic can change completely depending on your heart. You can use magic properly without the proper guidance, and proper magic can guide people to happiness. It's a wonderful thing. Bringing people happiness is the sole reason that witches wield magic. I'm very pleased that we have finally able to pass this lesson on the last line of Endless Witches. Sorry if I fell into pass it down myself at all. Witch of a future, Angie Beatrice, I hereby retract your expulsion from mirror sorcery. I knew Angie would come back. Congratulations, Angie-sama. I will leave gravely in the background of her throwing herself off. Are you sure about this? Oh, also, I do have a commission to make at the end of the story. But that will be for the end, the Yappy arc, extra arc. Chapter, even hee. Okay. Congratulations, Angie-sama. Back in the days when I traveled together with you all, I remember thinking I understood all this, but I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The witches cannot create a universe unless there are two. In the future, you will be alone. Will you really be okay? Yeah, I will be okay. I'm not alone anymore. I will live with everyone. And I'll live in the future. I swear to keep living so that I can pass on the magic of mirror sorcery. Marionette's magic has saved me too. There are a lot of people out here who needs magic. Teaching it in the right way and saving as many people as I can is my mission as the final witch of mirror sorcery. Will you truly be able to do so? Of course, I have the power to do it. There's a golden magic that my predecessor, Eva Beatrice, spent so much time building. I've inherited all of that, right? If only my health had held out a little longer. I was planning to spend all of it on myself. As Angie laughed, tears poured from her eyes again. Everyone surrounded Angie with their kind, warm smiles. The pain, power, is building. Butler stood alone in the rose garden maze, letting the rain quietly fall on him. So dramatic. After searching for some time, Angie found him. A new son. Angie, who had feeling guilty, sensed anger in her brother's expression. So she thought he was going to hit her, but he hugged her. She shut her eyes tight. However, her brother touched her softly. She patted her head gently. See? The truth wasn't anything important, was it? I still want to know. No, it wasn't. Even though you were here, waiting for me to come home in such a warm world, I had my back turned the whole time. You learned the truth. Yeah. So, any hopes you had of so miraculously surviving and coming back has been crushed. However, you now have a new mission and new hope to help you live in the future. You kept those precious hopes safe for me, and I opened the box with my own hand and let them all escape. It turned out worse than Pandora's box. The truth I didn't need to know flew out of the box, along with all my hopes, leaving nothing inside but empty space. That's okay. It's open now, and that's true, and that's that. An empty box isn't so bad. It's a clean state, a fresh start. And anyway, if you're harboring false hopes, something it's better to just put out the torrents. Oh! We should take another break, but hold on. A little later, Butler laughed heartily. Then, with the same smile on his face, he told her, "We're already dead. Yeah." Let's be honest, if they were real siblings as a suicide for myself, it would be more like, told you! How does it feel to stand before such a genius, Nice. You lived 12 years in the hope that we might still be alive. Not anymore. That's over and done with. Yeah. I know. Starting now, I've stepped towards into a new life. Beata put Rukijima in the cat box. The next witch, Auntie Eva, guarded the lid of a cat box your whole life. The witch after that was you, and you opened the lid. But so what? What does the truth of the past matters? Yeah. From now on, I'll truly live, and I'll make my own personal truth prosper. Why is she 180 I don't get it. Final witch on rare sorcery. Probably it's connected to what actually happened. I've read Maria's Grimoire. It's a great book with some really good stuff written in it. Even the Bible needs a translator, so Maria's Grimoire probably needs one too. You will be that translator. You got it to teach it to kids who are in the position you once were. That's your mission as a new witch of future. Converting children into religion? Okay. Yeah. I'm gone. But I'll always be behind you, watching over you. I know. And not just you. Everyone else too. We all love you, and will love you forever and ever. Don't forget that. I won't. Never, never ever. Lenji leaped into Butler's chest and sobbed. Humans are sad creatures who can learn but not unlearn. She had already learned. It was cruel, terrifying, merciless thing, capable of destroying even a miracle called hope. However, there was still one tiny fragment left gripped in her hand. Her family's love. If Angie could just remember that love and hold on to it tightly, then she could surely live on. She could stop herself from taking that single step into nothingness. Besides, the Rikijima cat box hasn't yet opened completely. You've just taken a peek at what's inside, so now you must be the lead yourself. And this time, you'll be the one to protect everyone inside the cat box. Me and Dad and Kirisa, the cousins and the uncles and the aunts, grandfather and the servants, and all of the fantasy people. Yeah, this time, I have to protect everyone. Then shouldn't you hurry up a bit? From the other side of a rosebush came the sound of a popcorn being eaten. It was Lambda Delta. I'm pretty sure you know this, but Bern is just about to hold a big party for the Book of a Single Truth. She's gathered beings from heavens and from hell, from the split worlds and from parallel worlds. If she announced what's in that book in a place like that, it'll be too late, won't it? I'm going. I gave Bercastel that key. It's my responsibility. I'll go and bring it back. The City of Books, is it? There's no way for us to get in. There's a barrier around this place. She gave me this. With it, I can come and go as I please. What an idiot. She forgot to collect it when she threw me away. And she flashed through her pocket, and there was jingling sound. It was a bell with a blue ribbon tied to it. That's it. One of those temporary entry passes that you get when you turn in your invitation. As soon as you have that, at least one of you will be able to get into the City of Books. Well, as long as someone takes your action at the Sea of Fragments first. Number Delta. Take me to the City of Books. Angie. This is my way of taking responsibility. I'll see that the Book of a Single Truth isn't made public. Are you serious? That place is a den of monsters among monsters. Now that you've been lost Burn's protection, you'll be weaker than a fly. You'll smashed and will be the end of you. Ah, the bell was stolen from Angie's hand. Lambda Delta, I'll go here. I just need you to take me and send me on my way. It's an empty creature anyway, unable to exist outside the cat box. Angie, on the other hand, has to live on into the future, and you're also a person with a future. So I'll go. I have nothing to lose. No, it's my responsibility, my way of making up for what I did. If I don't do it myself, the future won't change at all, and I won't be able to save the cat box of the future. Angie tried to snatch the bell from Butler's hand, but Butler had no intention of giving it up. The two of them were grimly serious, but from the sidelines it just looked like an ordinary squabble between two close siblings. Noveletta watched this conversation and shrugged. If she just had to take either one of them to the City of Books, she wouldn't have to make any enemies, and there was no risk to her. All she cared about was which one would make the story more interesting, nothing else. But then she finally noticed. Hold on! Hold on a sec, you two! Hold on! What's your problem? Save it for later. We're having an important sibling discussion here. Okay, first off, let go of each other. Butler's holding the bell now, right? Jump, Butler! Jump? Like this? Jingle jingle. You're next, Angie. Try jumping. Why me as well? Jingle jingle? Huh? Why? If Butler was holding the bell, where did the sound come from? Angie immediately searched through her pockets. When she did, another blue ribbon bell came out of a different— Yo, the two of them going! That was Ex Machina bell? When? What? Okay, probably it's somewhere in the story. I just didn't notice. Now that I think about it, it's funny now how we don't hear much about the other families. Family of spouses, then again, they may have appeared earlier and this didn't see them. Yeah, there was Curie-san's family was mentioned, and that's mostly it. The terrible thing that could have destroyed the miracle called hope. Me taking OS symbol, me hope for Superman, Kryptonite. Clara Cohn, the secret character of Umineko, totally. When she did, another blue ribbon bell came out of a different pocket than the first one. They saw the same, aren't they? No way! Why are there two? I was only given one of them. I don't know why, but the point is, you got in two bells that gets you into the City of Books. Therefore, I don't have to sit here and watch the two of you play with each other. Oh, play with each other anymore. Oh my god. The pair of them gripped the bells and looked at each other. From the very beginning, the game was belonged for the two of you. There's just been a slight change to whose opponent is. This game isn't a competition between you two. It's a fight over the cat box, with the two who wants to close the lid on one team and Burn who wants it open on the other. Angie has moved from Burn's team to Butler's team. That's all there is to it. Number Delta, take us to the City of Books. I hope you know I'm just taking you there. After all, I'm done being anything but a spectator. I'm just gonna be sitting nearby and watching to see exactly how you fight, what you do, and how Burn is going to make mincemeat out of you both. Number Delta, thank you. I like how at least at the moment the characters and us, why don't have two in the game of the, I don't know. Whoop. Siege of the Fleet. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Shannon Cannon stood guards in front of the door of the Golden Land. We should take a break. 'Cause I don't know what to do. 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 ' We should take a break. Okay, break 5 minutes or maybe more. Who knows? Sorry. We're back. We're gonna finish it. Chapter 15. We're so close. We're like maybe an hour out. That's fine. We'll finish it today. For sure, for sure. Okay. Sorry, running. Sorry. Let me check something quick and we'll continue. Oh, okay. I can check it. I'm not logged in. Then that's fine. They glared quietly and fearlessly at the eerie feet of ships across the horizon. Shan slowly lifted her hands. Conan also raised his right hand, and blade that trailed red appeared here. Stop right here! I forbid you to come any closer! If you do, I'll kill you! They could see a single Dinghy leave the fleet and approach them. They couldn't tell if it was a messenger or the first wave. Shan and Conan watched it cautiously. Yo! Pirate head! What the hell? No way, hold on. Sorry. We need to prolong the break. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna be here. Hold on. I quickly need to go to Photoshop for some reason. For reasons unknown. Hold on. But first I need to go to umineko, sprites. Erika? She's supposed to be Erika or she's supposed to be Furudo? Eri 2. It's all mouses. Okay, it's the wrong one. Eri 1. Okay, she's here. None of them in a hat. She had sit here. Okay. Oh, here the hat. Okay, now I need to open Photoshop. Hold on. Hold. Oh, she's in a wedding dress here. Damn. Totally unrelated and sketchy reasons. Okay, it took a while to load my Photoshop for some reason. Cool. Thanks. Really helpful. The music is unnecessary. Dramatic. Boreal. Aurora Boreal? Like this? Borealis? No? Will it open? Could close my Steam window. A sea shanty sound for the background of this part would have been funny. Maybe not appropriate, but still funny. Hold. What? Oh, it's opening. Finally. Took just 5 whole minutes to open it, huh? I also have open 07 expansion wiki because I needed to copy a quote from Epitaph to my title today. And I didn't know how to spell Beatrice. I should have known. Okay, maybe not. It's also it's also Beatrice, right? I question it a lot. It's not Beatrice, right? Because in Japanese it's spelled like Beatrice, not Beatrice. And in Dante she's Beatrice too and not Beatrice, maybe? Because in my native language she is Beatrice. And Beatrice is really like English way of saying it. New file. Oh, holy shit. Okay. Well, it's gonna take a while. Sorry for prolonged break. I should have maybe waited down a break, but I didn't know she had a hat. I wonder if I can... It's Italian, isn't how you've been saying it. Yo. We love Italian. We love Italian. No, not really. How big is the Sprite? Not that big, okay. Lesson 2. Okay, I need to mute because I need to move stuff a little bit around. See you in like 3 minutes or something, I hope. Okay? Sorry for even more delay. Sorry. Be patient with me, please. Holy shit, life is good. Hold on. That's amazing. I feel amazing. I feel so good. I feel so good. Look at me. Look how good I look. Look at this. It's huge. It's huge. So I have terrible news. In the meantime of breaks, I've been writing a document. A quick copy and paste the chat in chat later, where I have the confession I mentioned before and some closing thoughts in the end. It's 459 words at the moment. Don't you want to read that? No, I want to read it. I want a discussion. I want a discussion. Send it later. Send it later. Let's finish the game first. Sorry, I was stalling for so long. I'm so sorry, but you know, it's for fun reasons. Yeah, let's save it because you know. At the head of the tingly route by goat stood Erika. I feel so good having a huge head. Where had she gotten that headgear from? Where did I gotten that headgear from? Maybe she was trying to look the part of a fleet's leader. The object of that was Erika's head, as she glared at them with an audacious smile, appeared to be a pirate hat. I've come to deliver our terms. There will be no room for negotiations. Please open the gate. Khan and Shannon looked at each other. I need to move mic a little. Sorry. Erika was the one offering the deal. It wasn't likely to be anything agreeable. However, if they turned her away, the attack would probably begin at once. Since they were in a firmly inferior position, they wanted to buy time by any means they could. As Shannon nodded, Khan erased his words. Why is your message red? Oh, it's because you mentioned my name. Okay, sorry. You captain, please. Captain, please. Yo, exactly. Respect my authority. The Golden Land was filled with a hard downpour accomplished by occasional thunder. Realizing that this weather spoke with their emotions, Erika smiled once more boldly. At the center of a golden land was an arbor surrounded by the golden rose garden. A large number of humans and fantasy creatures were there, arguing about something. Even without asking, it was easy to guess the nature of the debate, their anguished expressions. After all, in a life of their situation, they didn't have many options they could take. In the detection Erika has been led, with her goat guards alongside her. Beato stood waiting, accompanied by the Chester sister troops. Noticing Beato, Erika gave the bow that at least appeared graceful. Beato followed suit and gave the sort of graceful bow that was rarely seen from her. I am Beatrice, the golden and the endless witch, the master of a golden land. Announce yourselves. As though hearing that she was more than ready to go through with their farce, Beato introduced herself boldly and requested that Erika do the same. Yo, pirate rules! We've been dispatched from the great witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating's noble city of careful selected books. I am the witch of truth and commander for the library fleet, which is committed by bestowing honor and protection on books. My name is Furuda Erika. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Shall we get down to business? You're out to celebrate. We of the library fleet, dedicated to offering honor and protection to books, have come to bring good news to you all. First, I would like to announce that, after careful selection, the City of Books was acknowledged and accepted the game board created by the endless witch Beatrice as a great and honorable book. Huh. That is indeed a great honor. The game board is profoundly entertaining, an original masterpiece worthy of close study. It deserves to be released for all of our subjects to read. And so the City of Books has ordered us to grant eternal honor and protection to this game board. This is quite long and boring. Get to the point. We demand that you hand the entirety of this game board over to the Honorable City of Books. Doing so will give the board and its pieces the greatest honor and protection imaginable. Is this some academia critic? What is this? And if we refuse, you will be protected for the crime of monopolizing a great cultural artifact that ought to be shared amongst all of your subject. We are here to notify you of the impending assault, one which be waged by us to protect the benefits that are rightful property of all the subject, not yours alone. What about pirate rules? There are more than guidelines and rules. God damn, on the Pirates of the Caribbean's references are endless. Damn. I didn't watch Pirates of Caribbean since I was a kid, so I don't remember much. Are you not concerning that the shared property of all subject might be destroyed in an assault of yours? According to the Great Library Protective Regulations, should a criminal guilty of monopolization of a cultural artifact attempt to hold the aforementioned hostage in a refusal to surrender, the executive fleet may prioritize arrest over its protective duties provided that they obtain permission from the Great Court. And of course we had already obtained the Great Court's written authorization. I imagine the word arrest is closely followed by dead or alive, am I right? My, I'm impressed that she can read through my tiny letters. Now, enough fooling around. Let's hear your answer. Let's hear your answer. What do we have to gain by accepting your conditions? Both of us will be saved a troublesome task. Furthermore, your brave and noble act will be written down as a glorious final chapter in the City of Books. You do understand, right? You have no chance of winning. This won't even be a fight. It will be you sitting here at the bottom of a well, looking at the rocks being dropped on you. So you claim that my only option is to decide how the library witches write my final moments? The rest is up to you. If you treasure this game board, you ought to surrender. The pieces will be treasured by our many subjects for all time, and will be able to continue their roles on into eternity. In other words, the tragedies I created at will shall continue furthermore. How is this any different from what you've been doing so far? It isn't. Is there anything else? If not, allow me to give you my answer. Go ahead. Erika tensed slightly. After all, this was the great Lady Beatrice she was dealing with. She might shout, "Here's my answer," dramatically, and do something crazy. Beato, Frudo, Erika, you must be the worst pirate I've ever heard of, Erika. But you have heard of me. They say a cornered rat is the most dangerous. Furthermore, Erika had intel telling her that the great Lady Lambadelta, witch of the Senate, has been spending her time inside the Golden Land, though only as a theater goer. Erika needed to carry out the noble task that her masters had assigned her, and she had to carry it out perfectly. If she was honest, she wanted to make Beato raise a white flag, even by trickery if necessary. So even though it was a farce, she held back from giving any unneeded provocations. She gulped and tried to size Beato up. And then, with a pathetic expression on her face, Beato let out a sigh. I'll be honest. The truth is, I'm tired. What do you mean by that? My game has already achieved its purpose when my fight with Butler ended. And yet, for various reasons, the game has repeated several times since then. To be perfectly honest, I'm tired of it. To be honest, I certainly didn't expect that answer. So, you want to surrender? Really? Simply put, I don't care either way. It doesn't matter whether I surrender or whatever we've vanquished by you. I simply wish to have the curtain closed on this game board and tale, regardless of who does the deed. Of course, that was a lie. She knew she couldn't win, even if she fought. For now, the best option was play for time. They would fix Erika's attention to the spot, and during this time, Butler and the others would steal the key from her castell while she was constantly off her guard. Once they had the key, they would return to the Golden Land, use the key to let Angie open the door to the future, and see her off. That was their goal. Everything after that would be inside the cat box. Angie would live on to the future with hope. No one would know whether Beato and the others were alive or dead. That was enough. The only strategy Beato and the others could use to achieve this was to buy time. If you do surrender, it may be a bit of anticlimax, but it will save me a lot of trouble. To make a good plan, you must first observe, analyze, make a plan, refine a plan, throw away the plan, and improvise. Erica, what? If you do surrender, it may be a bit of anticlimax, but it will save me a lot of trouble. But well, it's not so simple. You see, this is just between you and me. As you may know, as the great Lady Rambadetta is staying here, she's, you see, pushing us to show you the dramatic climax. That's a pretty cruel whim to force on someone. How a few whimmy people like you to drag someone already solved puzzle supposed to fight against our feet, with the hundreds of thousands of troops? Very true, very true. The gap in strength is overwhelming. We told you that it wouldn't even be a fight, but... well, Lady Rambadetta didn't listen, and she just would bring some of your friends to support us, so we should fight with everything we had. Lady Lambadetta's friends? Unlike Bercastel, who kept to herself, Lambadelta had many friends. Her friends and patrons were all formidable, including monsters that had become legends in their own lifetimes, and territory lords commanding vast influence over their respective domains. In all seriousness, her fan club, as she so called it, was enough size and influence that no one would have been overly surprised if it had suddenly declared itself as an independent nation right in the middle of a sea of fragments. To our dismay, Lady Rambadetta is very ready for action. Without any regards for us, she kept calling us friends and acquaintances on the phone from all over the place, telling them to come over. Of course, this was a lie. Rambadetta had turned to a small candy comet and was now shooting towards the city of books with Butler and Engine Tao. So, to make sure that Rambadetta and the Butler absence were not noticed, everyone was crowded around the arbor, pretending to argue furiously with each other. Butler-sama, give us your decision! We, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, are prepared... Circus, are prepared for death at any time. I firmly oppose taking the last stand that would lead us to our death. What could possibly be gained by dying? How could only a few of you ever hope to beat the feet of thousands? Beatrice smiled. Sounds of nuclear bombs falling. That wouldn't happen, probably. What the hell? She doesn't have a nuclear bomb in the Golden Land. Probably? How can you be such a coward? It's inconceivable that we should live on in shame as prisoners. There are times when mere fact of being alive given our one opportunities. Yes, indeed, a short temper makes a bad leader. Butler, if you can call yourself a man, now is the time to act like one. The great Rambadetta-sama is even willing to help out, right? I agree. These are the times when the man has to make a good, tough decision. In many cases, the timing of the decision is more valuable than the decision itself. If we surrender, they might not be violent. You can't be serious. Weren't you supposed to be a lion and a male one too? Where are your fangs now? If death awaits us regardless, I would rather die as a wolf than as a pig. So true, Bessie. Are you stupid? Are you saying that you want to die like a dog? Maybe. It all depends on the strengths of the support Lambadelta-san can provide. Lambadelta-san, are your friends really strong enough to win against them? It's a gamble. Do we surrender and die, or do we take the gamble and die by losing? They all just yapping. Interesting. In this case, our chances of survival must be higher if we gamble on it. An honorable surrender will surely cause the great court to show mercy. They're backed up by Senate, aren't they? Sure, they'll hem and haw, but we'll all see the guillotine in the end. Anyway, let's calm down. Cool your heads. I'm opposed to letting our emotions control us. Why don't you calm down first? We have another possible strategy, mutual assured destruction. Yo! We might not be able to win, but if we can convince them that we plan on taking enough of them with us, that may force our opponent to show restraint. Basically, if we're gonna pick a fight, we'll let them know we aren't going without doing the same damage first. All of Lambadetta's friends are incredible. She knows lots and lots of witches, beasts, demons, and gods, all of which have really huge legends and histories. Even if those ships outnumbered the stars in the sky, Lambadetta's friends would fight them out with a single blast. Will this really work? She hasn't seen through our act yet, has she? It is working. You must speak more forcefully as well. Don't worry about politeness. Enough, you godless swine! Do you like the backbone to finish with a bang? Hold on! Don't forget that some of us are opposed to fighting. I think we should surrender. What? Goda, you refused fool! Oh, ouch, my lord, it's just a doctor. What are they doing? But it looks like the debate has gotten quite heated. Will we surrender, or will we fight back? Which will it be? Those bitches are like, yeah, putting on pretenses and emceeing this conversation for Federica. That's awesome. Nobody knows. She doesn't have nuclear bombs in the Golden Land, probably as a logo this game visual novel has conditions to expect from the banned nuclear option. Metaphorically, probably. I mean, they have everything in the Golden Land. Well, they could have a bombs here, but I don't know, maybe it's not goes this far. They did have a popcorn, so... Personally speaking, I would like to surrender. If my purpose is to come to the end in any event, I would prefer that my game board be preserved by the way I made it. I could not bear to have Lady Lombardetta continue to use it however she pleases. We don't want this either. I came here to fight you, but I'm no match for Lombardetta's friends. Secretly, Erika was getting worried at these complicated developments, and she was relieved that she hasn't pushed too hard earlier on. She wanted to carry flavor with Beata. It's not curry flavor, it's carry favor. It's getting late, I'm sorry. She wanted to carry favor with Beata and end this with a bloodless takeover. Even the great Lady Lombardetta probably wouldn't seriously think of picking a fight with Senate. Her motive was probably something much more trivial, a simple desire to watch the game board fire fireworks from front row seat. However, if she really did have some fireworks on her own prepared, it was at least possible that this could turn into a ruckus that Erika would have no chance of quelling. Beata saw all of this going on in Erika's mind, so she continued. I love 5D chess. So she continued to act with even more pathetic expression on her face. Even among switches, her acting ability was top-notch. Might you be willing to lend us some of your strength, so that my game board beautifully will be preserved? Yes, it was a great error to invite the busybody as a guest. I understand. I'd like to end this quietly too if I can. So, how can we work together? For some time now, we have been arguing over whether we should surrender or resist. I intend to return to the debate myself to propose that we surrender and ask later whether to not do anything that might destroy the game board. That would please me very much. So, what should we do? What should I do? I would like to guarantee that we have necessary time to debate the matter. After all, your ships are surrounding and pressuring us in a moment. Everyone is so tense at the thought that we may be attacked by the time that they've fallen apart. So, if you guarantee that we'll have enough time to discuss this amongst ourselves, everyone will surely be able to keep the composure during this time. Furthermore, I will give enough time to convince Lady Lombardetta. Very well. About how long do you need? Would you be gracious and avoid getting specific time limit? If a time limit is imposed, everyone will just fall apart again at the limit's near, possibly leading us to agitate the decision. You have a point here. The most important thing about a fuse is whether it's lit or not. The length of a fuse is a trivial matter. In this case, will you give us the time we need it? Understood. I guarantee that you will not have time to discuss it. However, this time will not be unlimited. I will wait here and listen in your discussion. Well, as far as it goes, it's true that your mere presence here has everyone on edge. I have already made my concessions. Isn't it your turn now? Selects Erika and her army, tries to bribe them with popcorn. What if we settle with this with some popcorn and a movie? Charisma check failed. Shoot. Natural one here. You know what? After that, I retract the charisma check failed. Beata with your 10 points in charisma. Nice. There was some distance away from the arbor, but still just about close enough that one could get a general idea of what was going on. It might just barely be possible to hide the fact that Butler and Nebadelta were missing, to convincingly pretend to be engaged in a wild, white-hot argument in gridlock, but absolutely nothing was safe at a distance. If it were possible, they would rather have kept Erica waiting much further away. They had planned to set up a set of honor for their guest at one of the far corners of a garden maze. Is there some sort of problem? Okay, don't make such a scary face. In this case, please wait here. This is, confidential conference. So you must, come no closer than the line. Better draw a line in the ground with your foot. Help me see them in a good light. It's clear that I have obligated a generous agreement with you, and I will be a powerful weapon in my hands in the debate. Could I get a chair? Yeah, of course. Chester troops, bring Miss Erica a chair and umbrella at once. And head tower too. I'll wipe it nice and clean for you. Evil face at the end. Milady, have been here any developments in our negotiations? Hahaha! If everything's certain, they'll be winning this year's prize for the best actress. That's our Beatrice-sama! All we can do is argue fiercely, squabble amongst ourselves, and make it look like things will turn for the worse if negotiations break down. Indeed, what we began now is a fight, and important as any others to support Butler's group. Get ourselves ready, everyone. Let us argue and insult was all we have. Got it? Yes, my lord. The sight of Goda, red cheeks and swollen from being pinched, made everyone snort, but they quickly covered their mouths and put fingers to their lips. Then everyone nodded at each other, and the fake arguments resumed. Erica was sitting in the chair that the Chester sisters had brought her, filling the goat in on the details of negotiations. The goat would probably return and tell the rest of the fleet. The fleet would tell Bercastel, and Bercastel might think of some plan to deal with the situation or give new orders. The conversation with the goat ended, and it spun around. It would return the dignity and the report on this to the fleet. Yeah. They're really throwing faces left and right. I love this face. It left the rose bushes behind and passed through the garden maze, heading towards the door that led outside. Would it really be okay to let the goat reach the boats? If it made it back, Erica's report would reach Bercastel's ears. The Jester sisters spoke through the secret channel that only they could use. 2 seconds, nya. Won't even be a sound, nya. It's just about to leave Erica's sphere of awareness. Can't assassinate until it's ranged to a goat boatman. ETA 10 seconds. ETA? Lady Beatrice, permission to assassinate. We can do this. Erica will sense nothing. You do not have permission. Do you think an envoy would leave their boat without setting a time limit? The fleet probably had ordered to attack if it isn't contracted within a certain period of time. Let the goat go. 00, understood. The goat passed through the door. Then, after receiving a silent blow from Shan and Kanan, it got on the dinghy and returned to the feet. See? This is all was kinda worthless, to be honest. Like, I mean, this scene wasn't bad in itself, but they could route it really much more efficiently and cut off a lot of bullshit, like all of this, the goat, the shit, that, like, it doesn't make a lot of impact for the story itself. Yahoho! Ahoy! Ahoy! Sorry, the fleet would probably follow Erica's orders and stand by until attack order was given. That gave the residents of the Golden Land a chance to assassinate Erica, but of course it wasn't going to be possible, practically speaking. She was Bercastel's greatest underling and a witch who controlled truth. Tricking her was all they could hope for. Anything else would be wishful thinking. Why don't you all have a seat too? You need to have no worries about us, ma'am. Without any hints that she had just been talking about assassination, 00 stood upright with her hands clasped behind her back. Surrender or resist until the end. The false argument resumed. Just how well and how long would they be able to trick Erica? Yes, the final fight for the Golden Land has already begun. 5 hours in. Um, Chapter 15. Are we doing it? Ooh. I'm getting hungry and tired. You can count on us to handle things here. It's time for you and Angie to take the final game back. You have like an hour before I get mad. As the saying goes, if I had more time, I would write a shorter letter. Pacing is very hard, and again, criticizing it is necessary. So true, so true. This one freakishly huge library. I've heard that each one of these books had a tale like ours inside it. After all, this is a world of gods. Of gods, me. You can tell at a glance that it is not the place for the likes of you guys, right? After passing through the barrier, the three of them had finally made it inside the city of books. For some time they were overcome by the countless of the worldly sights before them, but they quickly remembered their original objective. Okay, listen up. First off, don't get the grand idea. You two came here to fight Bern, but that doesn't mean walking up to her and attacking you directly, okay? We know. In the first place, we were only able to fight the great Beatrice on an even footing because the game board protecting you with rules that made it this way. If you leave the game board, you'll more like something that'll live in small setting on your palm when she swats you. Don't forget that, got it? Makes sense. This isn't the game board we're familiar with. We didn't come here to fight, we came here to take something back with us. Water? Exactly. You're here to prevent the Book of a Single Truth from being exposed to the public. This is your only goal, your only fight. You better not be confused about that. Butler and Angie nodded to show their understanding. The Book of a Single Truth itself is being displayed openly in the middle of a party, so stealing that will be impossible. Quick! Turn off the lights and steal it! While they're not looking. However, bringing in the key is a big part of a ceremony, which means the key must be stored in a different place. But there is no guarantee they'll be defended. After all, it's all up to your luck. I hope it's good, for your sakes. Hide! Nabedelta pulled her head back from around the corner of a bookshelf. The others hardly followed suit. In the distance, they saw emerald green light floating about and leaving trails. Those are Burn's cat familiars. She got them patrolling all over the place today. Did she guess that we would come? No. Don't forget how huge this place is. There are stuffed cats out looking for nitwit guests who gotten lost. They can be taken to the lost children area. And that's not where we want to go at the moment. It looked like one's about to find us. Should we take them out? I'll advise against it. Maybe if this were some other territory or game board, but this is Burn's home base. That single cat should make you as scared as being surrounded by a crowd of vicious beasts. Plus, they're cats. They're got in the good senses, and they'll call for their friends. If they spot you, you'd better prepare yourself for what comes next. I'm not going to save you. Just taking you here has been troublesome enough. As for me, if I surrender, I may get off the hook by being stripped naked and put through 100 years of all the worst kinds of puke spite fragments. How wonderful. I think I can sympathize with Burn's feeling a bit now. And Madelta wasn't laughing. Most likely, even the punishment she spoke of was pretty optimistic. Despite saying that she won't offer any more help, she's already risking everything. And for what? Isn't that obvious? Madelta brushed her hair back and grinned. It's because you're gonna show me the perfect happy ending! What is this? They hugged their heads at the same time, making their foreheads bump together. You'd better show me for certain! Yeah, we show you a certain happy ending. We'll certainly have the scat box back. Let's go! This way, and swim quietly! Quick Butler, put your character points onto stealth. Roll for stealth. Zoom out and it just looks like three people throwing a dice at the floor. Amazing. The three of them spout out of the darkness of a depth ocean. Words, okay. I should listen to all of the umineko soundtrack, that's probably goes hard. The three of them spun out into the darkness of a depths ocean trench that was the city of books. In this massive, vast trench of bookshelves, they vanished into a darkness almost immediately. The library defiled the common sense of a human world, the city of books. The word city was no exaggeration, and it was filled with the green glowing eyes of Bercastell's countless cat familiars. Trying to count them would be almost as crazy as counting all the fish in the ocean. They formed schools that swam all over the place, on the lookout for any fools who might miraculously have managed to sleep in and disturb their master's party. If Butler's group was found, the cats would report it instantly. They would probably form a pack, open the large mounds, and swallow them in a simple gulp. There would be no fight. In this place, Butler party would be swallowed like tiny fishes if they were discovered. The warships surrounding the Golden Land were well more than 100 strong. Each of them had dozens of cannons pointing at the door to the Golden Land. Why does it sound like it's the end? The goats that packed the decks of the ships numbered in terms of thousands. Each of them carried anti-magic toxin in their fangs, potent enough to completely deny each other of the game board piece one by one. This time they would chew apart and eat away everything. The crowd of goats unleashed their rotten breaths and dangling drool. At the time, Erika, who wanted to avoid trouble and hoped Beata would be able to convince somebody to surrender peacefully, was sitting alone, calmly enjoying the tea Renov had poured for her. Of course, even Erika wasn't planning to give them unlimited time. In her mind, she already decided to allow them 3 yards before stepping in. Fuck, you know what it does. 1 yarn, okay. Should have brought a bird. Let it go. The cats will give them undivided attention. The perfect distraction right here. This actually isn't so bad. Getting to watch Beata try and convince everyone so they can call her a coward and a loser. Indeed, it's impressive their short-term mistress had managed to become such an adult. What's so funny? Oh, pardon me. Are you ready for another cup? Please feel free to enjoy a collection of the great teas from across the globe at your leisure. Oh no, it's spreading. Nevis leading the other side into all-out resistance? Is she gathering her friends? Is this a joke? The messenger cat shook its head, then continued insane, uncanny cat sounds, and then continued to dispassionately meow its report. Even Lamdane isn't that stupid. She should know that it means to have Au as your enemy. Even as she said that Christelle was chewing away her thumbnail. Thumbnail? Despite how she looks, that kid has a lot of strange friends. Absolute monster who just love to meddle, but even so to take up arms against the Senate. It was possible. She would think of many monsters amongst some Delta's friends who would love to see Lucenside get support and make a comeback victory. Before she realized it, the finger Castell was biting and was covered with sweat. She might do it. She really is a moron sometimes, after all. Give me your phone, quickly. The cat looked away, then flew back at the phone and receiver. I'm going to call up your friends. I have to warn them not to get involved in a stupid game. Phone numbers. Why don't I have any phone numbers? Say them here. Alright, I have no friends. How are we supposed to get people over the phone? Does hello work? Meow. Bow. Bow. Sorry. I'm tired. I like sounds. Your new background. The cat messenger spoke. Just imagine the cat doing the thing cats do when they see birds, also known as a cat Morse code. The golden key was being kept in the room, inside the city of books. Another new background. However, perhaps the room wasn't fitting word to use. It was large enough they could probably fit to domed baseball stadiums in it, one on top of the other. Even so, in the city, where these were called rooms. Floating in the center of this vast room were several sacred magic circles. Wrapped around by these magic circles, it was Angie Goldski. Surrounding these were countless emerald green stars, which looked like a slowly revolving planetarium. Those eyes, as numerous as the stars, were all glaring in the same direction. What is this Mission Impossible setup? Come on, don't look at me like that. I'm on your side, do you forget? One of the cats kitty-patted towards Eva, knowing that no one was allowed to enter this room. I hate the sound, I'm sorry. It sounds like the cat sound that cat toys would make, like these cheap toys that you get as a kid. Lady Burkestelle was ordering me to guard the key, so why don't you leave me and get lost? Oh my god, they're gonna negotiate with Eva because Eva has nothing to lose, and she's gonna be like, yes, I believe in you, Angie and Butler. After looking at each other with suspicious eyes, the cats glare at Eva again, as though saying that they hadn't heard any such order. By the way, cats have plenty of soft bodies, don't they? Huh? Much easier to chew this way. Eva lifted up her golden staff, and a circular pattern of red lines covered the floor and ceiling as a vast room. The reactions from the cats was lightning fast. They realized instantly that this was a hostile behavior. The entire emerald green constellation raised and became a single massive deep-sea fish, which charged at Eva with its massive mouth open wide. However, at the same time, the red lines, the massive spiderwebs on the floor and the ceilings, came crashing together and crushed the fish, twisted it, spun it around and around, and compressed it for the size of a small ball. I'm sorry I'm rushing. I'm rushing through it. Sorry. Watashiwa Oshi. So true. Then this ball-shaped thing burst open, leaving nothing left. It's all happened in an instant. Why don't you just give up and die forever? 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 Sometimes problems seem to solve themselves. The gun when they get to this part at sea hold it dead. The witch hunters were holding a conversation in the event hall. After all, once Urshimi Eva diary was open, the endless cat books would be lost, along with the countless imagined stories that had entered them for so long. So this final convention was a time for them to air their best theories one last time. The cat box was soon to be open, and while that did give them a slightly lonely feeling, they couldn't contain their excitement as intellectual rapists. Not when they knew that their Kijiwa mystery was finally going to be solved once and for all. I hate this. I hate this term. I hate what they're using it like this. It's so annoying. Where there was a girl out here who was going to be hurt by the opening of that box. However, the Jaws and Fangs couldn't care less. The witch-hunting goat nobles kept licking their lips, waiting to chew apart the guts of Beatrice's cat box as soon as they could. Seated upon a grand throne the size of a pillar, Featherlin listened in on the nonsense being sprouted from the mouths of the goat nobles. A black cat wearing a cape silently appeared and whispered something into Featherlin's ear. No, it is fine. Everything is going according to my script. You need not inform my Miko. The cat bowed humbly and vanished. Featherlin raised her wine glass high and laughed as she looked through it to the light of a chandelier, which was as beautiful and majestic as the moon. This should be enough to thank you for your excellent reading, child of man. Well now, just who's waving this tail? Am I for you, or are you for me? What do you think? A trap? The Butler's group moved forward, darting from bookshelf to bookshelf, while avoiding the eyes of a cat. They found something strange. Written with a faintly glowing red substance was the letters and an arrow. K. Key. Okay, it took me a couple of seconds, I'm sorry. That's what it looked like to them. Do you think key means key? Those marks only appear when we get close. This is a message aimed at us. Does it mean there's someone here besides us who's willing to help? Is there really anyone who'd take our side? and she traced the right arrow with her finger. It was written with a very faint thin string that had been twisted together. Sticky red string that, when touched, melted like cotton candy and clung to the fingers. There is someone who's always been on my side. Yay! Loving auntie! How can you be so sure? Yeah, I get it now. Namda, we can trust the person who wrote this. She'll probably be able to guide us to the key safely. Are you sure? Then let's go! We don't have time to be standing around. I think at this exact point, I feel like it's dragging a little bit. I agree. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. In the arbor, the argument over whether they should surrender to fight continued without signs of stopping. Every now and then, a small fight would break out, which fortunately ended up delaying Erika's third yawn. Or they did not know how long they would have to continue this fake fight. Sorry. Keeping this high level of tension going was physically stressful. The instant it dried out and the tension faded, Erika would probably demand a verdict. They had to constantly appear to the trapped and agitated. It was a battle of awareness and tension. This was their fight. Erika waited patiently. Now that she had tired of tea, she was waiting. Renault proposed a magic trick and seemed to be quite enjoying herself. Even Renault, who was actually aloof from the world, was fighting. If Erika got bored and lost her patience with them, an all-out attack would probably begin at once. Even he was putting everything he had onto the fight to buy time for Butler's group. At the fiercest leader in the argument, Beata wore out the quickest. She breathed heavily, and her face was so pale it seemed she might faint at any moment. Beata, hang in here. Your body won't hold out much longer at this rate. Pretend to suddenly burst into tears and rest for a while. We'll pick up the slack. I'm still fine. Come on, from the top, one more fierce debate. Let's go! So, who's up first? Who wants to kick this off? In this case, I, Koda, am prepared. We must fight. It would be outrageous to accept defeat without fighting. Oh, Koda, 180 on the problem. As I've said from the beginning, fighting was all we have is the only option. Hold on a second. Erika suddenly rose from her chair. Renault tried to coax her back into her seat, but Erika's attention was completely focused on those arguing under the arbor. I am the detective. The memory of what I heard is as good as recording. Oh no, gotta fuck them up. We are aware of that, of course. You're quite an excellent detective, after all. I'm not interested in you. Goda-san, I have one question for you. Yes, ma'am. Erika, he's just, a centrist. Give him some slack. Yes, ma'am. Have I done something to cause offense? Hold on. Don't forget that some of us are opposed to fighting. I think we should surrender. Those were the first words I heard from you when I arrived here. However, you said this. We must fight. It would be outrageous to accept defeat without fighting. As I've said from the beginning, fighting with all we have is the only option. That's what you said. Well, did I said this? He just flip-flopped. Erika, you never talked to people in a debate before? Like, they do this all the time. It is hardly strange for an opinion to change the course of a discussion. Indeed! All of us have been fighting doubts about our position lately, so on occasion change of opinion wouldn't be. No! From beginning to the end, no one had changed their opinions in this argument. Just now Goda-san alone flipped their position 180 degrees. Furthermore, if I recall the things that were said to Goda-san by the rest of you, I can imagine any of them sufficient to make him entirely switch positions. An uncomfortable, dumpy wind blew by. Everyone was silent, frozen as though the time had stopped. He's just centrist, just haha, oh Goda, we know. He's not from the left, he's not for left, he's not for right, he wants everything to stay the same, And he saw a winning opportunity there, then he'd change his opinion, it's fine. Everyone was silent, frozen as though time had stopped. In the silence, Erika continued with blank expression. This can lead to two conclusions. First, it may be that Goda-san has no opinion, and he's just a loser who will say anything that goes with the flow. Nice. Second, it may be that none of you has an opinion, and that entire argument exists only for its own sake. Aren't you overthinking this a bit? Here we are, in desperate debate that will decide our fate. I hardly think it's strange that some people would act abnormally under such pressure. If there's some reason for prolonging a meaningless argument, that can only be to buy time. Do you have anything to gain by buying time? Is it because later Beatrice's reinforcement will come? That can be true either. After all, for some time now, I've heard all of you speak to Lady Benedetta and Butler occasionally, but not once I heard them reply. Taking all of this into account, we are left with only one conclusion. That Lady Benedetta and Butler are not here now, and that these people have won Lady Benedetta's assistance, with Lady Benedetta and Butler probably planning to sneak into the City of Books. In which case, their goal is probably to steal back the golden key, and Angie... She, knew all of it immediately, okay. And your plan was to act up as a bait and buy time until the mission was complete. All it takes is a single poorly chosen line from Goddess Sun, and a deduction like this would become trivial for Furudo Erika. Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Your thoughts? Ladies and gentlemen? With a blank yet ruthless expression, Erika spoke those words and returned to her seat. Everyone else was frozen, unable to move. No one spoke. However, time was moving. As evidence, a bit of sweat dripped down someone's cheek fell and hit the table with a tiny yet audible splat. The luck check failed. Then frozen time shattered, and in the same instant, the white chair Erika had been sitting is broken apart. The stakes of a Seven Sisters of Purgatory and high-velocity rounds from the Chester sisters had obliterated the chair at exactly the same time. And a few moments later, the Erika sitting in the chair faded and vanished. She disappeared. After image, okay. She's fast! Kill her! Kill her? In an instant, Erika was moved to a spot behind the chair. Her expression remained as blank as it had been. However, there was something in her hand that wasn't here before. Erika really did teleport behind you. At the 7 lightning strikes of the Seven Sisters raced at her once more, she batted all of them away with her set. That was hell of a farce, but I will say that the tea was good. Well now, it seemed that you all been in agreement at the start. Allow me to ask for your answer once again. Erika lifted her left hand, the one that wasn't holding the set. Very well, then answer I shall. This golden land belongs to me, to all of us. Those who would enter unbidden will receive the welcome they deserve. In other words, to put it elegantly. All cannons, prepare to fire. Target, the golden land. Go wash your face in miso soup. Shoot them dead. Good one, guys. Yeah, thank you. See you around. Meow. Percasel set down the receiver and crossed out yet another name of a list of Delta's notable friends. Something was wrong. No one she called had heard anything from Delta. They weren't just plain dumb. They really knew nothing about the strange ruckus Delta was trying to stir up. Even Percastel was starting to suspect that something was fishy. Then the black cat leaped and meowed in a frantic report. Lambda and Butler aren't in the Golden Land? She's such a loser. I love this little subplot here that she just fucking called all the people and being socially awkward and was like, I don't know how to talk to strangers on the phone. Oh, that's awesome. And she's like, yeah, bye. Thank you for telling me. She tore the phone receiver from its stand. The number she deleted was short. It was probably an internal line. However, after listening to it ring several times, she slammed the receiver down again and finally managing to break the phone. Gather all the cats who aren't busy. This is an emergency. The cats ahead guarding the key aren't responding. Lambda! Overwhelmed with emotions, Percastel kicked the table over. Then the room finally grew bright. It was like green sunlight. A bright green light wavered about, giving the illusion that the green side was rising and lighting the room up. It was a sign that Costello's army had been given an emergency summons. Come, my kitties, it's time for the witch hunt. The kid always smells like candy, so you find her pretty fast. The first kid who finds you gets a human form and a witch's title. Yo, that's cool. What was now an emerald green nebula let out the roar of the light that shook the bookshelf cliff. Something's chasing us. What is it? A green sun? Hide! They know! The three of them frantically hid behind a bookshelf. The room with the key in it was straight ahead. They could see something glowing faintly in the darkness of this room. It was glow different from anywhere else they had seen so far in the city. The color it glowed was gold. They had almost reached the golden key. However, if they went towards it, Barcastel would be right behind them, along with her vast swarm of familiars. In other words, they were trapped in a dead end. They already knew that the emerald green color came from the eyes of the familiars. However, it was almost beyond comprehension that this undulating green sun could be the same thing, and they could do nothing except stare in wide-eyed shock. As the countless cats approached, they passed through the ravine of a bookshelf from the very top to the very bottom, painstakingly checking the gaps between each book. However, even the mind-numbingly huge task was accomplished swiftly, thanks to the sheer number of familiars. With the speed of a gust of a wind, they carefully checked every nook and cranny. There was no way to hide from this green sun. They would have been as foolish as trying to hide from water on a sinking ship. We'll be able to hide until they pass us? No, we'll be fine no matter where we hide. Butler was just about to leap out from the shadow, but Lamodelta grabbed him by the collar the instant before. Are you thinking about fighting? No, but we'll be found if we just stand here, so we have to move forward. We need to reach the key as soon as possible. You really think there aren't cats guarding the key? We are already trapped between them. I believe in Eva. She's the one who's guarded us this far. I'm sure she took care of the guard cats now. I agree. If we're just going to be found anyway, then let's try and get here as fast as possible and grab the key. If we can just get that, no one will be able to open that book. So you'll rush in here and grab the key. And then what? This place is a dead end. There'll be nowhere to run. Won't you realize that? We know that, but we'll eat it. The key will be our trump card. It's vitally important for Barcastel too. If worst comes to worst, we might be able to use the key as a bargain chip. Bargain with Burn? You're insane! But if we hide here, we'll definitely be found. In this case, I'll take a bet on the billion-to-1 chance. We'll get the key and have that be our trump card. So you're paid for Miracle to win against the Witch of Miracles? Picking a winner out of astronomically bad odds. That's the Ushiramiya family magic. I've got eyesight, so let me enlighten you. Can you see those magic circles around the golden key? It's a very simple barrier, but a pretty strong one. On the plus side, it'll break at the touch. But it's a really mean-spirited seal that'll take exactly 1 hour to fade, whether the Great Witch of Overlord Human does it. Another hour? According to the ceremony schedule, we still have that hour, but it means that we won't even be able to touch the key unless we can buy all this time for ourselves. Tic-tac-toe much? Starts now? When Auntie Eva took out the guard cat, she must have broken the magic circle too. It probably won't take an hour. As far as I can see, the magic circle is still just fine. Sorry to say it, but even if Eva did do it, it was less than an hour ago. Well, what's an hour? At least we know that we can get if we can manage to stick around that long. Yeah, sure, let's play tag for an hour. I'm used to getting chased around by tags. You two really are out of your minds! You really think you get the luxury of the game tag out of a burning your cats? There's even 1% chance. We can be certain that we'll grab it. Yes, the toad was meant to be. There was an immense defense enthusiasm between Labradelta and the siblings, who has nothing left to lose. However, this way was by no means cowardice on Labradelta's part. She was a great witch of Senate. If she surrendered, she won't be able to escape severe punishment, but she would be forgiven after a few hundred years. She had been thrown into a stormy sea while clutching a boy that could sell only her. How could she possibly decide to throw that boy away? There was no way a person with a leave to lose could be determined. Those who are already gambling everything. There's 1% chance, gacha player, so you are telling me there is a chance. Uh-oh. There are no way a person left to lose could be determined. Those who are already gambling everything. No one could blame her. Ah, jeez, you two really are stupid, you know that? Alright, fine. Ah, jeez, Rick, sorry. I'll tell you the plan. It's got a bit more than 1% chance of working. Any guesses? Two siblings looked at each other. However, they both thought of any plan would be worth listening to, even if it would only raise their chances by 1 of thousands of 0. I don't know how to say it. A sacrifice. Burns the cat, so although she'll give a chance to fleeting prey, she'll also kill prey that doesn't flee. After, toying with it first. Cats are terrible creatures. Still, if that's true, it'll be worth the bet. Let's have one sacrifice. We'll decide with rock, paper, scissors! Whoever loses has to spend as much time as possible dancing burn, getting laughed at, and getting killed. Does this work for you? No need for rock, paper, scissors. I'll do it. You two go to the key room. No way, Nichan! I'll do it! This is all my responsibility. I was the one who listened to Bercastel and trusted her, so I've got the thing or two to say to her, and I'm not gonna be like, yeah, I'm definitely not doing this. Both Butler and Ninja decided to be sacrifices, and one listened to the other. See? You need rock, paper, scissors to decide, right? If you don't act quickly, we won't have the chance to use this plan. They'll be here any moment. Okay. Either Angie and I will be sacrificed. Number Delta, you'll take whoever's left, seal the key, and take them back to the Golden Land. I won't let you do it, Oni-chan. Quit joking around. You got to let me act like a big brother at least once in a while. Play tic-tac-toe or rock, paper, scissors already. Sorry. There's no time! Rock, paper, scissors! Single round! I'm super prepared with the help of Camperi, so in reference to that, we all start with paper. Got it? You too? Fine. Angie, no regrets, okay? 3, 2, 1, paper! What? It was a really stupid childish game of rock, paper, scissors. Despite promising to start with papers, the two different sides to catch each other off guard. Both Battle and Angie choose rock, of course they do! And yet, it wasn't a tie. Why is she like this? What is this music? Or a fucking rock, paper, scissors? This is so ridiculous. Because in addition of those two rocks, was one person who chose scissors. Look at your expression. This is like... Oh. Rock, paper, scissors, goddammit, we're so close with tic-tac-toe supremacies. They don't have anything to write with, so you can't play it quickly. And 3 people can't play tic-tac-toe, so, you know. After staring stupidly at their fist and those scissors, they looked at her. Ah, dang. We've been supposed to start with paper, so I figured I'd use scissors and bet you both. I guess Confetti Head should have stuck with paper. There had been no reason for Benedetta to join in on the game. This wasn't the time for a joke like that. Butler and Angie, each trying to lose, choose rock. Now Benedetta alone choose scissors. Don't tell me you intentionally... If you die, we can't even get back to the Golden Land. It doesn't count. Well then, you can just use this, can't you? Now Benedetta made a clenched fist. A fragment glowing pale blue appeared here, and she gave it to the pair of them. You guys are up for so long. Cat already should have get to you, but I had seen one of those before. It was a magic fragment, like the one Erika had used before disappearing, which would allow one to cross the sea of fragments. With that, you'll both be able to return to the Golden Land. And anyway, I'm the best person for the job. It'll probably won't last a handful of seconds against Burn. If it's me, not only win an hour will no problem, but who knows, I might even win. And I owned her one. I got to make this my victory, and even the score. Still, every games are such a pain. Benedetta pretended to complain as she stood up straight. Anyway, see you in a bit. I guess you show-offs like me couldn't stick to being a spectator after all. Sorry for stealing your times to shine. It's sad, but I won't be able to watch your game until the end. But I've already taken a look at the script, so I'm not missing anything. Yamda. Then with her broadest smile and a wink, 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 I can wink. The cats are waiting for dramatic effect, of course. Seems like it. Damn. This is your happy ending. I've already figured out what happened next, so there's no need to watch. I'll see you two again in the credit roll of your happy ending, that is. Wait! Ramda snapped her fingers, and the two of them turned to competitive candies. She picked them up, took the aim and a glint of a golden key, and flicked them away. This way, they should be able to reach the key without Berkastel noticing. Done. What a terrible luck. What was the odds of them both playing the rocks against my scissors? Yeah, I know. It wasn't nice of me to taste you like this. Sorry, you two. And then, Nemesis' body was lit up by the emerald green light. When she turned around, the cat's eyes and Delta's met. Delta grinned and waved. There was a thunderbolt boom and several bright flashes. What in the... Candy magic out of Toho? The chain of explosion flashed one by another, enveloping Berkastel and pack of her familiars in an instant. They were multicolored fireworks, or rather multicolored candy that burst with a flash and scattered everywhere. Countless stick candies, sugar sculptures, cookies, and tarts flew in every direction, and each one of those split and exploded into hundreds of candies, each of which exploded again in the cloud of confetti. Yo! However, these sweets weren't sweet. The confetti was heavier than lead, harder than steel, and sharper than any blade. As the colorful cloud exploded onwards, it blasted the entire pack of cats into little bits. The emerald green glints that were scattered at everything sparkled like the night sky, and amongst them danced a cloud of pretty candles that looked like they go well in a Christmas tree. It was so flashy and beautiful and cute and perfectly fitting for the grand entrance of a great witch, Lady Delta. Oh, if it isn't Delta, I was hoping to meet you in the party hall. I love you, Bern. Isn't whispering our love all the better if we are alone? I'll be happy to hear it after I plucked all of your limbs. With a jerk of a chain, Bern ordered her familiars to attack. This is my dearly beloved and only friend in the world. Your arms from the elbows down, your legs from the knees down. You can chew those up however you please, but not a scratch anywhere else on her. What the hell is this? Is this... Hold on. Where is she? Was she... See, she wears stockings and she wears gloves. I don't remember, but is it Higurashi reference? The cloud of cats undulated again, reformed to a single mass, and became the emerald green Leviathan. Leviathan? Excuse me. Leviathan is a huge snake that would swallow up any poor victims who snuck into the city of books. It was shaped like an impossibly vast whale. Yeah, Leviathan is not a whale. Is it? No, he's not a whale. However, would it look like a whale from Lyra's perspective? She probably couldn't see anything except the immense mouth about to swallow everything. Ah, simply wonderful. You're going to swallow me up with all your love, aren't you? I do love you, Lambda. Once your limbs are gone, I skirt you through your butt and hang you at my bed. Every morning I give you a good morning kiss, and every night I'll kiss you goodnight. Sounds great! Then a bit wrap up in your love too. She was eaten. Oh no. Thousands of cats getting killed through all the Umineko story. The end of credits. No kitties were hurt in the making of the game visual novel. Yes, Leviathan is a sea serpent. Weird. However, Lambda's Warcry was swallowed up by the glowing writing, and Leviathan is a single bite. Yeah, Leviathan is my favorite part of the Bible, by the way. Just saying. Yeah, it's about how you can comprehend the God's ways. I feel like it's really cool. I also know it, but not in English. I know this part by, in memory. Sorry, Yes, you're wonderful, Lambda. I love your gentle cluelessness and the way you recklessly do things without looking ahead. Wind? The same instant that Lambda Delta was swallowed and Bercastel was sure of your victory, the latter felt a slight breeze playing with your hair. The countless sweets that Lambda Delta was sent flying like fireworks and which drifted around like decoration at a Christmas party were flowing. Now they were converging in a single point. It was like watching a firework run backwards. Countless sweets rapidly contracting. Countless sweets were rapidly contracting to somewhere within the vast closed mouth of a Leviathan. A gigantic reverse explosion gathering at a single inner point. Or perhaps it was more like countless candies showering the Leviathan from all directions like bullets. Inside that mass of green was a black swirl. The swirl was in palm. Yo! A black hole! Yo! At the palm of Lambda Delta, who wore a defiant smile. Oh, it's a leg, right? Yeah, it is a leg. Okay. It was a mass of super concentrated gravity. All of the sweets, the cats, the whale, and everything else was being sucked into that one point and crunched. Whatever this word was. I'll hold you tight. Get over here, bird. Oh, noise. Are you trying to suck me in? All of the candies and Delta has scattered were getting sucked back into the black hole of your pound at an unbelievable speed. The pursuit of the reverse candy explosion weathered away at the Leviathan, crushing it inwards. Lambda! Come on, let me give you a hug. With all her strength, Bercastel held her grounds in the midair, trying to resist her supergravity. For the first time, all trace of condescension had left her face. Even Lambda Delta's cocky expression was marred by the sweat trailing from her forehead. Because their powers were so overwhelming, any victory would have been instantaneous. Yo! 6 work terms allowable to post it to chat. Fair, you're trying to suck me in? My umineko got so sweet, but what do you mean? I'm ready to much into it. Because their power was so overwhelming, any victory would have been instantaneous. If either relaxed in the slightest, they would match each other's strength and get dragged into another dizzying long fight that could last for centuries. Neither of them had any desire to go through that again, so neither of them showed the slightest mercy for their most beloved friend. By now the Leviathan had been completely crushed and compressed inside the black hole. Bercastel was the only one still holding her ground. However, a windstorm of candy asteroids, like an asteroid belt, repeatedly slammed to Bercastel's, wearing away her girl form bit by bit. Girl form? Bercastel actually an old lady, confirmed? I feel like cutting on a bit where Lambda sent away Butler and Angie would have been the best. I don't think we need to see all of this. I've got to get away. I'll really... Huh? The next thing to fly into Bercastel's range of vision was a comet hurled straight to her with a massive present box on its core and a cloud of candy surrounding it. Oh, I think Burns form is a cat, since you know she's a cat. I mean, through Lambda, well, my body, Oh, it did do reverse fling. Huh. The candy comet wiped out Bercastel with her screams. It burst into little bits. Then, within a blink of an eye, it was sucked back into a hole of supergravity. Once it was all gathered into a place like jam, it began to spin rapidly. It was flattened by this centrifugal force, turning into something whose shape resembled a galaxy. Whose shape? What shape? Excuse me? Whose shape? Okay. After swallowing all the cats and their master, it now looked like the windwhirl, flickering emerald green galaxy that floated just above the Delta's palm. Water. The bucket of supergravity kept compressing it further and further, until at the end it had become a single green, shiny confeito. And she ate it. Then it fell down into her stretched palm, and she chewed it. Hum hum. Sorry, Bern. I wanted to play with you always, so I've always taken it easy and pretended to be in a bench. Yum laid the head confeco above your head and peered at it. But the truth is, I'm just impossibly strong. Sorry. Then she pressed the contacto on her pink lips, gave it a light kiss, and bit it down. This doesn't taste like burn. Yamada licked her fingertips, then turned to face an empty air behind her. I already knew, my beloved Lambda. Ah, I love you too, Bern. Liar. You never serious with me, and I always knew it. In that case, let's share our love for real. Was both of us serious? Ah, I do love you, Lambda Delta. I'm happy, so happy. Ah, I do love you, Bercastel. I'll turn you into candy and cuddle you with my tongue forever. So no matter who wins, we keep on loving each other. That's wonderful, just wonderful. Okay, let's show our love right now. Yeah, cut. Okay, good. With a crash, crack lines appeared across the sky of a golden land. Cool. And finally, the barrier of a golden land had breached by the fleet's assault. It was a bizarre scene, more ridiculous than anything anyone had imagined. The sky of the golden land had shattered like glass, and the fleet of sailboats flew in one after another. They were crowded with goats pushing each other over and spilling off the sides. Sorry. Liar, I can see through the lies of a Jedi. What the heck? Come, let us begin. The final banquet in the Golden Land. Forgot her voice. Banquet. This was some fancy metaphor, but a simple statement. The overwhelming surge of goat troops came in like tsunami. The residents of a Golden Land who stood defiantly were like a forgotten sandcastle on a beach. A fight between a wave and a sandcastle is not a fight. For a voracious, merciless goats not stopping the food and a standing buffet, this was a feast. So be it. Kill them all. Good. Come goats, bring destruction to all of this was form, stillness to all good moves, despair to all who live. All those who would use magic fired it off at once. With a shout like a thunderclap, the goat tsunami rushed forward. Everything collided at once, and there was a brilliant and terrible explosion. I swear to God, don't elaborate on this shit. Sparks and smoke, flying splinters and screams. In just an instant, the fierce magical cannonballs fired by Beatrice, Virgilia, and the Chester sisters seemed to hull the goat tsunami in its tracks. However, their numbers were so great that they didn't even flinch. The goat wave pressed forward over the corpses of those who had been blasted away or fallen to their knees in weariness. The mound of corpses piled up, and while more goats were shot down as they tried to cross it, so that before long it really was tall enough to be tsunami. Beautiful! The golden land you built is nothing more than a sandcastle some kid led on a beach. They'll be swallowed by the waves. Perhaps you would do better to think of ripples being meaninglessly against the cliff. A sandcastle getting swallowed by a wave? Just try swallowing my castle. The return of the towers? We had to lift a few hands still in a pair of battle towels that had been hidden deep in the ground, and the day of glory had come again. The goat tsunami looked up at it in shock. After all this time, the tsunami was towering over everything. Wasn't that? Open fire! A thunderstorm of rapid-fire ballista rounds rained down from the battle tower gunpounds. The goat let out a confused scream in the furious tempest that was bearing down on them. However, they saw something else too. What? What, mate? What? In the sky high above the tower was a reaper astride, a divine horse, and a backdrop by the moon, with a massive spear the size of a tower in his hand. The next world came not from the reaper, but from the great witch seated behind it. Return home. The world does not belong to you. Do it, master! The heavenly spear pierced the ground. For an instant, it looked like the divine tower was sticking out of the ground. However, this was the very last thing those eyes ever saw. The sacred spear was the embodiment of heaven's wrath, and the strength to bury an unhallowed city in a single stroke was unleashed upon the pack of goats. It was a massive explosion that resembled a volcanic eruption. Goats were sent flying all over the place. Not bad, I guess you really are witches. But is it enough? The enemies keeps on coming. It looks like we'll be the only ones swallowed up after all. At least you two seem to be enjoying ourselves. Festivals are made to be enjoyed. It's your time to shine shall not be stolen from us after all. Look like it. I'm all fired up. Cut. Yes, the crowd of goats truly was like a wave pressing from the sea. You might be able to split a ripple open on a beach with your feet, but you cannot split the sea. However, witches are those who do so nonetheless. Of course, that means that the other side also had one who would split apart the sea. Suddenly, smoke poured from one of the two battle towers and began to crumble, shaking the ground as it collapsed. Oh no, not the tower! Sorry. What the hell happened? Over here, on top of the other tower. Erika, but of course, I should have expected you to would come. She looks so dumb with her stupid head and her suit. Damn. Good thing I'm not looking like this. On the top of the other battle tower, Erika stood gracefully wielding her suit. I think that's enough to show the witches of a Golden Land proper respect. All magic is fake, a fantasy sandcastle that will always vanish when their mystery swallows it up. Playing witches was pretty fun. I think I remember playing something like this with some older girls from the neighborhood when I was younger. So let's bring an end to it. Now it's the time to hear your screams. Erika threw the pretentious pirate hat. No way, I'm not throwing my away. Threw the pretentious pirate hat that she had been wearing this whole time into the sky. Excuse me, pretentious? Pretentious on a pirate hat? With a moon behind it, Erika's form, her after image, vanished from the tower's peak. Where is she? We have her on the radar, on the side of the tower. What the hell is this? Damn. Look at it. Why? Okay. It looks cool as fuck. I wonder, umineko the two towers sounds so familiar. Anyway, someone really needs to say it. Or Frodo, I mean, It looked like more than two towers. I mean, it's probably just remain of a huge one. This looks cool. This looks like a cool wallpaper. Shaking in the wind, the joyous laughter, Erika dashed straight down to the side of a tower. She twirled her silk like a gymnast's baton, dicing up the walls, gunports, pillars, and everything else as she ran, leaving a trail of smoke behind her. So from the sidelines, it looked as though the line of smoke had suddenly split the tower from top to bottom. The golden arrows of the Chester sisters chased after Erica like golden threads in sewing machine. You monster! Get yourself sewed and buried, nya! Good. Good. Even the golden arrow couldn't catch up with Erica. Finally, Erica reached the bottom of a battle tower, and the golden bows ejected empty cartridges. Explode, useless tower! Did I get this right? Erica, who had now landed on the ground, slowly stood up and tapped the tower behind her with the handle of her suit. I love the explosion animation. It's so... It's kind of cheap looking, that's why I like it. The tiny cup cut the final string and they held the tower together, and the more things fell on itself with an earth-shattering crash. Once again, the dark tsunami rumbled forward through the rubble and smoke. I am Furudo Erika, the Witch of Truth. The moment masks the dismantling of a golden land by the truth. Dust to dust, illusions to illusions. I'll end your daydream for you. Come, try to remember, you specters of the past. Remember how you died so long ago. The goat tsunami swallowed everything up. When she saw them sink under the black sea of goats, Erika guffed from atop the debris of the tower. I like the word debris. Come on now, kill them, massacre them all, cut off their heads and stick them with spears. Ghost of 1986, the time to come for a raging whirlpool of truth to swallow you whole and erase you. So on! Oh, this is the end of a chapter. Okay. Angie's choice. This sounds like a beginning of a Simpsons team. It does. It actually does. Oh my god. The Simpsons. If I had handed broken ice magic circle on the key beforehand. By the time Butler and Angie reached it, it was crumbling like the sand in an hourglass. They tried punching and kicking it to make it break faster, but nothing they did hastened the process. It looked like she broke it a while ago, but it still probably takes some time before it's gone. Just a bit longer, I think. If we can just buy time for 5 more minutes. Judging by the speed the magic circles were crumbling at the general appearance of the whole scene, it looked like it would be over soon. However, as things stood, even if it was just 5 more minutes, would that be soon enough? They turned around. Beyond the bookshelf ravine was a universe. Even for Butler, who had seen Beato's fights many times over, the battle between Lambda Delta and Bracastel was so mind-defying that he couldn't think of a single word to describe it. When he finally managed to wind the word, it was a universe. With each development in a battle between Lambda Delta and Bracastel, a universe was created between the pair of them. As the Big Bang took place, a universe was created, galaxies beyond numbers were born and erased, then just when it seemed that the big charge has occurred, big crunch had occurred, and the universe had met its demise, there was another Big Bang, and another universe was created. I thought something really stupid, or is it not? I thought Big Bang was like the name of our universe creation. But then I was like, is there any other universes in here? I thought Big Bang was like, only works for this universe and not for the other ones, but okay. It was like watching God's playing. The two witches created and destroyed worlds over and over again, almost as though two creators were fighting to prove that their universe was the right one. You let your guards down in a sled test, and just watching this world would seal your soul. That's how it felt. Rude Erika, cut their heads off and put them on sticks. Me, Erika, I know a guy named Vlad who approves of your methods. Though we may be a little too extreme even for you. Big Ben is just an end to start the universe, so it could work in any other universe. Yeah, but the name of it, it isn't it sounds like, I don't know. Like it's something special, like it's like one-time event. I don't know how to explain, sorry. I'm getting really tired, but it's okay. We're finishing this today. They better finish it in another hour. As I said an hour before, we'll be able to get the key back any second now. Then we'll be able to go back to the Golden Land with the fragment number that they gave us, right? Go back as soon as you get the key. I can't leave Delta on her own. You're going to jump into this fight? I can't leave you on your own. The fight may defy common sense, however they're perfectly and evenly matched, so if anyone jumps in, even a single weak humans like me, something may break. Remember then we were like, there was like a locked room without a ceiling, and before we were like, oh, who's an actual person who like destroyed, who killed the Shiramiya family, remember this? Now we're doing some insane like magical girls anime battles. Fun times. Just another hour and an hour 5. Well, I hope this next hour gonna be the last one. We're in the chapter 16. I don't know how many chapters is here. A perfect balance maintained by two great powers can be easily broken by adding even a little strength to one side. However, actually rushing in there to add a little bit of strength would be literally suicidal, like a moth flying into a furnace. It might burn up before it even reached it. Once you get the key, go straight back to the Golden Land. We don't know how long they can hold out, remember? I can't go back alone, not when anyone is fighting. That's right, this is your fight, so fight. Though you regret not dying with anyone else, you must overcome that feeling and live in the future. And that's what you decided to do, right? And you had no word to respond with. Your brother and everyone else would probably die, so she wanted to die in the same place and the same time as everyone else. However, that would not be permitted, and she knew she mustn't wish for it. She had already made up her mind. She had sworn to live in the future without turning back to look at everyone's death. When you get back to the Golden Land, show the key to Beata. Beata will show you 2 doors. Then she'll give you an easy puzzle and tell you to open one of them. That's the last game of my game board. 2 doors. Of the 2, one will lead you to the future. Don't worry, I'm sure you won't choose the wrong one now. Also, once you go through it, don't turn back until the door closes. Why can I turn back? Once the door closes, you won't be able to see our fate anymore. In other words, we'll be shut inside the get box. A fate inside the get box has endless truths. That's right. We might have lost pathetically, or we might have made a miraculous comeback and survive. In other words, if you, the witch of the future, are sent to a future without witnessing the end or of conflict, we'll still have a chance at victory. However, if you keep on looking at us, you'll see when we get annihilated. They'll put the odds of a defeat at 100%. So give us a miraculous victory. You must not turn back once you go through the door. Got it? Yeah. So I'll go and help Loma Delta. If you go back to the Golden Land after seeing me walk off like a hero, that's how my story will end for you. The result of your battle will be sealed in a cat box, so you can never lose. Exactly. So don't look back. You'll have the key soon. Go back to the Golden Land like your life depends on it. So real quick, I have one message for you in the future. Don't forget it and engrave it in your heart. Okay. No matter what happens, never abandon the hopes that keeps you alive. All of us are always behind you. If you just believe, we can even speak to you. You hear me? Believe! If one thing is certain, is that miracles happen when you believe. At this moment, a massive explosion engulfed Loma Delta Bracastel. Surely, one of them had landed a powerful blow. There were no further explosions, so surely that strike had to decide the match. When the smoke cleared, who would be left standing? The magic circle sealing the key still needed several minutes to dissolve. Are you still here? my beloved Lambda Delta. All that came into sight was Bercastel. There was no answering voice from Lambda Delta. If this was a sign of Bercastel's victory, it didn't cause your explosion to grow any brighter. Too bad, Lambda. And I thought I'd be able to build the universe together. It's too bad, really too bad. Bercastel was still focusing all her nerves on the battle, so she took no notice of Butler and Angie by the key. However, she would probably notice soon, and then there would be nowhere to run. The last circle of a magic circle was starting to fade away. However, almost cruelly, the final circle went slower than the rest. Seeing that, and you hoped that it would dissolve in a minute, or maybe a few dozen seconds, but crushed absolutely. Butler readied himself. Well, this fight probably won't work as well as the last one, but it looks like I'm up now. Oni-chan. You're great, Angie. I'm proud that you didn't try to stop me. With tears still pulling down your face, Angie lovingly rubbed her cheek against the hand that has been patting her head. I've got to gather your kitties again. I thought Butler would be with her, but I don't see him for some reason. After all, only a guy like him would be about as annoying as a pebble in my shoe. The smoke cleared completely, and they saw a huge cloud of candy bits floating around like it was Lambda Delta's corpse. A star-shaped cookie bounced off Bercastel's head. It was missing one of the points, giving it lonely feeling. Lambda Delta, live with me. We'll become a single universe, with you inside me. Bercastel chewed the cookie and swallowed it. That's kinda hot, I'm sorry. This way we'll always be together. I love Little Lambda. Me too, bird. Bercastel's stomach suddenly swelled like a balloon. Lol. So yeah, this is literally sharing your scared metaphor. the rose from her stomach to her throat then exploded like a firework from her mouth. Bercastel coughed up fireworks, sparks, and fragments of candy. You still haven't gotten off your old cat habits? You know you shouldn't eat snacks you find laying on the ground. No, the candy exploded in pain, obviously. Bercastel kept coughing and spitting up exploding fireworks. The burst of a small universe from a sweat that hit her directly from inside of her stomach. Even Bercastel couldn't withstand this. She repeatedly vomited fireworks so violently that it seemed her guts would spill out, her body flickered in and out of existence, and she glared at Lambda Delta with a terrifying expression. Her body was flickering because she had taken so much damage that even maintaining her form was now difficult. How becoming, Vern? Your form is in disarray! Cough, cough. Lambda, cough. I sort of felt like losing for a bit, but I changed my mind. It became a single universe with you, so wouldn't whisper to me of your love anymore. True. I'm not the type to give food to a fish I've already caught. I know, that's why you shine so beautifully. You led others on, but never found on anyone, just like the proud Queen of Cats. Queen of Cats. Me. I'll turn you into a cardboard box and make all your sides my scratching posts. And I'll make you shamisen get bored after plucking one string and put you in a cupboard and let the dust pile up upon you. Damn. Gay people. Jesus Christ. What would... The cold tsunami had swallowed up everything, but sea spray was still flying about. The reefs resisted the ocean trying to cover them, smashing the waves left and right. Can we just get to the conclusion, please? The Seven Sisters of Purgatory and Inquisitors specialized in close-range combat were rapidly building a mountain of corpses. 6 hours. Should I take a break? I'm kinda hungry, I need to eat something. Or should I just continue? You know what? Let me go and get myself like a yogurt and I'll come back like in a second. I'll just mute. BRB, but like right back. am back. I hope the yogurt helps me. It's cold. Nah. Leon suddenly appeals to say, "Look at my new spell, minigun," or the Americans would call it freedom. Why? This came out of nowhere. Good. Looks like journey completed. Hope it's enough. Yeah. I wanted to make a sandwich, but there is no bread. There is only moldy bread. Because I forgot to buy normal bread. Uh-oh. That's fine. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory had the Inquisitors specialized at close-range combat, but were rapidly building a mountain of corpses. The witches fought hard too, but they would have preferred to fight at a distance if they could. Just relying on fantasy creatures wouldn't be enough. In the battle conditions, all the humans were thrust right into the center of a fight. Everyone in the Ushiramiya family displayed a fighting spirit equal to the witches and guarded their backs. Even humans are not powerless. They have guns? Oh no. If the gods supported fantasy, they could use those as an ultimate anti-magic weapons. If the gods supported mystery, they could use those in much more obvious way. Those .45 caliber long-cold bullets delivered fatal wounds to each and every code they struck. Literally killing people. Okay. You stubborn vermins, how long are you going to resist? Will you just lay down and sink into your watery grave, Ushiramiya? Ushiramiya was bad. If you tell an Ushiramiya to sink, you'll just make him fight all the harder. Uh-oh. Little girl, you have no idea what the Ushiramiya family is. You were dead even before 1986. It's about time you stop moving, Grumps. Erika's rather sharp sig buried itself in Kinzo's chest. He dug straight into his heart, but the daring smile on Kinzo's face didn't even falter. Can we get to the plot, please? Huh. And was my death ever witnessed by anyone outside the cat box? I am indestructible! Indestructible! A punch containing all of Kinzo's last spark of life sent Erika's flying. I love the Kinzo fucking struck Erika. Father, are you okay? March over my dead body and onwards. And the Ushiramiya never turns back. Erika tried to deliver the finishing blow. Kraus stepped in between them, blocking the way. I will be your parent in first place. Huh? Even as an incompetent investigating expert, it's pretty incredible how you managed to find all those worst beds and lost all your money so quickly. And yet, at least I remember to tie my shoes. Huh? You guys suck. Erika tried to look down at your own feet. Why? Oh my god. At least Ryukishi had fun writing this shit. Now that I think about it, guess we'll never see Claire again with the other Beata here, huh? Sorry, you probably named all Beata and Beata Tribuna now. I guess. We're probably gonna see it in like after credits or something. Erika tried to look down at her own feet, but what she saw was a Krause's left fist. Why is Erika like this? Krause's left uppercut made Erika float in the air, not by magic, but just simple laws of physics. For an instant, Erika saw the moon. I may have been incompetent as an investor, however, any of my college friends will test my talent as a boxer. I will not allow you to discredit every part of the Ushiramiya family, little girl. You damn small fry. The grown-ass man beating the shit of a little girl? Whoa, what a great final battle. Karan is an illusion created by a lonely Jessica. It is school festival, introduce Karan-kun to everyone. Saku and Hina and everyone else. Oh, this guy doesn't know that Karan is Shadow is Beato. Damn, he didn't read the previous episodes. I thought those people should be much smarter than the ones before them. Damn. Something even a great captain Erika couldn't escape and punched in the face. All of my friends can testify to that. Don't make assumptions about our relationship based on your own imagination. Jessica's body blow made the goat's massive body cave in. Splendidly done, my lady. To think that you can wield such power in a tight spot like this. Well, sure I can. That's cause, even if I died right now, I think I'll be cool with it. This is the first time we've worked together with you at my back. Too bad I'm not cutting the cake. Jessica gave him an embarrassed grin. Embarrassed grin? She looked even more relaxed than she just on a stage at a school festival. If we can cut a cake, well, let's cut something else. You always try to sound cool with everything you say. But I like it this way. The massive bodies were rushed at them, trying to deny the relationship and their very existence had two choices, to be sliced or struck. Each time one of those bodies hit the ground, it became proof that the two of them existed. Shannon is an illusion. George is an antisocial shut-in. Yo, their love itself is an illusion. It doesn't exist. That's good. That's a good theory. I like this one. George-sama, look out! The goat launched its fist buried itself in George's face. They were in the middle of a tightly packed melee. Melee? There was no way to dodge an unexpected attack like this. An antisocial shut-in, is it? Very well. Say what you wish about me. George had indeed been hit with a fist right to the center of his face. However, he didn't bend over backwards, not even an inch. The goat started to worry. What exactly had he hit? Hadn't he punched a human made of flesh? It was as though he had slammed his fist into a steel wall, and it was his fist that was hurting. However, the goat was too scared to move his fist from George's face. After all, if he did, the expression of a face would probably be terrifying. George's hand knocked that fist away. You would probably get testimony from my old classmates from school. Yes, I was an antisocial person. However, there is one more thing that they tell you, something far more important. George was only grabbing the goat's massive fist in a tiny hand. However, that fist was being crushed as though it has vise around it, oh my god. Even though the other hand was so tiny, the goat couldn't even move its fist, which meant George never fought for himself, no matter what happened to him. He was a coward who ran away from all threats. Everyone will tell you that, however, he won't tell you that he never got into the fight. I accepted the fact that someone as pathetic as me would be bullied. Oh, it's good, it's good, it's good. It's a good background and a good transition. Yeah, Jessica likes the way Karen is. Nothing wrong with that, nothing. My mind held, this was unexpected. However, there were people who took my side in spite of my flaws. And then those people were bullied and harassed. Never, even once, did I tolerate it. Okay, cool story, bro. The goat's broken teeth flew through the air. George's legs split the heavens. Shannon approached George for his money, and the goat's filthy fingers touched Shannon's back. That finger exposed and boiled away. Oh! They could actually have a goat who was like, yeah, they actually like siblings. Are you okay with this? This would work. If there was a goat who said, yeah, they're actually siblings, he would be indestructible. That finger exploded and boiled away. My love for George-san is true and pure. George-san must have kept all the letters I wrote him. Read those, and you'll have your proof. You can write anything in a letter. The content of a letter are no proof of true love. A blazing red light shattered the goat's entire body. Shan slowly turned around, her face full of rage and contempt. Yeah, but there's no real way for them to know that. Not even you knew that. I mean, there's probably a way. Probably one of them. Well, I know it, so they should know it too. That's what I think. Beautiful spectator, ignorant of love. You have not even the capacity to read the hearts of others, much less a mystery. Disappear. The only one that knew was Kindle, the other servants and butler, I think. But I do know, and you do know, so you know, they should have known. An absolute barrier rose up around Shannon, incinerating the goats around you was its intense heat. Yeah, maybe we are that, but it doesn't give anyone the right to criticize us. No one can deny the love Mama and I shared. Maria Green shone her teeth and performed her job without even looking at her hands. Then she gave the fully loaded rifle a round toss up into the air. Yo, everybody, that's why there was so much empty spaces in the content folder. Let's save it, just, you know, to be safe. Come and get some. Rosa, who stood back to back with Maria, cut it without turning around. No, it wasn't quite it. Maria Throw had landed the gun directly into Rosa's already outstretched hand in a precise, blind exchange. Rosa's head was pointed at the ground and she stroked the frigid trigger with her index finger. If any of you doubt my love for my daughter, step forward. The crowd of goats, covered by Rosa's ferocity, dared not approach. Then I will deny it. Being a several cheater you are, you always love playing around with a man and leaving Maria all alone. Nothing like that is written anywhere in Maria's diary. You should have known better than anyone else. Rosa didn't love you. She was a total shithead of a mother who regretted even giving birth to you. Erica peered at an unfeeling moon, the taste of metal in her mouth. Damn, this looks cool. For a moment, she couldn't take sense of her new situation. This was a cold feeling in her back. The ground? Huh? Why am I lying down? And wasn't the mole full? Why is it now? Come to think of it, my teeth hurt. There's something cold and hard. Then she figured it out. She was lying sprawled on the ground with a gun barrel shoved into her mouth. And the thing splitting the full moon was the angry kind of a wolves protecting the child. The gun barrel exploded inside her mouth, shattering her medulla oblongata. But it was only her after image. What a terrifying woman you are! Are you really human? Boom, headshot. Having escaped death at the very last moment by leaving it after image, Erika was confronted at her new location by the glint of metal, which had been there even before she reappeared. The fountain pen went right through Erika's eyes, crushing it. Of course, it was another after image. However, when Erika escaped and reappeared somewhere else, a hill was already there waiting for her. From the ghost perspective, several after images of Erika seemed to have appeared at once, and all been taken out simultaneously by Rosa. Are we gonna go through everybody? Maria just minding her business and Rosa being so mean and evil. If you say that again, I'll have to get serious. I was really strong. What the hell? And so Erika couldn't reappear anymore. At the very last, not within Rosa's rage of attack. Erika put a lot of distance between her and Rosa, reappearing in midair. What are these people? What the hell? Yeah, Erika, you need to fear the rich people. They have a really, a lot of time on their hands they could use to develop skills. You know? What the hell happened here? Erika's animal instincts make you turn your head slightly to the side just in time. Where your head used to be, there was an odd shower of sparks. It wasn't magic. It was a real physical phenomenon caused by lead smashing against lead. To think that two bullets shot from different angles could have flown with impossible precision at where your head once was, so that both of them hit and bounced off each other like a billiard balls. What are you even talking about, to be honest? It was Arc 2, the one we didn't want. Ah, so close. Sorry about that. We're big fans of the whole take out the boss first strategy, you see? You know, we're pretty good at clay pigeons. Flying around in a straight line probably isn't a good idea. The two of them spun their rifles in exactly the same way at exactly the same time, reloading them in a way that put old westerns to shame, then pointing them back up at where Erika was in the sky. You monsters! Once again, their accurate shots plunged through the forehead of Erika's afterimage, bouncing off each other like a billiard balls with a shower of sparks. This time, Erika appeared far behind them. She had to admit it. She had been forced to escape to a place outside range of those guns filled by humans. Then the light from the moon was blocked. The place that she had fled so rapidly exploded, sending chunks of rubble flying. A massive lawn sword has been plunged to the ground. It was Lenore's sword. Oh, it isn't my old friend. Erika had dodged it by a hair, but with bulky, brutal longsword was more of a cannonball, shaped like a sword than something for cutting with. Despite the successful dodge, the blast of air pressure made her eardrums throb. Lenore was serious. She had seriously intended to smash Erika to bits. What's with a scary face? Can you try and act a bit, I don't know, cuter? Do you find this enjoyable? Disturb people's dreams and illusions. Of course it's enjoyable. What do you expect an intellectual rapist to do? You are evildoer, and yet I used to believe you were sort of evil that could be sympathized with. The bone cane machine, as Lenore would call it. I never asked for your sympathy. Not cutting you down immediately upon our meeting. This sin of mine is what helped bring this day to pass. Lenore's hair blistered with rage. Seeing the expression on one she had once called a friend pinned Erika to the spot. My friend, allow me to free you before you can suffer. I will not allow you to bear any further sins. Whoa, wait! The force of anger that welded from Lenore's whole body struck Erika, or rather the swirl of a blasting wind from Lenore's massive longsword sent her flying. As Erika took leap after leap backwards to escape the bladed cannonball, it smashed apart the ground in from the spots where she had just been, so it almost looked like though Erika herself was smashing the earth beneath her with each backward jump. Lenore. Friend of mine. Rest in peace. Once more, the great longsword split the air and pulverized the ground. However, this time, Erika was nowhere to be seen. Where had she escaped to? This time, Erika had broken the barrier of the Golden Land and landed on a ship whose bow had barely in sight. Practically speaking, she had run away. Fully aware of this, Erika howled, her face controlled with humiliation. Her shoulder heaved with her breathing, and she had even forgotten to fix her hair. Her stick fell from her hand and landed with a clunk on the floor. That sound brought her back to her senses. Oh, my pathetic girl, look at her. You good-for-nothing goats! What are you standing around staring for? Open the gun ports! Load concept negation and explosive rounds! Don't worry about aiming, just fire! So pathetic. The warship that had glown into Golden Land opened their gun ports one after another. Then they all fired at once in a scattered mess of cannonballs. Scary. The hundreds of explosive rounds were fired around they fired would negate the concept of anything or person they touched, smash them into little bits, and set them ablaze with flames. The battlefield, full of writhing goats, became a fiery hell. Cannonballs smashed the arbor. The once beautiful garden maze was burned down piece by piece, and the fleeting gold butterflies were drowned in flames, burning into nothingness like little scraps of paper. This was no longer a battlefield where two sides fought for victory. It was just a confused, hellish pot. The Golden Land has been torn apart. The once beautiful rose garden was filled with explosion crates, and its rose petals were scattered around without pity. Flying bits of flesh, blood, fangs, jaws, shrieks and half-crazed screams. And even amidst the hellish swear, the goats and the dead continued to fight. As seen from atop the boats, this was, without a doubt, hell. All ships! Drop anchors! Well, that was sudden. Then Erika yelled. The goats in the boats ran around frantically, one by one. Massive anchors hanging by chains were thrown from the ship's bows down into the earth below. Those anchors smashed through not only the ground, but the bottom of the Golden Land itself, digging in with the wedge-shaped tips. Erika! Oh, Beatrice-san! What a huge battle that is! Okay. Okay, sorry. I forgot how to read some letters in this word, okay. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. Beatrice landed on the front tip of a warship, facing off against Erika, who stood at the bow. You will not be forgiven. I'll finish you myself right here. Beato jabbed with her pipe. Time for Beato background. It transformed to a beautiful, intricate, long and golden sword. Yo! Or they do pirating out! Very well, bring it on! Let's settle this. They're doing a little Peter Panish bullshit. Erika threw his stick up into the air. It became a sword. Nice! When it returned to her head, it had become a sword similar to Beata's. The nearby goats crowded around Erika, trying to support her. Stay out of this. Anyway, you all need to start lifting the anchors. Tear up the Golden Land by its rooks. Aye aye, sir! Aye aye, Captain! The goats saluted and rushed to the posts. Posts. I wish there was a name for him, though. This format's dragging on a bit. It's dragging on a lot. It's not a bit. We're here for 2 fucking hours and nothing happens. Several dozen ships had lowered their anchors, digging into the base of a golden land. I mean, something does happen, but we don't need that much detail. Like, the real plot is Angie and Butler taking the key out. And we could got to this part a long time ago. Soon they were going to pull them up and try to tear the Golden Land to pieces. Come, Erika, I'll give you the honor of a final duel. Yo, the boobs. Sorry. She does look good. Sorry. Beata raised her sword, bold in ancient fashion, and waited for her dual opponent. Erika kicked off her shoes violently and slowly walked up to the tip of a boat barefoot. Then, in accordance with Beata rules, she bowed back. A duel on a plough ship that pierced the sky. Below, the crowd of goats was being blasted away by the indiscriminate cannonballs, burned up and crushed in a panorama of the world's end. Even thinking about who amongst the Shiremiya family was still alright was now ridiculous. Yes, it truly was the end of the world, the end of a golden land. Ground to dust, filled with flames. The golden rose garden was burning spectacularly, the air filled with a shower of burning sparks and gold dust. The ground, the base of a golden land, creaked as the fusers ran through it. All of the ships started pulling up their anchors at once. Crowds of strong goats used all their monster strength to lift them. The anchors that dug into the Golden Land's base spread cracks throughout the entire Golden Land. Not just the ground, but the air itself was filled with cracks, and shards of gold fell down everywhere. The Golden Land's end was absorbed with the flames of hell and streaking gold fragments, the fiery red and ephemeral gold. Atop the board's plow, Beata and Erika looked down on this, their swords crossed and sparks flying between them. I think they could have done a big scene with all the sprites doing the action attack they mentioned instead of doing one by one. Slowly moving from one section, the image over the other, only to zoom in and show in a massive battle. Maybe not. It's an option. It's not bad. It's pretty good. Now there is one hell of a sight to see. Don't you think it's fitting? The perfect final chapter for your tale! The Golden Land may meet its end, and will perish as well. However, no one can erase the fact that we were here, and you reached the answer. The Witch of a Future has a mission and hope, and will soon go off on a new journey. We have already succeeded. Too bad for Udo Erika. This battle ends with our victory. Just because it does get quite tiring boring just to see Erika basically jumping for 10 minutes. Anyway. I love saying Erika was just jumping instead of Erika's fighting and shit. Yeah, she was just jumping. Good one. A duel between the Master of Illusions called the Golden Land and the Witch who controlled truths. The earth split behind them. The Golden Land was torn up. The cat box known as the Golden Land was ripped apart, and the nothingness below picked out through the cracks. Sorry. Should not laugh, I should rush. But damn, the goat being a bitchy. This scrambling crowd of goats fell through the gaps and were swallowed by the sea of nothingness. Beato's friends were also amongst them. They helped each other, stretched out hands to each other, intending to hold on everyone at the very end. But this is such a fragile fantasy, and what romantic optimism it is to embrace it at the end of the world. The ground shattered and sunk. It fell apart into the ocean of nothingness. None could survive. None could be saved. This was destruction. All the friends fell into a sea of nothingness. They looked up one last time and prayed. They prayed that the Master of the Golden Land would leave proof that the Golden Land has indeed existed. However, Beata didn't look down at them. They wouldn't have wanted her to. This is our Golden Land. I'm the Endless Witch and the Golden Witch Beatrice, and I am here. Though we may fall, we will not suffer defeat. You will become living evidence. I crave the proof of our existence into your chest. So long, Beatrice. This marks the end of your accessible endless game. Fell into the depths of hell, your illusion. And then now? Yes, we are here, okay. Plot. Nevertheless, Castell's fight to the death has passed through its phase of the dramatic clash of fireworks, and now was clash that was quiet and motionless. These two witches who possess power of an entirely different level may have truly be equal in strength. The battle could only resolve the mutual contest if one of them lost interest or find some reason for wanting to lose. You should start to bribe each other. Since both were putting their all into the fight without yielding a bit, they were absolutely and completely equal. However... Guys, we should not stay with them anymore. We should go to the other people. Good. I'm the Delta. I'm glad to have you as a friend. Damn, just a bit longer. Just fall apart already, stupid magic circle. Butler got irritated and punched the magic circle, but there was nothing he could do except continue to watch over it. After all, the only way to dissolve it was by waiting. However, the part of them still felt relief, if only a little. It was more than an hour of a real-world time. From the moment they started it to this moment. What is he talking about? Why is he still waiting? Yambalita really was strong. Even the battle was spectacular. She fought on even footing. Now, if you also took confidence into account, she seemed to have slight advantage to Butler's eyes. Narrator, they verge at its march, completely us. We get it. She would probably manage to buy them enough time. Angie would take the key and be able to return to the Golden Land. They just had to endure a bit longer. However, they had no way of knowing that Abna Delta's fate would be after this. She disobeyed the Senna, the highest level of witches in existence. A brutal fate probably awaits her. But isn't Aurora wanted this to be like this? So would it really be that bad? However, even knowing this, Angie had to step forward into the future without looking back. This was a single duty given to her, the witch of a future. Oni-chan, what's that? Something's coming towards us from a long way away. Huh? Crap. Are they enemy reinforcements? And the Delta were Costello glaring at each other, so they didn't notice. Actually, where's Beatrice, or did she die when she cleared all the cats from this room? Doesn't really matter. I think she's maybe fighting them somewhere? I don't know. Heading towards them from distance, they several emerald green glints. Maybe she's gonna appear right now. The light showed that they were enemies. Meow. But there is only few of them. They won't be much for the Delta. All of the cats so far seem like a fish in a school, given the impression that they'd be terrifying as a group, but not much of a problem by themselves. However, there was something different about the light approaching them now. They were approaching in a beautiful ordeal formation, like a constellation. Butler quickly realized that this was something formidable. My Mika. Isn't it about time to repair the key? Oh, she's here. The organ started playing, lol. Just by her tone, Butler was able to tell just how great a witch she was. The black cats that surrounded her in a graceful and systematic constellation were all wearing large capes with elegant designs. It looked as though great overlords from many worlds had been transformed into cats. Why? Leaving only their capes untouched. What Butler imagined was quite true. This was exactly what had happened. There was the overlords from many worlds that formed Fizerline's personal guard. Their bodies took the form of a cat merely in a sign of respect of the master, who took the form of a human. This was entirely different from the pack of wild cats that served Bercastal. Aurora. Oh, is this time already? Keep the guests waiting in anticipation is an important factor when holding a party. It is, however, not something I'm particularly fond of. As she said this, her eyes flew to Umbra Delta. The latter bowed hurriedly. Though Umbra Delta grinned, she was also sweating with a brow furrowed with tension. How long has it been, Lady Umbra Delta? A pleasure to see you, great Lady Aurora. This is no praise to entertain one such as yourself. Did you get lost on the way to the party? If so, allow me to guide you here myself. That would be an honor, great Lady Aurora. I need cats with the cape spreads, not for any particular reason. Fizerline Augustus Aurora, we know who it is! The legendary Great Witch. It is said that she transgresses the limits of a witch, becoming a creator, and that upon reaching the forbidden flame, she was cursed with a deadly ailment. Ailment? However, in life, she once turned her pet cat into a witch. They say that the second witch wanders the sea of fragments endlessly, searching for any fragments capable of reviving her master from the pit of death called boredom, if even for a moment. And the cat did revive her master, revived this sacred witch who had reached heights none should reach. Just as witches look down from higher worlds and sneer at the humans, calling them pieces on a game board, so she looked down from a world higher still and sneered at the territories of witches, calling them pieces on a game board. It was a witch strength immeasured by the heights of the world they are capable of reaching. When she was like a witch come back from the realm of gods, the one who had touched the highest forbidden heights and survived. Was there any chance of winning against her? No. Not only could Umbra Delta not choose to win, she couldn't choose to lose either. We get it, she's OP. Yep, she's OP. My Mika. Would you mind playing with your friends some other time and getting back to work now? Prepare the key. Okay. The simple, naive way cats forget their reruns partly through doing it is their true charm. Don't you think so, Lady Umbra Delta? They didn't say anything, but hung her head low. From this position, it seemed that the key seal would dissolve at any second. However, Bercastel would probably find Butler and Angie before that. Once the two got their hands on the key, they could leave this place immediately. But that was only if Bercastel and Fezerline didn't find them first. Bercastel couldn't be allowed to move from the spot. Look like that's a game, Lambda. I'm the Miko of the greatest witch Aurora, remember? You weren't forgotten that the Witch of Theater Goen bestows your protection upon her reader Mikos, haven't you? Still keeping her head lowered, Lambda Delta gave no answer. The Witch of Theater Goen gave protection to her readers Mikos. If Lambda Delta attacked Bercastel, who was a Miko, then the greatest Aurora, in accordance with her contract, would have taken that as an attack against herself and respond accordingly. But isn't Angie her Miko too? Let's make a deal. For what? Where's Butler hiding? If you come clean, we'll let all of this slide. Is the Witch of Miracles afraid of a tiny little piece like Butler? It's because I am the Witch of Miracles. I won't forget that even a little pebble like him, his cousin, is capable of creating one. It was little pebble that got big breaks as a Witch of Miracles after all. I'll ask one more time, where's Butler? Too bad, Lambda. It looked like that's your answer. Bercastel turned her back on Lambda Delta. Then she told her master that she was leaving to prepare the key, and she started swimming towards the key room. If I let her go any further, she'll find Butler and Angie. Butler readied herself. This time, it was his turn to become the sacrifice. Even though he was nothing more than a single pebble, he could still put out the night. No way. A candy firework exploded right in front of Bercastel. Lambda, you really are a moron. Lambda Delta. I've done it now. Butler, Angie, the rest is up to you. The rest is up to you. The Underlords charged the formation, becoming a ferocious constellation that surrounded Fezerline. Then each drew the most terrifying of magic circles from their respective worlds and began to chant. I'm slightly confused. My Miko, and you too, Lady Lambda Delta. What sort of sideshow is this? It looks like Lambda wants to stop me from going to get the key. Huh. And what would the point of that be, I wonder? If you have trouble understanding that, then you must be getting a bit tipsy, Fezerline. Look like you need to pick me up. Lambda Delta acted as tough as she could. Her fingertips was shaking slightly. An attack against my Miko is considered to be an attack against your master. You should know this as well as anyone, correct? I know it. That's the rules that say I'm going to have pick a fight with you guys. Huh. Have I or my Miko caused insult to a Miko of yours? If so, then please accept my apologies. But will you not tell me? I don't believe you have a Miko at the moment. How long have you had one? As for that, I've got a ton of them. 30 or 40, I think. Maybe even more. Lambda Delta will handle any fights picked against one of my Mikos, no matter who the opponent is. All of them are certain that a happy ending will come. As a Witch of Certainty, I can abandon people who put their faith in certainty and work hard to achieve their goals. The tale would not be a disagreeable one. It would be worthy of my viewing. However, I am not a spectator at the moment, but a performer. I know that you are my Miko's close friend, so I give you one warning. Remove yourself from the stage. I will prepare a special set for you in my audience seating. I've been thinking about which is more interesting, your tale or the tale I've been watching. In your conclusion? Butler's tale is 100 times better. Sorry, but I'll be getting Best Supporting Actress this year. Hey, you guys, you'd better vote me in the last character popularity contest, okay? It placed the number in the top 5, got it? Who are you talking to? As Amadeda pretended to joke around, she calmly glared at one weak point. If she had chanced to single attack, their 1 in a billion shot at the victory existed. The horseshoe-shaped memory device floating around Fezerline's head. Oh. Without that, she couldn't preserve her own being. Destroying it would be impossible, but if Lambda Delta could just jar it a little, she might be able to bug out. At least once in the past, Fizerline's memory device had been damaged, and her personality and appearance had changed. However, she was aware of herself and probably wouldn't let that happen against no matter what. Very well, Lady Lambda Delta. When you finish your script, feel free to send it wherever you wish. The script is simple, just one line. The fantastic, cute Lambda Delta-sama took out the evil mastermind Aurora in a single shot. First, Lambda Delta, I never realized how stupid you were. The cats need not interfere. I will personally reward Lady Lambda Delta for the courageous tale she had submitted. You will be granted a fitting tale and a fitting ending to your bravery. Fizerlina Gustus Aurora! Emitted a somewhat magical power from your whole body and rested in a mass above your head. Ooh! That looks good. Forgive me, but... And then... she did the Varada! And then the world's time stopped. Your script will not be used. After all, rather than simple stopping, it was more like someone had stopped flipping the pages of a book. His motionless world, closely packed letters appeared. The one writing the rest of the script will be mine. Will be me. They were the tale that had been written up to this very moment. Fizerlina Augustus Aurora. Nevertheless, summoned magical power from your whole body and raised it in a mass above your head. This was where paragraph ended. In the frozen world, Fizerline sat with her arms crossed. How troublesome. It's been so long since I've written a fighting scene. After such a development, how vexing it is to be suddenly handed the pen. When I get stuck writing, I try to write in reverse. In other words, instead of starting at the beginning, I start at the end and go backwards from here. Oh, it's a good strategy. This way, it's easier to set up foreshadowing. And I can write the story with my vision for the end in mind. The only downside is that it's surprisingly difficult to write the climax without having set up the story first. For lack of a better idea, I'll start at the end of a fight and go back from here. Lady Lambda Delta, having suffered defeat at my hands, you draw your last breath. As Fizerline said this, the world was added to the massive group of letters that filled the frozen world. However, she was staring from the end, so there was a large gap between the new worlds and the old ones. So, what will your defeat look like? You should probably have a heroic end to suit your bravery. Oh, you literally wrote writing from the end to the beginning, not just like planning, but you're writing from end to the... Okay, how about this? You get blasted away by something or other, slumped against the bookshelf, your limbs snap off, and then, having perished, you fall into the darkness and disappear. Yeah, quite a flashy way to go. Good. For now, that's how your final moments will be. Now the real question to look at them... What the fuck? Now the real question to look at them end of this. Did Lambda get the top 5? Probably not. I would vote for her. The blanks were being filled up with one outline Fizerline spoke of. At the same time, Delta's figure was wiped out. After crossing her arms and thinking again, Fizerline pointed in a suitable direction. I'm tired. Spread-eagled against the bookshelf as Erlin was pointed at, reappeared Lambda Delta, who had slumped into it after something another blasting her here. Well now, I must write up the fierce battle that leads to the end, but as you correctly summarize, I'm still a little tipsy at the moment. I'll fill this part in later, when I have some time to go over nice and slowly. For now, let this be enough. I promise to adapt in heroic fight you to your liking later on. Fizerline snapped her fingers. Lambda Delta had no idea what was going on. Before she could even blink, she was suddenly there, slumped against a bookshelf. What is this? She couldn't comprehend what it was that Fizerline had killed her with. However, this was only natural. After all, even Fizerline herself hadn't decided. However, Lambda Delta did understand one thing. She was already dead. Streams of blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. Then lines of blood appeared on her wrists and ankles, her elbows and knees. She looked like a marionette doll of yourself. What killed me? Precisely, Lady Ramda Delta. Let me know if you have any good ideas. You monster. Still peering against the bookshelf, Ramda Delta let your head slump. Your wrist, ankles, legs, arms, and neck. Each of those broke off as separate parts, and the marionette, shaped like her, lost its strings, falling in peace into the depths below. While it's a good strategy, writing backwards may lead to the writer getting trapped in contrivances and cool scenes which may have no good way to introduce, but again, you are trapped. Isn't this right, Rise of Skywalker? Anyway. I'm not really agreeing with that, but nothing remained. It was all swallowed up by the darkness beneath them. A monster, she says. Quite a compliment for one such eye. Lambda Delta. And you don't look, you can't look. And you close your eyes tight, shedding bitter tears. She must not look. The Witch of Future must not accept Lambda Delta's defeat. She isn't gifted. She's brave, and that's all there is to it. I know that Lambda Delta would never lose. Pop. At this moment there was a slight sound, and the golden key that hung in the air shook. Finally! The seal of the key has finally broken. Finally! Butler grabbed it immediately. Hold on, I need to stretch. Sorry, weird sounds. Yay, piano! Intense piano! Butler grabbed it immediately. However, at exactly the same moment, a magical impulse shook the entire vast space of the key room. What? That impulse seemed to have shaken something inside my pocket. It stuck to my hand and found that the fragment of Benedetta had given us to return to the Golden Land was shattered. Cool. Sorry? Damn it, lump this fragment. You were so close to. Now there is nowhere to run. Brocastel! If Yamba had been a little cleverer, she probably could have brought you 5 more seconds. Then you would have taken the key and escaped to the Golden Land. Looked like the Mika suffered too when the Master's too. When the Master's a fool. Huh. Flerling quietly showed your surprise. To truly surprise you was no easy task. And best image on the umineko goes to this one. Holy shit, that looks amazing. The dynamic, the composition is good, the little blood on your face, damn. I don't know what's going on with your sleeve up here, but it still looks cool, so whatever. I love it. The Witch of Miracles, who boasted that no one could ever step into her shadow unless she wished it, fell. After taking Butler's right fist to her face, she fell. The crystal body immediately spun into dust and reconstructed itself in front of Butler, as though nothing had happened. It was good where it outlasted. However, she was holding her cheek. She couldn't undo the fact that she had been hit. For the first time in 100 years, she had let someone tread on her shadow without wishing it. Her expression gradually filled with shock. And Butler's? It couldn't be seen! His outstretched right arm was blocking it, so his expression couldn't be seen. What? Take it back. Take what back? She didn't let the next strike hit her. Burka still vanished like mist and her form a short distance away. However, Butler had only missed by a hair's breadth. Whatever. Not because she had intentionally made it so, but for real. For real. Once again, no matter how powerful a witch, she couldn't escape a punch to the face. Ow! 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 Finally, she truly began to feel the pain of being punched in the face. Too many years had caused her to forget the very concept of pain. Oh, really? That's why you're bored! You should try feeling pain once in a while. Very slowly, it was coming back to her. Really? You know? What's the word? Refreshing feeling? Brigastelle wrist in anguish, holding her cheek. The feeling forgotten for centuries seemed to be hitting somehow hard. Butler looked at her. Their eyes met. Once again, Brigastelle remembered an emotion she had forgotten for hundreds of years. She's so cute. What the hell? Does it hurt? The pain of your words ridiculing my friend is greater than that. And then a shudder. That Butler saw before his eyes, but Brigastelle trembled with fear for the first time in centuries. To Brigastelle, it didn't even look like Butler was rushing at her to deliver another pinch. It was as though she had been sucked towards where he stood with his furious fist raised. As your eyes opened wide in terror, Butler's massive fist filled your vision. Of course, he wasn't capable of hitting her. Brigastelle was just like a shadow. It was true that trying to grasp her form was meaningless, akin to growing envious of the moon reflecting off the water and trying to hit it with a stone. You cannot smash the moon on a water surface simply by throwing stones at it. However, Butler threw and threw, over and over, determined never to allow the moon to appear here again. He hurled lone pebbles towards the water surface. They smashed the moon's reflection, spitting apart the water surface itself, leaving even the bottom of the pond bare, breaking through everything. And that certain and absolute willpower broke through to a miracle. From the outside, why is a grown person punching a kid in the face? Good one. Oh, we are 7 hours. Yo. Well, hopefully it's gonna be ended in an hour, right? Right? A backwards kick that Butler shot out without even looking behind him drove into empty space. In that space, Brigastelle reappeared with a foot in her gut. Yeah. Just another hour. I literally can't get bored in another hour. Like, that's it. I'm really... Maybe two. Maybe two? I'm kinda tired. Take back your ridicule of our brave... of a... Water? How many chapters in this episode? Can I look up so I would know? I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? Because the chapters could be unknown lengths. 7 expansion wiki. How is this one called? Episode... Cool. Episode... Which one is this? 6? 8? 8. Yo. Cool. It doesn't have anything here. It doesn't have anything useful here. It doesn't have the amount of chapters that it's here. Cool. Go back. Hold on. I know I'm stalling and I shouldn't be reading, but... Oh, popularity poll results! Holy shit, they're here! Should we look at this? Popularity poll results. It's all in Japanese. Hold on. Hold on. It doesn't loading. It's not loading. Come Come on, at least load some. It's all in Japanese, but there's one. Oh, what the hell? The first place is Butler. Hold on, see the full size image. Come on. Ew. That's crazy. The first one. Oh, the first one is Butler, second one is Angie, third one is Beatrice. Something in Japanese. I don't know which one is this. And the fifth place is Baron Castero. Oh, there's no Lambda Delta. Lol, it's Bercastel only. Where is Lambda Delta? Oh no, it's the different ones. Fuck, hold on. It's from different chapters. This one should be the last one? Oh! Okay, this is the last one. This is from 2011, February 19th to February 28th. And it is episode 8. And the first place is Beatrice, second place is Butler, third place is Lambda Delta, fourth place is Froderica, fifth place is Angie, sixth place is Natsuhi, and seventh place is Bercastel. Yay, she's third! She did it! Anime battles that was finished successfully. Well, she died in the plot, but she lived in our hearts. Oh, it also has concept arts, but with old art style. Okay, I should not look at this. Where is important part? Where is how many chapters in here? It's not in sizes. Okay. The Witch of Miracles fell. For a second time, she fell. Once would have been a miracle. Things that happen more than once aren't miracles anymore. Bercastel understood. Butler had her fully grasped. Then she fell, slumped against the floor, struggled up onto her hands and knees and vomited. She threw up violently over and over. Her face was covered with pain and vomit and tears as not. Then she looked up at Butler with a furious expression and howled. And she wasn't howling at Butler. Aurora! Yumiko is getting beaten up! Why are you standing around watching for her? Take him out! Forgive me, but I'm busy writing Lady Lambert's final moments right now. I cannot come to your aid. Why don't you all give her a hand? For Zerline's guard, the cat's overload now formed a different constellation. Then each drew a magic circle and began chanting. You know what these are? Each of those cats are a final form of a main character, each from a game like yours. Everyone acted as a main part of the heroic tale, and the story their bravery was given an honor, allowing them to become Aurora's guards. Each one for the very existence of the country, their planet, their universe. What about you? At best, you've been playing around with your little sister and some imaginary witch. These main characters are on a totally different level from you. Eat this and die. Take it to the god, you puke spite scum. So from some gameplay videos, didn't spoil myself, don't worry, at least 2 hours left going. Oh. I mean, I can stop and come back next week. But is it worth it? Shouldn't it's just 2 hours? Isn't it just better to read it like this and put it into a long as what? The main spectacular magical spells display the beginning of a universe, the creation of a planet, and their destruction and the universe's end, all in an instant. After that, not a speck of dust should remain. However, when the smoke created, there was a person standing here. It stood here, its hands in its pocket, and its head hanging quietly. Its face was a shadow and couldn't be seen. Oni-chan. What the hell? Butler seemed to be completely uninjured. Not only were his clothes not burned, his hair didn't even been disturbed. What the hell? Stupid cats, that didn't work at all! The cat overlords suddenly shook their heads, sending a short report to their master. Endless night. What the? It seemed that no one can interfere with their tale. Forgive me, my Mika. It seemed the cat have reached their limits. And you call yourself overlord of many words? Didn't you use all to be main characters in some game birds? And this is the best you can do? You're pathetic! The cats knew. They know from the very beginning. If this man before them was the main character of this part, they wouldn't be able to interfere. My Mika, creating a tale on the game board is a privilege extended only to the game master. Since that right has been asserted, I, being the mere writer that I am, must respect it. I shall return to my position as a spectator. You useless master! Or would it be better to finish it next time and have more time patience to discuss stuff? I guess we'll see. Hold on. What's in... I mean, it's not that late. I thought it was much later for me, but it's fine. Kinda. That's okay. The next time we hit like 8 hours, I just take break and eat something. And we'll be fine. I hope. But where? I apologize for the ridicule your friend suffered at the hands of my Miko, and I see that the right to waive your game belongs to you, the game master. You will waive your own game, as it should be. And let's do it. Okay. Are you fine with this? Do you need to know where to go? You're gonna be here? Or... I'm fine. Cool. Okay. However, my Miko is also a game master in your game at the moment. It seemed the two of you opened the game board at the same time. It's rare to have two masters for a single game, but this miracle pleases me. After all, I can rest assured that this will make for a proper final game for you both. Stand up, Berkastel. I see. So you're saying that if two game masters are going to fight, they should do it by the rules of the game. Yo, why didn't you say this in the first place? Berkastel slowly got to her feet and made her body melt away like mist. Like this part, we don't really need it, to be honest. Then she appeared in the air once again, facing Butler. Very well, I'll fight by the rules of your game board. However, I'm not as patient as you are, so I start with a short-tempered, overwhelming puzzle and end this in an instant. Who will be my opponent? I don't mind if you both take me on at once. Oni-chan, I'll fight too. Stay back. Why? Watch from here. And this time, understand what I wanted to teach you. Oni-chan. Now's what? Aurora! I'll be a witness. If you defeat my Miko, I promise to return you all to the Golden Lands. Assuming the Golden Lands still exist, that is. I believe in everyone. That's right. Beato and everyone else won't lose. In this case, it's better that we start with the bad news. Erika, you can make your report now. Come! Rebecca still snapped her fingers. Erika appeared with a bow. Pardon me for interruption, my master. Sorry, Erika. I should have kept you waiting when you came bearing good news. No problem. Rejoice, my master. I have come to report the complete destruction of the Golden Land. Liar. The Golden Land has been totally destroyed. I have to report this, that it has collapsed and fallen into the sea of nothingness. Not just the human, but the fantasy creatures as well have been completely annihilated. Liar, I won't believe it. Then allow me to convince you. Take this, my master. Erika humbly presented an object wrapped in cloth. It shone with a golden light. What's this? A golden apple? This is the heart of Beatrice, master of a Golden Land. Beato! Beatrice grabbed hold of it, held it aloof, and gazed at it. Even like this, it's still beating. You're so cute, Beatrice. The game board that you are might be opened again by someone. You still believe that, don't you? Well, that went dark fast. Oh, so before it was fine with the Delta, but now it became dark. It's only a Nichan. We didn't see Beato get defeated. This is some sort of tactic they're using on us. A tactic to make us lose our moral. Or maybe it's a tactic of Beato's. She's changed herself to pretend that she's been defeated. There is no way that Beatrice that everyone, that the Golden Land could be destroyed. True, if the Witch of the Future believed that, she might be able to make it so. So let me show you. Watch closely, Witch of the Future from 1998. Beatrice threw the golden hearts in the air like an apple. Then, with a blood-red blade of a silk that appeared in her hand, she split it. Beatrice died in October of 1986. Therefore, the Golden Land she created was completely destroyed. Your relatives, kept alive in the Golden Land, were destroyed along with it. Your father, mother, and of course Butler will never return to you again, and will never speak your name again. But that's not the point. We already know this. This is not the point. A Witch of the Future has the power to interpret things how she pleases and rewrite what happened. However, there is just one fact that she can overwrite, no matter how much she struggles. And that is death. You cannot overturn any notion of death, to be it physical or mental. It is a single blade of truth with which witches of the past can strike down witches of the future. Hidden here, Angie. But... You decided to accept it, didn't you? You decided to live on even if no one came back alive, didn't you? I know, but... Even so, a tiny sliver of hope had remained inside Angie's heart. A hope that despite everything, just maybe, it was blessed with a miracle. Someone would come home after all. It wouldn't matter when. It could be 10 years later or 15 years later. It wouldn't even matter if they didn't recognize my face. I believed that someone might come back someday, and I had decided to live with a tiny hope in my chest. Even though I had accepted everyone's death for a time, even though I had seen it in a book of a single truth, even so, I thought that the harm is believing in a miracle, just a little. A miracle that you believe in when you know it won't happen is hope. And so the witch who praised over the fact that miracles don't happen had ruthlessly torn the hope away. Don't cry. I know, but... Even the big brother you're crying to right now is already dead. Why is he here then, huh? Oni-chan isn't dead, he's here! Right here! Don't cry, Angie. But... Don't cry. As Butler shouted, Angie bit back her tears. If it's like that, then so what? What do we of the past mean to you living in the future? Angie. What witch were you, again? Huh? Whether we are alive or dead means nothing to you. That's not true. I want you to be alive. That's not what I mean. You can cross over life and death, remember? And she didn't understand what he was telling her. So stunned to silence, she frantically considered that her brother was trying to tell her. Butler slowly lifted her face and stared at Bercastel. And you... aren't a witch. You're a reaper. That's right. I have a sickle that reaps all hopes and miracles, so I must be what you say. You're a reaper and stole away the hope that kept Angie alive, and lured her towards death. The one who teased Angie with truths of the past, stealing the future from her eyes and making her look only at what was already behind her. And the one who trusts the hope-crushing single truth in front of her, gently pushing her from behind as she, of her own accord, took that step from skyscraper's roof, and into the world of nothingness. Now, I'll free Angie from the curse that you are. No more will your old curses hold you prisoners. Angie will step forwards into the future, but not into the emptiness of the abyss that you're trying to lure her into. She'll step into the future beyond 1988, a place where she will live strongly. Humans are wretched creatures who walk into the future while staring back at the past. That's why they fail to notice even the most obvious pitfalls and plummet headfirst into them like a comical fools. Comber Castell, a witch of the past like you can't block the radiance of the future. Then I'll get started by the rules of your game. I'll give you some locked-room riddles, but since I'm short-tempered, overpowering, and easily bored, I'll give you all of them at once. Animation? Wings? Bercastel spread your hands, and it seemed as though a halo of her angel wings was spreading out behind her. Okay, cool. Also, that means that 30 minutes of a battle of a golden ant was basically for nothing. Great. This is down, but I just thought the ghost saying I'm dead. And another one saying, but this attitude, absolutely just mindset, man. Bercastel spread your hand. Yeah. Each of the countless rays that spread out from her was a blue-ray trailing blade of a locked-room mystery. They were the countless, endless numbers of locked-room mysteries that Bercastel had amassed, the souvenirs she had brought back from many places she had visited during her long travels through the sea of fragments. All those rays twisted at once and aimed towards Butler. It was as though infinite giant snakes had turned their heads to stare at him. If you fail to shoot down every single puzzle, then this is goodbye. I'm not as patient as Beata, who gave you until October 5th at midnight to give you an answer. If you don't answer immediately, you'll die. In this case, this wasn't mystery anymore. It wasn't an actual intellectual game, but merciless assault. Die. At once, let's save for no apparent reason. You know, just to feel safe. Which one was it? Episode 8, Episode 5. All at once, hundreds of guided lasers known as a mystery shot at Butler. The complex geometric figure drawn by those blue lasers was nothing but divinely beautiful. Each one was a mystery. Trying to solve each one in a suppressive hailstorm would be like treading a storm of approaching needles. But he flew freely through his vast space, dodging the beautiful blue streaks of mystery as he shot them down one after another. It's not like stuff had happened that deleted hours of progress before. Never. The entirety of a mystery knowledge had built up to this day told me the answer to each puzzle. Each time his eyes glowed with answer when the mystery shattered. However, that mystery was the only one of 100 that hardly rose to the level of opposition or resistance. Oni-chan, it's impossible! Run! There is no unsolvable mystery, just like there is no inescapable fate. Can't believe Butler became like mystery god here. Oni-chan. Watch, Angie. Don't miss what I'm trying to show you. By now, the bundle of mysteries looked like one giant snake with a blue steaming behind it. Butler skillfully dodged it, precisely spitting its many fangs off one by one, even though he knew it was useless resistance, like trying to pick up all the grains of sand on a beach one by one. Not bad. Are classic mysteries your specialty? Then what about twists in the genre? Let's see if you can handle more and more mysteries from all times and places. Even though Butler was still fighting the giant snake, things appeared behind Burn once more. Oh, actual snakes now. Cool. And they gave birth to 7 more huge snakes. It now looked like a great dragon with his 7 heads. Shiramiya Butler. It's true that you are a very avid reader, avid reader, and an expert in the mystery genre. But you're still young. There's a limit to how many books and mysteries you could have read. Learn that this world is filled with countless riddles and tricks that you've never heard of. True, actually. On your chance, it's impossible, Butler turns back. Mission Impossible starts in Mission Impossible team anyway. Out of nowhere reference to Mission Impossible. Great. Oni-chan, this isn't possible anymore. Oh no, it isn't possible anymore. Please just run away. You can't beat Barcastel. Butler's expression remained calm. However, his whole body was covered with sweat and he was breathing hard. It was clear that he couldn't overcome this onslaught, though he himself refused to admit it. Butler wiped away his sweat and fixed his gaze on the 8 snake heads that surrounded him in 3 dimensions. 3 dimensions? Oh. And how many dimensions we are? In 3, right? Okay, sorry. Angie, you believed in a miracle that someone from your family might still be alive, and after living this way for 12 years, you lost heart. You gave in and succumbed to the miracle that refused to happen. That's... in this case, I'm going to be seeing you off as you try and step forward into the future. I can't afford to give in to another miracle. That's right, but I still harvest your miracles and hopes, all of them, without mercy. What was now an 8-headed dragon opened its 8 jaws. It looked the weak points from all angles, hoping to swallow Butler in a single gulp. He wouldn't be able to dodge any longer. Angie-san, if you're expecting a miracle, then I have some bad news for you. Beata has now been completely destroyed, and that has even been announced and read. Do you know what it means? Since Beata has been destroyed, the Golden Land had been destroyed also. That means that every last one of them had vanished. In other words, you no longer have any friends who could conveniently show up and save you from this pinch. Beata had been destroyed, and that had been confirmed and read. Therefore, no one else would come to rescue them. Even Eva was a resident of a Golden Land. After hopefully breaking the key seal ahead of their arrival, she had probably hidden away somewhere. However, now that Beata had been destroyed, all of the residents of a Golden Land had met the same fate as ice under the sun. What about Butler? Why is Butler still here? Yeah, first dimension this time, if I remember correctly, maybe. And you faint hopes that Eve was hiding in the shadow, ready to save them from the final pinch, had been completely crushed from the moment that Barcastel had smashed the Golden Heart. No longer there were anyone who could have saved them. There was no hope at all at her brother being saved by any factor not already present. You saved him, Angie! What about yourself? I'm just standing here watching. If I help, we'll be able to bring about some kind of miracle? But I don't know what much about mystery genre. I only have the most superficial knowledge on how to fight, gleaned from the watching Beata's game fragments. I'll help my worker out, just try not to slow him down so there is no way I'll be able to protect him. But I can't just watch. Oni-chan, let me fight too. Stay back, just keep watching, and think. Think about what? Go back to how you felt at the very beginning, back when you were 6 years old, when it all started. How I felt when I was 6. You lived the last 12 years looking for the truth, but it wasn't your real, granted greatest wish, was it? My greatest wish. We prepared this final game because we wanted to protect that wish and that hope, but unfortunately you wasted it. So you have to abandon this hope as you step forward into the future. But even so, if you have strength in your heart, you can have it. Have what? Remember your very first wish. Even after learning the single truth, remember the single truth. Even after learning the heartless truth that everyone is dead and there is no one will come home, remember. Remember your very first wish. Oni-chan! Never was the great GTA screen. Game over screen of wasted, been more appropriate. There was a cataclysmic flash, as brilliant as a burst of a sun. I love flashing lights into my face. The snake's glowing plate blue runs through Butler all at once. Butler has stained red, surrounded with a cloud of blood. Cloud of blood. Then he stumbled and looked at Angie one final time. Angie couldn't say anything in response. The light in Butler's eyes faded, and slowly his body began to fall. It reached the ground and landed gently, like something settled on the ocean floor. Angie rushed towards him and looked at the final face of her dead brother. His eyes were open wide, filled with unwavering determination to the very last second. Remind me, was Angie-chan particularly good at mysteries? She's nothing compared to Butler. The Raven snakes raised their heads and surrounded Angie. Angie had no blades to fight with. She could only cling to her brother's dead face, saying his name over and over. This surprisingly boring ending. I guess this is checkmate. Featherlin come? Okay. Featherlin life reaction. The 8 snake heads all attacked at once. Angie held her brother's face, thinking about his final words. And then she got it. My very first wish. That could only be one thing. That everyone would come back. That fueled my life for 12 years until I was so exhausted that I abandoned my own hope. Then, in exchange for that hope I'm abandoned, I've searched for the truth. And at the end of the truth, I was confronted with something brutal and ruthless that I had no need to know. As a result, I was faced with the true despair of knowing that no one else would come home. The final hope, which I had abandoned but hadn't been able to let go of it completely, was crushed. The single truth. If only I hadn't learned it, I might still have been able to keep hold of this faint hope. To keep hold on this faint hope. But now... we can still have it. Who said this? Who said this? If you have strength in your heart, we can still have it. I have no idea who's saying this. Remember, your very first wish. The voices, the voices. Butler was coughing. Impossible! His whole body was pierced, but he had been completely dead. For him to come up would be too much of a miracle to be possible. What? Why? Butler died. So why was he revived? It was a mindset, told you. Oh my god. Totally planned. Jesus fucking Christ. Can they stop doing this? This is kinda stupid. Butler rose to his feet slowly. The blood still dripped from his mouth. His expression was fearless. I'm fearless, huh? You should get away, get away. However, Angie didn't stand up. She kept sitting, her head lowered. Well, this was a nice warm-up. Shall we get started, Bercastel? Did Butler pretended to be dead or something? Round 2. Want to know why, my master? The dead can revive. Impossible. Butler is dead. How can he revive? Oni-chan is alive. I've used the red truth. I've said that Butler is dead, right? So how? How can he come back to life? Even if the whole world says he's dead, I'll be the only person in the world who believes. Oni-chan is alive. And someday, he'll come back to me. Say it in gold, Angie. That's right. As long as you don't lose that hope, there is no miracle that can be crushed. How dare you stand before the Witch of Miracles and speak of miracles yourself? Swallow them, grin them up. Erase both siblings now. No. You can't erase us. Even though the whole world refuses to acknowledge it, the miracle will happen as long as we believe. Cool. Clap, clap, clap. This is quite a boring ending. You know what's boring. The 100 fake deaths in the story. Anyway, the eight reeling snakeheads transformed into a massive whale jaw and swallowed everything. Or used whale animation. There will be no miracle. There exists no one whom you can trust. So die. There is someone. Everyone will protect me. The cruel veil of mystery that tired to swallow everything was gorged deeply by massive wedge. The deeply bonded wedge could only have been used by someone who had both talent and deep love for mysteries. Hi! You call that cliché a trick? I've already gotten bored for that long ago. The woman who stood back to back with Butler launching stakes was very, very clearly... Beato? How? I announced you that was a red truth. So, what if you did? The red truth is absolute, is it? A perfect truth with no one can ever run, no matter how hard they try. Even the whole world gets together and denies that my family is still alive. Even if that's forced in front of my eyes as a single truth, I will acknowledge it. After all... And she slowly rose to her feet. Around her, the shapes of people slowly appeared, and they also rose to their feet. Yes, the concept of umineko Beat dies, but then doesn't. One after another, a whole crowd of them. Damn, that's too many! They were Angie's family, her relatives, everyone from Rakijima. That wasn't all. Everyone from the Golden Land of the fantasy creatures appeared, and following Angie's lead, they rose to their feet. Then all of them glared at Bercastel. That's too much bullshit. I mean, sometimes bullshit is fine, but this is too much bullshit. Even the whole world denies my hope, I won't abandon it. I won't abandon my unmistakable hope that everyone's alive. And now we've finally gotten here. This is it, my attitude as a witch. You weren't just a witch of the future? Just a powerless witch who could only shed tears of regret for the past? I am the Golden Witch, Angie Beatrice. My titles are the Golden, the Endless, and the Witch of Resurrection. You reached it, haven't you, Angie? Yeah, thanks, Anna-chan. After all those long years, I'm there at last. I always knew you could get here. Thanks, Anna-chan. I understand now. What your last game was trying to teach me. Disappear, putrid delusions. I can't accept something like this. I agree with Bercastel. Everyone will be with me for eternity. No matter how many times people try to kill them with the red truth, I'll reject it. Everyone will come back to me again and again. I am Angie, Witch of Resurrection. In my world, your red truth can't touch me. This feels like the fourth epic final battle with all the characters where all the hopes is lost, only to the last moment. It is what it is. Yo, Angie background! Yippee! From Angie. No, from Angie and her family and her friends, several golden streaks shot out at once. There was the same at the mark left by Bercastel's great snakes. However, the glow inside this was gold. Then they wriggled, combined into one single mass, and transformed into an eagle with two wings. Oh, it's a phoenix! It wasn't one wing anymore! Thanks to Angie's absolute willpower, the golden eagle had gained the wings it needed to fly into the future. Those spare wings made Bercastel and the whale shrink back. The Shiremiya eagle never looks back. And it never gives up. Isn't water beats fire in Pokemon? The golden eagle easily swallowed the blue whale with its wings, grinding it to bits. And it didn't let the whale master escape either. It was now Bercastell's turn to run. Bercastell didn't find the golden eagle. She couldn't. In this world of Angie, where even the red shoes couldn't hurt anyone, just what sort of attack could have any effect? She frantically ran this way and that, throwing one wedge of red shoes after another to Shiremiya family. However, they didn't give a fuck. Shiremiya Kinzo is dead, Shiremiya Krause is dead, Shiremiya Natsuki is dead. She repeated this over and over again, but no one fell down. And they weren't accepted, so they couldn't pierce anyone. Can Endless Nine really do this? Even the red truce doesn't work? Just what is this golden truce? What kind of truce can defeat red truce? A believing heart. This is our consensus. Compared to the truth that we all acknowledge and share, your red truce can hurt anything. So long, Bercastell. This time, it's really checkmate. I won't accept this. I won't! Nuclear explosion, okay. The Rise of the Phoenix, oh damn, that's already taken. I mean, no heat fire can evaporate water, right? Probably not. I mean, you need too much water for this, too much. The massive golden eagle finally swallowed Bercastell whole. It had slammed into a vast ceiling, and there was an incredible explosion accompanied by the earthquake. You know, a rain could what's the word? A rain could destroy the fire, not destroy, extinguish fire in the forest, but no amount of fire would, you know, destroy an ocean or a lake or any body of water. See, I knew nukes would get used. What do you mean that doesn't count? From the cracked ceiling, along with many From the cracked ceiling, along with many falling chips, a single black cat plummeted and slumped against the floor. Erika ran up to it, repeatedly calling out her master, hugging it. Then she realized that it was still breathing, and simultaneous expression of relief and shock rose to her face. Don't worry. I won't let you lay a finger on my truth, and in the same way, I won't lay a finger on your truth either. She looks like a bad mop. Call it a free scolding for her own good, Beato. Don't act too coy with my big brother. I still haven't accepted your relationship, got it? I was your own foolishness to revive me. It's too late. My charming subordinates and I will be tormenting you until the day you die. And I'll make you watch Butler flirt with me every day. Huh? Whoa, that's pretty convenient. Look like this resurrection magic has on off switch. What the hell? Bring her back! She's my favorite character! What the hell? Angie? The water wouldn't destroy grease fire. And it fucked would make it worse. Oh well, extinguish. Haha, I'm in your head. Now you say destroy fire. You had to keep appearing and disappearing like a light bulb, turning on and off. Stop! 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 She had a hard life. Stop making fun of her. She's not having it easy, okay? And you seem to be enjoying yourself. Oh, Butler, and you being mean. What the fuck is this expression? Who isn't here, Angie? Sure. If you say so, Angie-chan. Angie, you're incredible, Uru. Angie-sama, congratulations on becoming a Witch of Resurrection. This way, we'll all be with you forever. Yeah, that's right. Everyone. The anti-magic toxin doesn't matter one bit. You will be with me for all eternity. The psychological welfare, well played. Thank you, thank you. Nice, Angie. Well said! Everyone surged forward, squishing Angie. They tried tossing her into the air, but dropped her onto her butt, and everyone laughed. And she looked a bit resentful, but when her brother lent her a head, she got up and joined the circle of smiles. A quiet applause greeted them. Witherlin, their witness, has acknowledged their victory and was clapping for them. Splendidly done, Lady Angie Beatrice. In celebration of this miracle, I bestow upon you the title of a lady. The tale you waved was quite entertaining. Fuck you. There is no need to be so hostile. I am congratulating you. Witherlin smiled sincerely. Then the cat's overlords broke their position in their constellation and lined up behind her. It was clear that this was not only a peaceful action, but a part of solemn ceremony. You have defeated my Mika, and I thank you for sparing her life. As you can see, she's my cute pet cat, which I keep to starve of boredom. If she died, boredom would overcome me as well. The true strengths of this being, who referred to Bercastel as a pet cat, had already been made clear during her fight with Lambda Delta. Even so, Angie spoke. I won't forgive you for killing Lambda Delta. Why, that doesn't sound like the words of a witch of resurrection. Can you not revive her whenever you wish? Huh? I can revive her? It's okay. I'm sure that Lady Lambda Delta has been revived somewhere thanks to your power. There's no need to worry. Copium? Indeed. She has already been moved to the audience sitting. I prepared to her. Do not fear, she is receiving the red carpet treatment. Really? That's wonderful. And she finally relaxed and let her tension leave the whole body. Well now, Butler, you are now the sole game master of your final game. True. That cat of yours will probably retire after that. Perhaps you should carry on with the final ceremony of your game. My Miko is as forgetful as a cat, but she can sometimes be as persistent as one. I suggest getting it over with quickly. Yeah, I'll take the suggestion. I shall be your witness and write a detailed account. Thanks for all, people. The final ceremony. So even this game is about to end. Butler nodded silently. Then he stepped out of the crowd and motioned for Angie to follow him. And Angie passed by each member of the Oshiramia family. They cheered her on, giving words of encouragement. Butler took out the golden key and handed it to Angie. It now had the same gleam that had possessed when he had first given it to her. Even this... Ooh. This looks like... Whoa, this looks good actually. This looks like... way to have it. It's like even this game is about to end. As hopefully... I mean, oh no, so sad. This looks good. It's really good, well-made background. Then two doors appeared out of the thin air on either side of them. They had a stately design, making it clear that this was a very important decision. Am I supposed to pick one without any hints? Of course not. I'll give you a hint. By now, it should be an easy puzzle. A simple puzzle with two answers. And you'll choose your answer by opening one of the doors. I see. Okay. So this is a convenient continuation of the Halloween party. I fell asleep during this party, didn't I? I'm glad to finally wrap it up properly. Beato, come forward. This is your fault for falling asleep before my puzzle. I'm glad I've gotten a chance to tell it. Sorry about that. It sounds like I'll be pretty tough. You'll be pretty tough. Udo, you'll be fine, Angie. I wonder about that. Prepare yourself, it's a tough one. Calm down, Angie. It's an easy puzzle. Do you remember what your brother told you at the very beginning about how to choose the best possible option? No? Butler, you're giving too many hints. This is a triumphant return of a Lady Angie, witch of a future. All you have to do is watch over her. True. Then I'll hand it over to Beata. I'm counting on you. Indeed. Then let us begin. Oh, okay. Angie gulped and stared up at the witch's face. Time to pick the wrong door? The witch held out left hand, bringing it close to Angie's face. Then she slowly spread her fingers. Look carefully at my palm. I'm not hiding anything, correct? Is it gonna be like Nero, choose the pill type of shit? Yeah, there's nothing here. Watch closely. I'll make a fist, and then stretch out my index finger. She stretched out her index finger and held it right in front of Angie's eyes. Watch the tip of my fingers closely. Ready? It'll be fast. The witch rapidly lifted her index finger high into the air, pointing at the heavens. This shit again? Just as Angel looked up to see the fingers rise up, it spun down as though trying to dodge her gaze. In this manner, the finger spun up, down, left, right, and the left again, as though Angel was playing the game of Achi Muite Hoi. Oi, feeling as though she'd lost if she couldn't keep up with the fingertip. Fingertip? Angie swung her face this way and that, looking serious. The witch's hand moved faster and faster, and it didn't lose track of it. Then the witch's high-pointed finger took a sudden swing downwards, and then it stopped. Her index finger curled up, and her hand was held in a simple fist. It would be fun to see what it looked like on the original Xterra, like an example on Halo Master Chief Collection, Halo 1 and 2. You can press a key during gameplay to see the original physics instantly. It's really cool. That'd also be cool on umineko, though it might have that on the actual PC version. Yeah, they do have it in the Steam version. You can see the new and the old sprites at the same time. Oh, but only... Oh, they don't have a changed backgrounds in this one. So it's only sprites. And the backgrounds are the same as before. Basilak, the last question. Ready? I'm going to open my hand. The witch slowly opened her right fist. And there was cutely wrapped candy. Wait, what's about left fist? The witch high-pointed figure took a sudden spin downwards, and then it stopped. Her index finger curled up, and her hands were held in a simple fist. And there was cutely wrapped candy. Holy shit, that was the point! That she opened a different fist. Okay. Ready for the question? Yeah? Was this a trick or magic? This is my puzzle for you. Go ahead, Angie. Give your answer. Is this trick or magic? You motherfuckers. Is it supposed to be... Oh, I totally get the answer. Sorry. Compulsive saving. I totally know the answer, but I don't need to answer magic in order to this actually work. I know what the answer is. Don't make me choose, 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 don't make me choose. If your answer is magic, open the door. If it's a trick, then open that door. I had already decided my answer. Don't put me into the book. Oh, fuck you. I really want to take a break. Are we gonna have a lawn after this? Can you tell me? Do you know? Am I like really close to the end, or I kind of really want to take a break. Maybe that's an hour and a half. Okay, we're taking a break here then. Sorry. 5 minutes. Be right back. Max 2. Okay. Do 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 do. I'm future devil. Do 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 do. Sorry. I'm closing some stuff. A second. Hmm. 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 Okay. Okay. Oh, so the answer, there is an obvious answer, but I don't know if it's too obvious to actually be correct. I think they want me to say magic because that's the point of a story. But I'm also a bitch, and I don't wanna go with the story. They made me sit here for 2 hours listening to all this bullshit. Can I be a little bit annoying back to the game? Is it even matters? I don't think it's gonna matter. Let's do. Let's just go to like a random generator and generate a number. Or we can toss a coin. Do you have a coin? I don't have a coin. I have a plastic star. Does it gonna work? It has a inner and outer side. I hope it's gonna work. Okay, the outer side is a magic and the inner side is truth. Okay, I remembered which one is which. What's the word? Whatever. I'm jumping it into the air. I'm Okay, whatever. Just go for it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not a coin. It's not. Okay, it fell onto the outer side. I immediately forgot which one is which. Google coin clip. Oh. My Google doesn't work. Is it work? Coin flip. Yeah, you can do it on Bing too. Yuppie. Okay. Flip the coin. Heads. What does it mean? Okay, heads is magic, tricks is tail. 1, 2, 3. It's heads again. Okay, let's go with magic. We are not an asshole, okay? We are doing the right thing. Look at this shit. Why is it like this? Magic. Okay. This is my answer. Are you gonna acknowledge it in the plot? If not, it doesn't matter. Or maybe it should be decided in a game of tic-tac-toe. Didn't even finish typing before you choose. How would it work? I walked over to the door that represented the answer I had chosen. It doesn't seem like my answers matter here, doesn't it? Then I put the golden key into the keyhole and turned to face everyone. I mean, it's the right side of a screen, so cool. Fuck you guys, bye bye. The Shirmie eagle never looked back. That's right, sorry. I gripped the key tightly and twisted. Then the key on the door flashed brilliantly and slowly faded away. Beyond the door was a strangely colored space. If I stepped into this, I'll reach the future I choose. Before taking that single step, I spoke without turning back. The Shirmie eagle never turns back, so I won't turn around, but I'll say this. Thank you, everyone. But this isn't goodbye. I'll always be with you. Yeah, we won't turn back. We will always be standing behind you. It's not it. Despite it all, I still believe. I'm positive that everyone will come back. Angie. This is good. Angie. I look forward to the day when we all meet again. Angie, my adorable granddaughter. We may be away for some time. Here, don't forget this. It's your prize from the quiz party. Yo, my coins! Yippee! Yo, it's my doll! A doll butterfly flew over my shoulder, landed on my palm, and turned to a Beatrice doll. Yay! Does it give you a doll if you didn't solve this all? This was lying next to me when I woke up on the sofa, wasn't it? This was my prize. Merch. We don't question the methods of tic-tac-toe. We trust the process in the back of my head, so you don't know, right? Me, maybe. I still liberally in creative design, terrible son. Pun that mean nothing to you, probably. Yep. Merch. Merch. Take it back to the future with you and treasure it. Thanks, everyone. I took a step forward. Forward into the future. I won't say goodbye. So, see you later, alligator. We'll always be together. We'll be together forever. This is the end. 8 hours exactly. Almost. I mean, it feels like the end. Is she gonna go through some bullshit at this magical land? The winds brushed against my cheek. I only opened my shut eyes. Oh, she's here! I might have had my eyes closed for a very long time. Even the sparkles below me seemed blindingly bright. It was a strange world, with a sea of light beneath me. The wind was cold. However, it told me that I had returned to reality. I was standing with one foot outstretched over the sea of light below me. How long have I been here? Since the moment I was lured by Bercastella, just about to take a step off the edge. The time has probably been stopped for me. I slowly pulled my foot back in. Then I leaned against the fence and sat down. The sky was far away, but so was the ground. This whole time I've been in this sad place, so far from both of those worlds. I can't go to the sky. In that case, I have to return to my world. And the elevator is probably the way to go. I have no skydiving. I really doubt it will happen again. There won't be any more miraculous survivals if I jump down from here. After all, some witch of miracles has already guaranteed that a miracle like that definitely isn't happening. Then, I finally noticed them. The guards that President Okonogi had assigned to me. They were approaching the fence with forced smiles and sweat dripping down their faces, trying not to startle me. That's right. And then she got scared here and accidentally slipped. Would be awful. That's right, I got away from these guys before jumping off, didn't I? Did you think I was going to jump? Well, you did look, sorry. If I jumped, I guess you really catch it from Akanagi-san. Angie-san, it's dangerous here. For now, please come back to the site. Let me stay here just a little longer. It's okay. I won't get any sudden ideas. Does one of you have a cell phone? Yeah? I want to talk to Okonogi-san about something. Would you mind calling him? The guards looked at each other and then rushed to take their cell phones. Oh no! Angie gonna take him hostage or something with your life. They looked like they didn't want to put me in a bad mood in case I jumped off and left them to take the blame. The president has picked up. Here. Thanks. Hello, Okonogi-san? Yeah, sorry for calling you all of a sudden. No, it's excellent news. A bit of an early Christmas present. I'm giving all of the Ushiramiya group to you. That's right. In exchange, I have a few things I want. With some tweaking, this could be a Persona song. As she gazed down at the sea of stars spread out on the ground below her, Angie spoke. She spoke of how she would live from now on. Ushiramiya Angie's strange and mysterious adventure ends here. But my life continue. After all, I now have a job to do. I am Angie Beatrice, a witch of mirror sorcery. Rich girl is like... Ushiramiya Angie just fell from here and died. I am Angie, the witch. I live as a witch. Cool. Epilogue? End of a chapter? No? Okay. George, I'm on an unlimited supply of Beatrice plushies now, the great hostage umineko. And so your game ends. And Angie opened the door and vanished from sight. Residents of a Golden Land disappeared as well. Bye-bye! We don't need to see all of this. The light is blinding. Afterwards, only Butler could be seen. He had now finished doing everything he could for Angie. Close the door. I believe there was some rule about closing the door? Yeah, that's right. The rule said that you needed 2 people to close it. Hey, Auntie Yua. Don't call me that. It makes me feel old. The 2 of them stood to the left and right of the doors that Angie had vanished through. Angie, let there be a happiness in your future. After all, we'll always be with you. And 2 of them held their hands in front of them. As they did, the door popped into existence and closed. Then the door itself faded away. And now we have completed our role. Yeah, this marks the end of a piece's purpose. You have worked hard, both of you, and with this, we shall clean up your game board. Slowly, the world began to crumble. At a glance it looked as though the city of books was starting to fall apart. But it wasn't it. Butler in Eva's worlds was being cut off from the city of books. The world broke apart bit by bit and the ceiling would probably fall in soon. This is goodbye, Butler-kun. Yeah. See you later, and count on it. And take care of Angie, Auntie Eva. At least in the end, try calling me Ima Onesan, will you? See you later, Erika. Somewhere, someday. Well, Angie and I were witches of truth, so just what is the difference between the two of us? I wonder. I was a witch who suffered through the truth, however I turned my back from the truth. She, on the other hand, was a witch who, even after learning the truth, continued to believe in your own truth. If she was a real witch of truth, then what kind of witch was I? If you ask me, you aren't a witch. After all, you're the detective. Good. I'd forgotten. We'll meet again someday. Whenever there is a crime, the detective's sure to be there, right? Yes. There's another crime occurs in the Shiramiya family. I promise to appear. So long, great detective. So long, my rival. I look forward to the day that the two of us can cross blades again. I love them. That's a good dynamic. Those were the final words the two spoke to each other, even though they didn't have much time together in the end. A mighty roar and a cloud of dust blew by, covering everything. And then everything vanished. Nothing remained. Butler and Eva are both gone. The city gone. The city of books was shrouded in silence. It's all over. Yes, great Lady Aurora, you will take care of my pet cat. Now I shall go too. There are some things that might be cleaned up in this world as well. Is she gonna resurrect from the dead? She better do it. Oh, I forgot about this. When Hachijo made her announcement, everyone fell silent, thinking that they had misheard her. Before too long, though, the crowd exploded with a shower of questions about what she meant by this. That's too cruel! You can't do this after dragging us along this far? Madam Hachijo, we have come from far and wide to see it. How can you do this now? I will say it again. I've changed my mind. Shiramiya Eva's diary will not be made public. A scam! This is all but a scam! Is it really Shiramiya Eva's diary you're holding? I say you cooked the whole thing up. You think you could get away with something like this? Show us the book! Children of men can be so hideous. Neither you nor I have the right to read what lies in here. However, now that I think of it, this has been quite an entertaining show. I was fortunate enough to witness an amusing sight of the children of men tonight, as they disturbed the sleep of the dead and promoted rumors with abandon. Let's go, Baron. I have my share of entertainment for the night. A black cat jumped onto Hachijo's shoulder, and she disappeared off to the side of the stage, the book of a single truth in her arms. Only the angry yells of a massive crowd remained. Namdo was revived or resetted, it's just that she reached the end of her role in the active story. I mean, I get it, but she could just, just lie about this because she was the one who caused her death. And so the people gradually lost interest in the Shiramiya Eva's diary. Really? Okay, some even doubting that it was existed at all. Though the weekly magazine were in uproar over Hachijo Toya's apparently fraudulent claims, there were some who began to voice an opinion that the Rokujima mystery itself was an instant desecration of the dead. It was likely that Rokujima could rest in peace just because of something like this. However, people became slightly more hesitant to show open interest in the Rokujima mystery in public. And an open cat box is eternal, and so Rokujima will probably never find peace. However, even so, compared to how it was before, life will surely be easier. Because as the years pass, the dust will slowly pile up in it, where it lies in the depths of oblivion. At the bottom of a deep sea, known as the depths of oblivion, the witch's cat box will probably get slowly buried as the years pass. Featherline threw a single rose into the sea, an offering to let the cat box rest in peace. Let us mark the end of this long story with a tale of that golden rose and another one. In the darkness, there was a massive roar and an earthquake. When it passed, dawn began to rise over the endless night. The third day, October 6, 1986. No way. Where am I? We're in the wreckage of the old submarine base. Do you remember? It's where it all started. The place where we first met 2 generations ago. Sounds pretty romantic if you put it this way. It is! Butler and Beato could be seen in the ruins of Rokojima's underground submarine base. The cave's mouth opened to the sea, and the gentle sound of the waves drifted in along with the cries of the seagulls. It seemed that the typhoon, which had chosen off the island for 2 days, had finally gotten bored and gone away. Beato went down to the shore and lifted up a large sheet. Beneath it was a motorboat. Of course it wasn't from the time of the war. It was modern. Pile this up in a boat. It's heavy. Whoa, this is a gold ingot. I thought they were all buried. I thought something like this might happen, so I snuck one out beforehand. A single heavy gold ingot had dropped into the boat. I'm not sure how much this worth by itself, but this might be quite a lot. Have you even driven a motorboat before? You're joking, right? It's easy. I'll teach you. She wasn't used to this, but after several miracles, Beato finally got the engine started. Miracles? Mistakes. Sorry. Brain in the wrong place. If you go out that way and hop from the island to island, you'll see Nijima before too long. Then you can just land on the sandy beach. Aren't you coming? I cannot. I'm the master of the Golden Land. I cannot leave this place. What's to be gained from staying? What's to be gained from going? Let's leave. I cannot. I've already committed countless sins in the countless worlds. The number of lives I have taken since I've committed is too great. But you haven't committed any sins in our world. No, that's not true. Go. Go while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise, I may seal the island in the storm again. Butler suddenly sputtered out, "Don't leave her here! Under no circumstances, don't leave her here. I'm gonna actually cry if she's gonna stay here." When Beata turned around to see what was going on, her body was suddenly lifted into the air. Yes! Yes! Then, I'll take you back as a souvenir of the Golden Land. Let go! This isn't safe! Enough screaming. Listen carefully, Beatrice. What? I'm going to steal you away. But... As Butler quietly gazed at her with serious eyes, Beata was lost for words. If you have sinned, it's my sin as well for making you do it. So let's carry your cross together. Butler, as long as I live, I'll carry your cross. Let's leave the Golden Land, you and me, together. Beata was now too shocked to say anything at all. Then tears poured down from her eyes, and she covered her face with both hands. Butler gently set her down on the boat. He undid the mooring ropes. Now there were no longer anything tying the boat to the island. Let's go. Controlling the boat as Beata had taught him, Butler slowly guided it out. Holy shit, I'm so happy. When they passed out of the dimly lit cavern, they were immediately struck by the bright rays of the sun and surrounded by the crowd of white seagulls. As the seagulls flew this way and that, the feathers they dropped in the water seemed to celebrate the boat's departure. The brilliant sunlight told them that they were now free of this island's curse. The sky now freed from the seal of the typhoon seemed too bright to be real. Feeling hot, Butler took off his jacket. It was swept away by the wind and danced through the sky. However, instead of panicking, Butler just smiled as he watched it go. Beato also watched it go. No, she watched the island go. Rokijima, and the golden land she had spent 1,000 years in. I'm so happy. Will I be able to live? You will. Oh. You want to have a magical butler, but there's a lot of conveniences out there in the world. There are all kinds of things that you can find in Rokijima. I'll show you this world of ours. Will I be able to live? Beata repeated the same words again. Butler knew what she meant. However, no matter what answer he gave, he wouldn't be able to resolve your problem now. My babies. However, there was no way to resolve it. Time and heart. Little by little, bit by bit. Like a chain being cut by falling drops of water, he would have to soar the curse of the island gradually, over a long period of time. It might take a long, long time. However, someday, she will be free. That's what I believe. I'm the sinful witch who died with hundreds of deaths on this island. Your world, it's too brilliant for me. No, you have to leave. I answer immediately and forcefully. If you think you need to atone for hundreds of sin, then keep on living and living. Live as hard as you can with everything you've got. That's the only way you can atone. Is that truly the only way to atone for my sins? That's right. And you'll definitely be able to do it someday. Trust me. Butler, come on, don't look at me with teary eyes. It's embarrassing. Forgive me. Then, at the very least, would you close your eyes? Why would I? Hey, your face is pretty close. Foolish man. You ought to be cursed for taking the witch away from the Golden Land. That's why you must close your eyes. It's too embarrassing for me too. As soon as Butler shut his eyes, soft-lipped covered his. Then they slowly drew back. He tried to open his eyes, but received a quick slap on the cheek. Don't look! I told you not to look at my face! Come on, what's there to lose? You have no delicacy! Don't open them! Not yet! Why? Because I want to kiss you again! Shaking my head. The next kiss was in the earlobe. Hey, quit it! Now this is getting really embarrassing. He knew he'd get a hit again if he opened his eyes, so he resisted with his eyes still shut. Beata tickled his ear by softly blowing it. Ooh, and then she spoke in her usual cheerful, bullying voice. Sorry, Butler, I'm a terrible, atrocious witch. Yeah, I know. You're an evil, cruel witch. And so I cannot atone for my sins. I'm the sort of witch who can cackle over hundreds of deaths. Come on. But it's just like you say that. He accidentally opened his eyes. And when he did, the witch was nowhere to be seen. The golden witch had vanished, like a dream or illusion. Say that you... And so she had the single ingot they had carried with them. What the fuck? No, she should be the one who stayed alive. What's happening? Butler jumped straight into the ocean, and so he made it in time. He made it in time to see the witch again. The witch looked up at Butler, a faint smile on her face. He couldn't hear any words, and yet he heard clearly. Didn't I tell you, Butler? I am an atrocious witch, so I cannot atone for my sins. I cannot leave. No, you have to, Beatrice. Butler desperately spoke back, however his words only floated out of his mouth as bubbles. As he sunk into the inky blackness, Butler chased her with all his strength, and then his hand reached hers, as it should be. Butler, you fool, you made it off the island alive. You would throw that away? We both should leave. I won't let you go. It pleases me to hear you say that. However, I'm a creature of illusions, and you're a human. We have different worlds to go back to. No, Beato! I will return to illusions. You should return to your world. I disagree. All around them, it was getting darker and darker. The pressure, no! And then, at last, their fingers separated. No! At once, Butler rose towards a world of light. The witch sank toward... Be slower! Seeing Butler's body rise towards the shrine surface, the witch relaxed. No! So long, Butler! Thank you! When she saw Butler's body become a speck and disappear towards the world of light, the witch slowly closed her... No! When she felt something... But this was impossible. After all, Butler already disappeared into the distance. But it was Butler! Butler had come after the witch! You think I'd let you get away? You're my golden witch. Butler, you fool. You fool. If falling into abyss is what you desire, I'll fall with you. It's that world of nothingness, and let us disappear together. But until the very last moments, you will be mine. The two hugged each other tightly. Fate didn't try to tear them apart again. And so the two became one and sank to abyss together. Then in the pitch black world where nothing could be seen, something sparkled. A warm, golden sparkle. Oh, shit. It was a golden rose. And it floated down to a world covered with immaculate white sand. Half buried in that sand was a small box. A bomb? What is this? It was Beatrice's cat box, which rested in peace here at the ocean's floor. The golden rose softly came to rest on top of it. At the bottom of the sea, far beneath the waves, a small fragile tale of a faintly glowing golden rose, repeating in deepest depths, darkest shadow. I'm sorry for crying. 1998. Oh no, it's still going. I'm sorry. A black luxury car was parked at the rear entrance of a skyscraper. Men wearing suits were packing a heavy-looking attaché case into its trunk. Let me handle all the rest. We take care of all the troublesome work. I'm counting on you. I'm sure Aunt Eva would be glad to entrust it to you, the person she trusted most. Out of the building came ancient President Okonogi. His expression was peaceful. It was hard to imagine that this was the same person who had always looked so dark to Okonogi. In her later years, the company president was very ill. She might have said some fairly harsh things to you, but I don't believe that that's how she truly felt. I'm sorry. On my bad days, even I say things I shouldn't. You've changed. You think so? I thought you would never forgive the president as long as you lived. You're the one who taught me, Akonagi-san. I did? Did I say something? Without love, the truth cannot be seen. Did I say something that pretentious? It's been a long journey. It really has been a long journey, all just to understand what you told me this day. Of course, Okonogi understood. He understood that she had taken a long and arduous journey through her own heart. Once you decided on a new address and a bank account, get in touch. I won't let you want for anything. Any problems with Sumadera family? Leave this to me. We'll have your power of attorney as our railing point. Thanks to that, the Ushiramiya group has a united front. Because of what you did, Anji-san, the business built by the former president had been protected. Oh, shit. I truly believe she would be joyful at your decision. Sorry for ignoring your messages for a while, I was really into it. Well, she is a witch of miracles and mistakes after all. Was it all worth it? I was something there. Yeah, I think it was. Another bomb. Oh. They both died. Why did they die? They should have been alive. They've been for so much. My poor children. I'm just making you deal with all the hand stuff. The Ushiramiya group was shaken by the passing of the great president Ushiramiya Iwa. Since there was no successor, the group had been in danger of splitting. Amidst this, Angie, who has inherited the large portion of the group's stock, has closely watched to see how she would act. I don't give a fuck about any of this, to be honest. However, since Angie had shown no interest in any of this and had gone around talking about things like selling all the assets and donating everything to some charity, the group has grown very shaky indeed. There was even a chance that an outsider, such as Madara family, would step in to destroy the Ushiramiya group. As disturbing as it may seem, it's a fact that some even wished for the center of all this trouble, Angie, to disappear. However, because Angie had change of heart and decided to help to do what's the best for the Ushiramiya group that Iwa had brought together, the worst case scenario was been avoided. Akunogi has been named as Angie's successor. Now that he had Angie's trust, there was no more reliable ally to be had. Akunogi himself was certain plans he would carry out based on the knowledge that Angie trusted him. Okunogi, who had carried great responsibility in the Ushiramiya group thanks to his position as Iwa's closest confidant, was the most natural choice to be Iwa's successor. And thanks in part to the ability, everything had now been wrapped up smoothly. This way, the Ushiramiya group was secure. By now, the Ushiramiya group was the only thing other than Angie herself to hold the Ushiramiya name, so she might have thought of it as her last tie to her family. You know, you're free to come back anytime you want. We have a chair set aside just for you. Thanks. Just knowing I have the place to go back to, I can set off on my journey in peace. What are you going to do from now on? I'm going to become an author. An author? To write novels? It doesn't matter what. It could be novels or picture books. If I have any skill at drawing, maybe I'll do manga. What I do doesn't matter, as long as I can share my heart with someone. Sounds like you set a noble task for yourself. I'll be praying for your success. Thanks. I'll manage to publish a book. I'll send you a copy. I look forward to it. The car trunk has closed with a tuck. Apparently all of your luggage has been loaded. Yeah, allow you to introduce you to the driver. He's a protege of mine, Isuta Makusa. He's trustworthy and you can rely on him for anything. Oh, and he worked as a guard to the old president for many years, so you must recognize him. As long as it isn't Makusa. I assume. The man walking over the driver's seat sneezed. Now that hurts me, see? Hey, Yamakusa, just what have you done to her? Well, he was the most flippant of Auntie Eva's guards. I was hoping for pretty much anyone else. But he also the closest to you, wasn't he? At least listening to him talk can be pretty entertaining. The boss assigned me to be his contact with you. If you ever gone to any sort of trouble, just let me know. Can I send you to go buy a toilet paper? I'll even buy you some feminine hygiene products to go with. Yo! See? This guy's grip. No! Oh, Akonagi gaffed. I got into the backseat. Stay well, Angie-chan. I guess this is the last time anyone will call me by that name. Oh, is she gonna go by the Toya name now? Let me know when you've decided a new one. Akonagi patted the roof of the car. At the signal, Amakusa honked the horn and removed the handbrake. So, until you decided on a new name, I guess I'll be calling you Missy. And that's fine for now. Okay. Where are we going? North? South? Any recommendations? How about leaving the main island entirely? I suggest go north to Hokkaido. Yo, Hokkaido! Huge meadows, giant clouds, and always writing stories in a log cabin. Sounds awesome. So is it? I've already decided to go the opposite of whatever you said. That's pretty harsh. I like to go someplace warm. A town with a view to the sea. And just slowly close your eyes. We still don't know who Toya was. Is this one of those? I thought it was Angie. And just slowly close your eyes. Things had been pretty crazy lately. And she was tired. Roger that. Next time you open your eyes, you'll be in unfamiliar land. But it'll be warm town with a view to the sea. Of the sea. Can't wait to see what you choose. The car got into the freeway. It was surrounded by the great river of cars heading east and west. By now, no one could tell which of those points was the car she rode in. Starting today, Shiremi would be changing her name and life in a new climate. Changing her name didn't mean she had given up on being Angie. This was Angie Beatrice's mission. I am Angie Beatrice, the golden and endless witch of resurrection, a witch of mirage sorcery, the final witch who is still alive in the future called 1998. 1998. Umineko no Nako Koronichiro, Nocturne of Truths and Illusions. It's not the end! New element added. The Golden Witch prepared the gift in commemoration of your recent sojourn. The newest element may be accessed from the title screen. That's bullshit. Okay. There was no end credits. Yup, tea party. Okay. Episode 8. You better be 20 minutes long, or I'll snap. Ouch. Hold on. I'll mute for a second. Let me blow my nose from crying. Sometimes the stories are about how the people you love the most are dead and the people you don't care about survive. Sometimes it's just about this. The majestic witch of theater-going drama and spectating sat down to her pen, looked at the ceiling and sighed deeply. The desk was covered with a scattered mountain of paper covered with writing. Words were packed onto the pages in a thin, high information density language that only the great ones could read. Sometimes it really does suck to suck. Oh my god. Each letter of this language carried the same amount of information as several books in the human world. These letters filled every inch of a huge pile of paper. Surely she had written out every little detail of some worlds. Of some world. I have written all there is to write. So to be accurate, more could yet to be written. She stood up, sat down in her favorite rocking chair, and rocked peacefully for a while. How much must one write before they can say they've written it all? That is what bothered me in all my years of writing. The adventures of humans can be very interesting as a tale. However, even I still don't know when that adventure stops being an adventure. My old friend, who is now gone, once said this human's life is an adventure from beginning to end. There is never a correct time to set down one's pen. I do not agree. I think one must put away the pen at some point. I believe one should write a tale to an appropriate point that leave the trailing notes and opinions of what follows in the midst of the spectators. In short, the tale must be put aside the cat box at the appropriate time. The cat box has been the subject of this long tale, so is it not the better to refrain from writing the final in its entirety, to instead put it in the cat box and leave it here? Vaseline spoke to no one inside the empty study. Of course, no one commented on her words. However, Vaseline seemed to hear something. She nodded and grinned contentedly. Yes, I know. I will write a bit further, then lie down my pen. Then it will be time for us to say our goodbyes. Vaseline held up a finger and spun it around, signal that she wanted to darken the room. The lights in the study dimmed. Would you mind letting me rest for a while? During that time, my cat, or rather my Miko, will entertain you. Oh, whoa, you suck! Can you be less clumsy with that needle? Shut up! If you don't want it to be sewn by hand, I'll use a sewing machine. Clatter, 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 clatter. No, no machines! I want you to do it by hand! So please, just a bit more gently. Oh, whoa. It's nothing your little spit can fix. Eep. Tell me before you start licking me all of a sudden. I'm going to sew you up with a long, fat needle now. It'll hurt like hell, so you better close your eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2... And keep the stuff to yourself! Oh, don't, But despite all this, the two of them truly were close. I love them. Though Lambda has been brutally dismembered in the final fight, she had survived. But unfortunately, she was still dismembered. So Castell was sewing her arms and head back to the needle and threads. The left arm, which had still wanted to be retracted, walked around on the bed impatiently with an index and middle fingers. Only the arms were left to do, so it looked like this won't be finished soon. Then Erika returned, slamming the doors open. I'm home, my master! I brought some sesame salt. Sesame salt? Why sesame salt? You aren't planning to put me in tea, are you? It's Erika's toy. Erika, did you bring your chopsticks? Yes, my master! Great detectives have their magnifying glasses. Further, Erika has her chopsticks. Are you ready? Pour out some sesame salt and use those chopsticks to separate the sesame seeds from the salt. Yes, my master! Please watch my fantastic chopping villain skills. Fuck me. Yeah, good luck. When you're done, make sure you put everything back in bag. Are you still bullying her like that? How rude. I'm playing with her. Oh yes, Erika. The mailman just came by with a letter addressed to you. A letter? I sense a crime calling for me. Don't tell me. I'll guess who sent it. The postmark is from heaven. It's probably from Lenore or someone. I'm surprised you're still in touch. All it takes is the presence of this postmark, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Castell. Hey! You can't do this, my master! The Van Dyne's room number 9 is forbidden to have multiple detectives! Then you better get out. So long, great detective Erika. No, my master! Erika, Witch of Truth, is here to serve! No, not the head. Oh... I still can't tell if you two like each other or hate each other. Of course we hate each other. The only one I love is you. How could you, my master? Lady Lambda, it looks like there is not enough room for the two of us. Are you serious? Are you challenging the great Lambda? Erika grinned and grabbed Lambda's left arm that was walking around the bed. Here's Lambda's arm, and here's the sliced open end of your arm. Erika grinned and wiggled her fingers menacingly. Wait, you aren't thinking? Let's see if my rival can handle this. No, Tickling? Cool. Stop it, it tickles! She tickled the open end of Lambda's left arm. Kinda creepy, but cool. Apparently she was extremely ticklish here. There's no room for us. Dude, she's in a part. Have you ever played Tetris? Accidentally, she opened end of Delta's arm was cute and fluffy, with white candy poking out. Apparently her body was made of sweet candy, with a bit of a spice thrown in it. But you mind it is there is nothing remotely terrifying about your severed arm. Erika ran around screaming, "I've defeated Lady Omba Delta all by myself, just like my master!" Omba Delta growled and hissed at her, but Castell kept on sewing, an exasperated look on your face. It was very peaceful scene, in a way. So, what does the letter say? Is there anything about what Lenore and the others have been doing? Gertrude's son has been promoted to full Inquisitor, or something. Hip hip hooray, I guess. Oh, in addition to her cat, she now... Meow Wolf too. What? What's Meow Wolf? What? You don't know? You're so out of touch. They've been all the rage lately. I even got a female Meow Wolf a few days back. They make awesome competitor too. I'm totally lost, but I'll make sure I stay far away from your homemade food in the future. Cornelia's son is... Oh, she learned that being good at martial arts gives you an edge in an Inquisitor exam. She restarted combat training. Pretty hard to imagine her doing this, right? A cat was fucking Omba Delta's head just in the middle of it. This is insane. What are they doing? Well, there's all kinds of combat training. What she's doing? This look like kickboxing and Chinese kenpo. Couldn't it be Eva's influence? Does she look like she's fight pretty good standing on one leg? Good point. A certain someone must have toughened her up by making her stand on my leg all the time. It also talks about Wilson. Oh, what a surprise! Look like Wilson hit it big on the foreign exchange and he's now living a life on leisure, on the income from the real estate investments. What the hell? Sounds like he started playing badminton lately too. Leon is here? I'll bet he was a hellish coach. His butt probably swollen by now. So what about Lenore? As usual, she's stamping things, sealing things, approving things, and sometimes even signing things. She jumped out of the window. She humbly asked me to stir up the crime in her district since she would get assigned to it personally. Well, why don't you? Crime sounds fun. They do say crimes occur wherever the detective goes. Well, one of these days, I feel like it, I might drop... Wrong voice? Well, one of these days, I feel like it, I might drop by to bully her. Oh, and there is also something here about the Chester sisters. Wait, I don't want to hear it all at once. Let's hold off a bit for dramatic effect. No, just tell me. Okay, I'll do it. And finally, grew my I finally grew my right arm back. Do the left one now, please. Let's have some tea first. Erika, bring a thin can of black tea and a pot of dried plums. Yes, my master! With this particular journey over and done with, the Voyager witches rested their wings. It was all so that could leave on a new journey and search for the next fragment. A short break between trips, dropped by the pleasant scent of a black tea. I love that no one actually dead. I mean, no one important is actually dead. Crime sounds fun, you heard it first, kids! Where are you going this time? If you go north, I'm heading south. Even if you go east, I'm heading west. I hope we can find another charming tale like this one. Next time, I hope you aren't playing the Will and Burn. You think so? Being the bad guy was pretty fun. I wonder, what kind of tale we'll find next? And what kind of tale we'll next meet in? The Sea of Fragments and Tiny to a pair who love each other. Children of Paradise. Children of Paradise sucks! The Sea of Fragments is pretty huge. Ghost in a Shell. Ghost in a Shell is cool. We'll meet again when something else cries. Sounds good. Oh, they know. They know that something else cries. Sounds good. Let's do that. We meet again when something else cries. The happy voices of the witches faded into distance. Really quick, no, you need to read quick. So long, everyone. See you again when something else cries. Okay, it was 20 minutes to do her justice. It was 20 minutes, okay. Another 20 minutes for the question mark, or else... Welcome to the party of the inhuman. This is the end of the end. Decades later. Silent Hill soundtrack song? What? What? It was the largest banquet hall in a huge hotel. The many guests that filled the room chattered and applauded the person receiving an award trophy on top of the stage. The sign in front said, Biggs Publishing Company Award Ceremony. Okay, now it's not Silent Hill. And now, I would like to begin the novel category. The winner is a novel everyone here will be very familiar with. The story that started a worldwide movement that continues to grow in leaps and bounds. The fantasy adventure novel, Sagutaro's Great Adventure! Yippee! Yo, Sagutaro plushie is here! The projector in front of the audience showed a brief summary of the series. It was a lengthy fantasy adventure novel that was already more than 8 installments long. Oh, that sounds right. The thrilling fantasy story told of the adventures of Sakutaro, a cowardly vegetarian who makes friends, learns through his experiences, and grows in his search for the one fragment. The main character catchphrase, I'll become the king of a beast, is even one of the candidates for the best phrase to come into modern slang award. This is awful. What are you talking about? In addition to being thrilled to read, the books also contained many messages for the children to learn from, entering in high price as an adventure novel that parents and kids could enjoy reading together. However, it hasn't received praise like this from the beginning. For the first 6 volumes, it went almost entirely unnoticed, meta much, but each year when the foreign translators of the series began, it got its big break and suddenly became a huge topic of conversation. But before the series, the author had created quite a lot of works, but none of those had achieved any public acclaim. However, after this sudden rise in notoriety, her previous works were being evaluated one after another. It's really fair to say that recognition of your works was very late in coming. Miss Kotobuki, congratulations on your award! In your latest Sagutaro and the Witch's Island was truly an excellent read. Publishing company's executives repeatedly showed you with praise. Sagutaro's Great Adventure, the author's name... Kotobuki Yukari. Kotobuki Yukari. Nearly all of her royalties were sent to funds to support needy children, and she herself served as a director at several protective institutions. Yeah, I wonder who it is. Some envious people tried to call her fake charity, but the more that people learned about her, the more those voices withered and died away. Kotobuki Yukari. By now that name ran loud and clear across Japan. She sat in a chair, cheerfully chatting with people who came to greet her. Show her, please. Last year, it was discovered that she had developed a small tumor. Of course she did. And after the surgery, her physical strength had dropped sharply. Oh, it's actually sad, sorry. Because of this, even in the stand-up afterwards party, she was given a chair and sat down while greeting people. Some people lamented, saying that if only she had been 20 or even 10 years younger, she might have left her mark in history as one of the greatest authors in the 21st century. For writing children's books? Really? It had taken so long for you to receive the praise she deserved. I mean, I myself a fan of a lot of children's books. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be so skeptical. She could be no longer called young. Even so, her determination to write was not wavered in the slightest. The story had gone around that, even during her stay in the hospital, most of her time had been spent typing away. She always said the same thing. She hadn't finished telling everything she needed to tell. Did she mean that she hasn't fully completed Sakutara's great adventure? This is how she answered when this question was asked by a journalist. If by writing even one more book I can teach just one more child how to find happiness, then I will spend the rest of my life to write every book, every page that I can. Because I still haven't fully conveyed the previous teachings I was given. Miss Katabuki, congratulations on your award! I hear the movie adaptation has been getting splendid reviews as well. From what I've heard, you're set to break records with the best-selling books of the year. Thank you very much for your kind words. It's more than I deserve. Oh, I forgot to tell you. My name is X, the company X's first editorial department. Oh. It's an honor to meet you. I hope we have a chance to work together sometime. Actually, Miss Katabuki, I apologize for being abrupt, but do you happen to know of the mystery writer called Hachijo Toya? Hachijo Toya. What about her? She recalled that name for the first time in several decades. She hadn't expected to ever hear it again. So you know Hachijo? I don't suppose you've ever met. No, I have not. I did go visit once, but I was an unknown back then. And since I suddenly barged into the publishing company office, it's hardly surprising that I was refused an interview. Oh, I didn't know that. Could it be that you were a fan of Hachijo's work? No. I just wanted to find out what sort of person Hachijo was. I see. Well, the truth is, about that novelist, Hachijo Toya would like to meet with you discreetly. To meet with me? Yes, it would not be a formal interview or anything, just a personal meeting of the record. If you're interested, we would be delighted to make the arrangement. Oh, and of course, this has nothing to do with work. Hachijo Toya wants to meet Katabuki Yukari. Just like I realized that Ito Uikikuro was Hachijo Toya, did she use my name to figure out my identity? The Rokujima mystery, which has sometimes called the greatest social phenomenon, mosquitoes, at the truth of a century, that uproar which dragged in enthusiasts from across the world, was suddenly subsided after an event held by Hachijo Toya where she was going to unveil Shiromiya Iwa's diary contained the truth. Though she had set up the event herself, she then outrageously disappeared without realizing the contents of a releasing the contents of a diary, throwing harsh criticism for doing so. However, at the same time, the event resurrected a very, very natural feeling within the public, that all of this was prying into terrible accident with many victims for the only sake of curiosity. And so, the frenzy sounding the Rokujima mystery faded away quietly. Hachijo Toya. No, Ito Uikukiro. She caught the public eye as a forger of Rokujima mysteries. She claimed to have reached the truth and released groundbreaking works of fiction one after another. She became famous as the driving force behind the Rokujima mystery. After realizing that Ito Ikukuro was Hachijo Toya, I went to her publishing company to ask for interview, but I didn't get one. At the time, I despised her. Go away! Back in the beginning, I thought she might have used the Rokujima mystery as a publicity stunt to advance herself, but now I feel a bit grateful to her. If she hadn't refused to show the diary in such an outrageous way, the Rokujima cat box might still be plaything of countless goats. She is indeed a forger who toyed with a cat box, and I still have an uneasy feeling about her. However, at the same time, she is the only one who, practically speaking, allowed Rokujima to rest in peace. Did she really reach the truth or not? How is it she reached something that even from my perspective was infinitely close to the truth? Even now, all these years later. That's something I'd love to know, if it's possible to find out. What do you think, Miss Katabuki? It was easy, folks. Just be rich, do whatever you want, and write an award winning your series. Easy. What do you think, Miss Katabuki? Of course, this is not an urgent request. I was told to tell you to take your time in making your decision if you wished. I understand. Does Hachiji Toyo live near the city? I was told that a meeting near here would be satisfactory at any time. I see. In this case, can I ask you to arrange a meeting for us in a quiet coffee shop next Sunday? Yes, as you wish. Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe Hachiji will be delighted as well. I have one condition. Yes, whatever you say. I'm not going to discuss business, so please refrain from sending anyone from the editing department. But of course, we will do as you say. Is this not Angie? Is Hachiji Toya actually Angie? What is going on? Madame Hachijo and I will meet alone, just the two of us. Can I count on you to keep this promise? Well, as to that, we would, appreciate if you keep this quiet, but what is it? Well, the truth is, the work of Hachiji Toya written by two people. To the outside world, whose books were written by a single female author. But there is actually a second author, a man. What? No! Excuse me, I 100% was sure that Hachiji in the sequence was talking to a woman. Is this Butler? Ooh, oh. Fuck you. The pair of them asked for a chance to meet you. So this is Angie and that is Butler? As soon as I heard that, I felt a premonition. How had Hachiji Toya, a person with no connection to the Oshiramiya family, managed to write about their private circumstances in such detail? I already felt a premonition of a certain kind of miracle. When I felt on my journey, I abandoned the name of Okay, you are Angie, sorry. Sorry for doubting you. It was weird. It was just weird for a second. I was like, as all those people really the people who they say they are? I abandoned the name of Oshiramiya Angie and stepped into a new life. By now, things had settled down, but back when the Sumadera family was still a threat, I wanted to distance myself from this name. Thanks to that, no one was able to get in touch with the new me anymore. However, this year, Sakutaro's great adventure had caught the public eye. It had made the name of Kotobuki Yukari famous, and maybe the name had finally reached his ears. I used to play with a lion-stuffed animal called Sakutaro, along with Maria Onechan. If those who knew disconnected the name Sakutaro with a hint of my own name, that it's only natural that they'll figure out who it was, who I was. The number of people who could recognize me from this was very, very limited. This is actually true, and it's actually great. I love this piece of writing. This person was also well versed in detective novels, and a man. I could only think of one person who matched. After all, I had learned just how many detective novels he had kept piling in his room was going through his personal effects. It was almost the time we had arranged for our meeting. My heart was racing almost like a girl's in love for the first time. Oh my god. As precisely arranged time, I heard the sound of a chime on the door, and they appeared. A man is sitting in a wheelchair and a woman pushing him. My eyes immediately fixed on the man in the wheelchair, and right away I saw the similarity in his face. He was, unmistakably, my brother. My brother, Shiremiya Butler. Holy shit, he looks like just like Kinzo! When our eyes met, we gave the little bow. I hurried to my feet and bowed back. How the fuck, how old is Hachijo Toya then? Why is she so young still? I mean, yeah, Butler was... Okay, she is younger than Butler. Okay. Hatoya is someone else from what I understood, and the little flashback we saw, I don't know, or... Who didn't know? Keeps the parallel going, huh, Butler? When our eyes met, we gave a little bow. I hurried to my feet and bowed back. It was a somewhat exaggerated and silly way for a pair of siblings to greet each other after several decades apart. But the miracle had waited for all these years had become reality, and my mind was now completely blank. Where's Beato? Are you Katabuki Yukari? Yes, I am. And you two must be Hachijo Toya. A pleasure to meet you. Thank you very much for letting us borrow your precious time today. My name is Hachijo Ikuko. I am mostly in charge of the actual writing. This is Toya. He mostly handled the drafting. Though the woman who called herself Ikuko was far older than me, she seemed to be unbelievably useful. It wasn't because she was good with makeup or dressed like a young woman, like a younger woman. It feels strange to say it. There was a strange mystique about her, as though she was immortal and never aging. Then I quickly remembered that she had introduced my brother as Toya. Pardon me for asking, but are you two married? We're not married, but we've been together for long. True, looking back on it, it really had been a long time. Does it mean Butler would forget about Beato? It makes it even worse, You better say that he remembered. I mean, he remembered about the Shinomiya family, so maybe he did remember about Beato. 9 hours, by the way. Beato sank to the bottom of the sea. If she actually died or not, who knows? Probably did though, like 99%. Don't tell this to me! I'm gonna cry again. My brother smiled as she spoke. Maybe Beato is Hachijo Toya. Hachijo Ikuko, sorry. When I learned that, at least from him, those long decades hadn't been a period of isolation and loneliness, I felt an incredible sense of peace and relief. I suddenly realized that he was staring into my face just as I was being stared into his. After all, when he saw me last, I was just 6 years old. It must be hard for him to find any traces he can recognize. However, I'm sure he recognized something, just the same. He kept staring glances at each other and looking away like a couple of a blind date. Just go with it, say it! We were both at an age where outside appearances mattered to us. Even though we both knew we couldn't let our polite exterior falter. No, not just say it! Their humorous exchange was extremely embarrassing. I thought that when the fate reunited two people like this, they would hold each other out and sob tears of gratitude together. However, it seemed that the reality of it was different. Just say it. But it's fine. No, it's not. It's the same as Beato dying. It's not fine at all. It feels like my heart will explode with happiness. Let's take our orders. Is coffee okay? What does everyone want? I prefer something that isn't so bitter. How about you, Miss Katabuki? Oh, I don't mind. I guess I'll have cafe all late. How stiff we're being. Even my brother seemed to be finding it amusing by now. I mean, aren't the games and forgeries a way of him remembering them? And in that sense, finally knowing who Beato was, Sharankan and Yasu, that's the thing that they mentioned. As Butler finally understood Beato's secret, right? Right, but I don't know what you mean. No, I still know what you mean, I'm sorry. I mean, yeah... He wrote all of this, remembering his family and shit, but... But what? I don't know. I lost my thought. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. 9 hours, 9 hours. Well then. When she said this, my brother and I fell silent and sat up straight. Should I start the conversation? Or would you like to be the one to do it, Toya? I'll do it. I'm the one who pushed so hard for this meeting after all. As he spoke, he watched me calmly. I came here today, thinking that you might be a certain person. Your name is Shiramiya Enji. When I read your words and heard your name, I was sure that I was her. That's right. How long it's been since I last used that name. My true name is Shiramiya Enji. I gave an exaggerated bow that I've gotten so used to these long years. We've both aged, haven't we, Anna-chan? I whispered this in my heart. Now it was my turn. With a quick apology, I fished around my handbag and took out a photo. It was a picture from a trip I'd taken to an amusement park with Butler and Nichan. I had many other pictures of us having a good time, but this one had the best shot of his face. I looked between him and the photo. There was no longer any room for doubt. Mr. Toya, your true name is Ushirimiya Butler's son, is it not? That's not a good expression of the face. Like, he knows most of the stuff that happened, but there is nothing to bring back Beato after her Titanic exit. It was low, I know. That's... What do you mean? But... Isn't he should have died with her then? If that what actually happened? The hands of a clock inside me stopped. Like, they both... When... They both survived together from the Rokijima incident. Then they fall into the sea, and they both should have died. Where is Beato? She died by herself? How this works? I wanted him to answer with a yes. Even though I was already so sure, I was still about to burst with tension. And then, when that instant that seemed far too long ended, my brother answered. That's right. Unconsciously, I stared at my brother's face. With unbelievable quickness, he acknowledged that he was a Shiramiya Butler. My eyes immediately filled and overflowed with tears. I took out a handkerchief and wiped them away, but I couldn't hold them back. Onichan was alive after all, so why didn't he come back to me right away? No, the butler that sunk together with Beato was a metaphorical version, I think. No, I think they both survived! No? Also makes sense since Butler would lose his memories after that ride. I think, they both survived the Rokijima incident, I mean. And then they fell into the water, and then after this, they were both real, right? And they both think, and then somehow Butler survived. And Shuichijo Ikuko find him, as we saw in the flashback. That's what I think happened. And then she was like, yeah, let's write mysteries together, even though I'm 100% sure the person she talked to was a woman. Didn't she say it was a woman? If he had been there during my darkest days, how much it would have meant to me. Normally, the thought would have made me curse my brother, but now even that emotion has softened. Because now that I faced with the miracle of being reunited with Onichan, everything I felt before now fell away with my tears. At this moment, I was happy. I wasn't all alone. That belief had kept me going for decades. And finally, I had been rewarded. By now, I couldn't even stop my tears. For some time, I continued to sob and sniffle. Watching this, my brother hung his head apologetically. Why hadn't he come back to me sooner? It looked as though he was feeling regret for that. But I was sure that he must have some sort of reason. He had probably come here today to tell me about it and apologize. Already, just by him introducing himself to me today, everything inside me has been washed clean with tears. I'm sorry. I must be embarrassing for you. Embarrassing you. No, it's only to be expected. For several decades, you've been waiting all alone, believing that your family would return. I did believe. I believed you would come home. Oni-chan. I held out my hand weakly, and my brother slowly held his out too. Then I gripped his hand. Regardless of how many long years had passed, it was without a doubt my brother's hand. Once more, I had to struggle to hold back the tears. Well, then how do you explain how Ikuko found only Butler? I don't know. That's the point, I don't know. Like on the scene where Bayato sink Titanic exits her again, she expectedly says he slowly goes back to the surface. We'll find out what I guess. But then I thought it was like delusion. She just thought it, but then he was holding her in an actual image sequence that was here. Sorry, I'm fine. After Eva avoided the explosion accident by escaping to Kovadorian. How did you escape the accident? Oni-chan? Nisan? On that day, I escaped through the underground passage. The one that goes to Kovadorian? I was told that the underground passage led to a hidden mansion on the opposite side of the island. However, that place we escaped to, was a submarine base, not Kovadorian. I don't know under what circumstances my brother entered the underground passage on this day. At any rate, we went into the underground passage, split up with Auntie Eva here, and escaped into the submarine base. There he escaped the explosion and survived. From there, I got away on a motorboat. However, I must have capsized somewhere along the way. It must have? Please forgive him, though I suffered from memory loss. Oh, and probably metaphorically, actual Fezerolina Aurora Augustus put the rose in was like Butler surviving or something, I don't know. It matches up for now. Please forgive him, though I suffered from memory loss. His memory from around the time was drawing in the ocean is hazy. Yeah, convenient. Real convenient. Could it be that he forgot he was a Shinomiya butler for a while? That is correct. Yes, that explains nearly all of the riddles. My brother escaping from the explosion, but either his boat capsized during his escape from the island, or he fell overboard. After he must have drifted somewhere, wandered about half-conscious, and maybe got into a traffic accident. Oh, Angie, you're so smart. You just figured it out firsthand. First thing first. On this day, he was lying on the road. If she had found me even a little later, I probably wouldn't have opened my eyes again. I believe you suspect that I was the one who hit you for quite some time. Hey, I've already apologized for that. That explains pretty much everything. Either because of the time he nearly drowned and because of the traffic accident, my brother's memory was damaged. Beato didn't deserve all the shit. His memory must have come back eventually. However, by the time I was already set foot into my new life as Kotabuki Yukari. Only a handful of people, including President Takonogi, knew where I was. Even if my brother tried to contact me, there was a very good chance that he wouldn't be able to. Can't believe the part that when Angie travels 109 hours, by the way, when Angie travels to Rokijima was also a cat box in a way. And ironically, the name I had abandoned when I decided to live my life, to live in the future, had delayed my reunion with my brother for so long. In a sense, I am responsible. I did it to myself. However, I think I did receive the message that my brother sent me. It was through the Ito Yu Ikikura. I realized that Ikuyu Ikikura, the forger who claimed to have reached the truth, was actually Hachiji Toya. And I did request a meeting with her through the publishing company to question her about why she was so sure she'd reached the truth. However, I wasn't granted a meeting. In the end, I heard nothing from them, and it's taken all these decades for me to meet Hachiji Toya. If the publishing company had only passed my message on, he would have been reunited so much sooner. However, at the time, I was just a boisterous girl who liked to throw money around. Why would they pass on my message when I just barged in with no introduction and demanded to meet with famous and popular Hachiji Toya? They probably crossed paths several times. If we just one of those had worked out, if we had been able to meet, just how much would my life have changed? But this was fate. God had decided a few decades were needed before this siblings' reunion, and during this time my brother became one half of a mystery novelist. I became a writer of adventure novels for children. You could say that we achieved success in society. My brother and I were able to be reunited after becoming successful. Now I could do nothing but thank God for bringing about this miracle. Maybe it was God's will that we would be reunited after achieving success as a novelist. Back then, I was nameless, so I never got through to you. We've met now because we both become famous as authors. I think all of this was God's will. We did her through the publishing company at the time that she wanted to have an interview with us. They told us that the fan who had discovered Iko Ikikuro through Identity wanted to talk, and they asked us for a decision. You must have a dozen of fans dying for an interview. You couldn't possibly go meet with all of them. No. They let us know that your name was Shiramiya Enji. Okay. And at the time I had already realized that Toya's true name was Shiramiya Butler, so I thought you should be given a chance to meet him. I refused. Those were my brother's words. What did you say? I refused because I didn't want to meet you. Once more my brother spoke clearly. I was completely confused. I could only sit here in shock and silence, waiting for words that were sure to follow. I believe I already mentioned that Toya suffered from memory loss. And then, one day... Why did you refuse when you knew it was me? I cut through Ikuko's words and questioned him directly. The reason could my brother have for rejecting me? I couldn't think of anything. An unpleasant feeling brought up long-forgotten feelings of anger inside me. You must have known that your little sister was living all alone, being crushed by loneliness. So why? Why did you refuse to allow me to see you? My brother hung his head. It seemed more like he was lost for words and apologetic. Unable to sense that he even felt any compunction about his action, I questioned him again in even louder voice. When I asked for an appointment with Hachiji Toya, Ikuro Edelweiss was famous as forger. Why did Ikuro's forgeries reach the truth? It's obvious. My brother, Shiramiya Butler, explained to her what happened on the island in detail. So the appearance of Ikuro proves that my brother's memory had returned. Therefore, he can't excuse himself by saying he didn't remember me. In fact, no, he isn't trying to make excuses. On the contrary, he's openly saying that he refused to meet me, even though he knew who I was. Looking back, I regret what I did. Why did you do it? You regret it? Did you ever try thinking about how I felt? For decades, for most of my life. Do you realize what feeling I have to live with? Various emotions swirled inside of me. I realized that I wasn't in control of them anymore. I could only moan to prevent myself from saying something I regret. I feel deeply ashamed for doing something so cruel to you. That's why I've searched for you ever since then. For your sake and for mine, I should have met you much earlier. Then why would you meet with me then? Wouldn't you meet with me then? Miss Kotabuki, as I said before, his memory has been damaged. Yeah, and? It was an after effect of the incident. But his memory came back, didn't it? Yes, his memory came back. However, it did not remove the after effect of the damage. I have Shiramiya Butler's memories. However, I can't think of those, can't accept those as my own. Can't think of those as your own? Yes, it's true that my memory of my escape from the island is still hazy. However, I remembered almost everything else. Things like how those pink hair ornaments of yours that you treasured so much were something I won for you in the game corner in that amusement park. Yeah, that's right. They were treasures from when I was a child. I still keep them with me in my handbag. I remember a lot more beside that. I remember you giving Mother trouble because you hated eating seaweed. Really, seaweed? I remember that you tried to move it to my plate and trick her. And when... If you remember that much, then why can't you think of those memories as your own? That's a condition I live with. I've been to several hospitals, but it didn't do any good. You probably can't understand it. You can't know how painful it is to have your mind suddenly filled with the memories of a man you don't know. It was a terrifying feeling of losing his own identity. The memories of a stranger filled his head as they threatened to crush and overwhelm him. They were almost certainly his own lost memories. However, his brain couldn't accept them as his own. 109 hours been running pace right here. We discussed if Beatrice is alive or dead. Me, your feelings for her are not real. You, they are real to me. Those days were painful, terrifying. It felt like my mind was being invaded. On any given night, after I turned off the light and went to sleep, maybe I would never wake up again. Maybe a different man would take up the following morning and start living life in my body. I can't count the nights I've spent tormented by this fear. He tried several times to convince himself that they were his real memories. He told himself that he was a Shinomiya butler over and over again. But nothing worked. I am me, Hachijo Toya. No matter how much a Shinomiya butler's memories flow into my mind, to me they're the memories of another person. Fitting? That's insane. This identity is a team of umineko, but kind of obvious, sorry. I couldn't accept the Shinomiya butler. As the Shinomiya butler said this, he hung his head and his eyes turned red. And one day, out of the anguish of being torn between himself and the other self he couldn't accept, in a fit, he was fortunate enough to survive the ordeal, but the injuries he sustained then forced him to spend his life in a wheelchair. How terrible. Now I see why he appeared in a wheelchair, and now I know why he refused to meet with me. He was afraid of me calling him Big Brother. He was terrified of meeting me, fearful that a part of himself that wasn't him would grow still further in his mind. Further. Even so, he fought. He felt that, since the Shinomiya butler was inside him, it was his responsibility to meet you. Thinking that, he kept on fighting in the space between the two selves. And then, in a fit, after something like that, it was only natural that Ikuko would tell him that he didn't need to remember Shinomiya butler anymore. Bit by bit, he tried to forget that he once was a Shinomiya butler. Doctor's instruction and medication. With that and Ikuko's diligent care, he slowly began to regain his peace of mind. Even so, I thought that I would have to meet you sooner or later. To be honest, I didn't get a wink of sleep last night. I was terrified of meeting you. If I met you, would I die? I was afraid that I would. However, here I am, taken to you normally. That's why I regret what I did. If only I could have met with you earlier. You and the Shinomiya butler inside of me might not have to suffer for all those years. Just thinking that makes me feel so sorry. As a man who once was a Shinomiya butler said this, he broke down crying. I was already beginning to understand. It really was true. Shinomiya butler did die this day. After all, didn't the witch say that he was dead so often that they read truth? How pathetic for the witch of a future, the witch of resurrection, who swore that everyone would be together always. Toya-san, please raise your head. Miss Kotobuki. They realized why I called him Toya-san. And by calling this man by that name, I myself felt the agitation in my heart subside by a little. Thank you. You must have suffered a lot. Thank you so much, Mr. Toya. Thank you, Nisan. Thanks for pushing yourself so hard to come here today. holding hands. We brought our foreheads close and cried together for a while. Then we talked of the old days. We remembered many things vividly, and even things that I couldn't remember myself. Each time they made me cry even harder, and we hugged his head apologetically. And once I realized that my tears were hurting him, I did just my best to let him speak, not alone with a strange look on my face, something between a sob and a smile. Even if he isn't Ushirimiya Butler, my Oni-chan came back to me. Welcome home, Oni-chan. Not the end, please? It's already gotten dark outside. Even though he had come from far away, he was willing to stay as late as this. We left the store. It's probably best that if I don't meet with Mr. Toya again. Excuse me! I don't see it. When you... Wasn't the point of the all previous chapter is that you don't give a fuck about Red Truth anymore, Angie? Who cares what Bercastel said? If it will cause him pain, and of course I'll find myself bound to be to the past again. Even so, just one more time. There was one place I felt I had to show him. Mr. Toya, would you mind meeting me just one last time? There is a place I need to show you. Oh my god, the supermarket when Maria was neglected a lot. Cool. I love it. Sure, I don't mind. From my handbag, I pulled an invitation which had been printed on a sheet of A4 paper and folded into 4. The pair of them unfolded it. My, now this looked like a splendid event. Come to think of it, you have been involved in a lot of this beside novels, haven't you? On this day, would you lend me your time just once more? This way, I think both me and my brother will be satisfied. I think it might also be a chance for you to free yourself from the weight of my brother's memory, Mr. Toya. I don't believe we have any plans for that, as long as we can get the afterword for the book finished ahead of time. Okay, Miss Katabuki, we'll be happy to join you. Thank you, Mr. Toya. The supermarket where Mario was neglected. Ah, the memories. The cold October night was reminded that winter was approaching. Not October night! The two people who called themselves Hachiji Toya visited the city once again by anxious invitation. A car stopped in front of a large building. Ikuko folded the wheelchair with a practiced hand, lent a shoulder to Toya as she got out of the passenger seat and helped him out into a chair. It looked splendid. The Gospel House. Oh, not the Gospel House. It's my first time coming here, but I know it well. I believe it was an institution for children that was funded by the Ushiramiya family. Madam Ikuko, Mr. Toya, allow me to welcome you to the Gospel House. They were welcomed by Angie and some staff members. This was the Gospel House, a welfare. Your message actually scared me, sorry. A welfare institution for unfortunate children who had lost their parents. This institution was once dependent on the support it received from Ushiramiya Kinzo. However, that support has been interrupted and the Gospel House had been forced to shut down for a time. Decades had passed, and now the institution would be revived. Revived by the hand of Kotabuki Yukari. It's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Kotabuki. Thanks for your invitation. This is from the two of us. It's not much, but I hope the children enjoy it. That was never the intention behind inviting you here. I feel terrible accepting this. Please don't let it concern you. The tales of the future are always woven by children. After all, without them, the tale of humans will not continue. Children are treasures, so please, let this be useful. Thank you very much. We have a forum for donations, so if isn't too much trouble. The Gospel House has been drastically remodeled in recent years. in the hopes that children would one day be able to remember this as a fun place. Angie had used her own money to massively remodel it into a beautiful establishment. But now she had accumulated a lot of wealth as a novelist. But even without that, she had been saving the tens of millions of yen she got from Ushiramiya Group each year under the name of living expenses. I'm cold as heck. This money has been used generously to help the children. As they came into the entrance hall, a cheerful scene had spread before them. Pictures and crafts created by the children. Every corner was filled with things on display. The contrast between this elegant building and the school atmosphere was amusing? It is amusing, okay. The yells and laughter of kids running around drifted in from the distance. Imagine that many children firms come here hanging their heads in sorrow. To think that they could be here laughing like that. You really have done something great. All people can use magic to create their future and fight the fragments of happiness. By magic you mean money? That's a witch's school for teaching the magic. The witch's dormitory from Sakutara's Great Adventure? Oh, how embarrassing. So you read it too. You read straight through it right after the first meeting. I really must bow my head not only to your talent as a writer, but to your warm heart. How embarrassing. This way, straight to the end. Pushing towards the same hand, I don't know how to call it. Pushing to a wheelchair, we advanced through the corridor and reached the great door in the end. The happy voices of children came from the other side. Apparently, this was where tonight's party was being held. There were several jack-o'-lanterns cut out of origami. Tonight was the Gospel House Halloween's party. Here you are, Mr. Toya. I see, so it's a trick-or-treat. He was handed a bag filled with candy. A teacher warned him in a small voice to watch out for endangered children. Children. I haven't had anything to do with them for years. Please tell the children stories of dreams. We all welcome guests here. That's tricky. What should I tell them? When you're handing in your manuscript, choose your publishing company wisely. Don't pay any attention to readers' faults. Then I'll open the door. The children are waiting. And you open the large double doors. I see a trick-or-treat dinner, me having flashback to that Halloween dinner. No. Exactly. It was exactly the same. Yeah, the interior before that looked exactly like this place. At the side of a hall, Toya opened his mouth in a wide-eyed shock. This was the great hall of the Ushiramiya mansion. No, that would be impossible. They were clearly in the Gospel House. This hall that was the exact lookalike of the one at the Rokejima mansion. What a splendid hall. This is a replica of the hall in the Ushiramiya mansion on Rokejima. Yeah, I've reproduced it as well as my memories could let me. The detail might be wrong though. No, this really is the hall of the Ushiramiya family mansion on that day. And then Toya's eyes fixed on something at the other side of the room. Is Toya not gonna question how the fuck Angie knows this when she wasn't here on the day? It was a portrait. Oh, here we go. A portrait of Rokojima's other master. It's exactly the same as my memories. The artist hired by Ushiramiya Kinzo to paint the portrait had the photo. I had him drawn again based on that. I was simply frozen in shock. The lorne large table was filled with Halloween party food and surrounded with children stuffing themselves. The teacher said, everyone. Yo, they even have the same... They even had the same thing on the table. On this thing. The same thing. The same meaty looking thing. I fear no man, but that thing showed the sprites and backgrounds of that stream. It scares me. The teacher said, everyone, we have guests. The children all looked at us at once and stood up and ran forward. The broad smiles at the arrival of this long-awaited guest wrapped me up. The smiles of eyes of children welcomed me. Yeah, I know. I know all your faces. It's gonna be Chester sisters? Welcome back, sir. What took you so long? Your return has been long awaited. Welcome back, butler. Welcome home. You look well. Butler-kun! Oh, you're looking chipper. Welcome back. Ooh, welcome back, butler. Ooh, welcome back, butler. Oh, we've been waiting. Oh, if it isn't Butler-sama. The guest in honor arrived at last. Welcome back, sir. Lord Butler? Welcome back, Butler-sama. Welcome back. Hey, you're late, Butler. Finally. I've been waiting, Butler-kun. So he's here at last. I knew you'd come. Welcome back, Lord Butler. F. We salute you, Lord Butler. And here he is. Congratulations. Oni-chan, welcome home. And you look so cute here, holy fuck. The wait was been killing me, Butler! Sorry, it took me a while to get here. Why are you sitting in this ridiculous wheelchair? He died! He died right here! Come on, take my hand and stand up straight. Beato stepped forward and held... No, don't throw Beato! And held out the hand for Butler! Fuck my life. Listen, all of us are finally gathered here. Tonight the Golden Land will be resurrected in this place. An explosive applause greeted Butler. Everyone was here. Everyone. Then Beato hugged Butler strongly, tightly, as though she would never let him go. I'm so glad you came home. I'm home. Sorry I took so long. I won't let go again. Yeah, I'm not letting go either. Not again. We'll be together for all eternity. Holy shit. Oh my god. That's okay. Deep breath. I'm gonna cry after stream. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy fuck. Hold on. Give me like 5 minutes, okay? I thought it's not gonna like affect me. I was thinking about it yesterday and I was like, oh, I'm finishing umineko tomorrow. It's gonna be fine, right? No, it's not that fine as I thought. Holy shit. Spending a lot of time with something actually make you really into it. Who would have thought? Huh? 10 hours almost. Holy fuck. We did 4 fucking breaks. No, we did 3 breaks. And 1 snack run. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Omedetou. It was like 8 months of this, right? Makes sense, you're emotional. Oh, holy shit. Eight months of the shit That's insane. Out of Umineko mines. At last. Damn. 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 I don't know if I'm happy. I hate starting new things. I hate it. Now I need some long game to play for another 8 months. I'm kidding. I'm not playing any more long games for a while now. Okay, so as I interpret the ending, the butler in Mr. Toya died. In Hachijo Toya died, but the real butler... But Hachijo Toya himself is okay, maybe? 10-hour stream 2.0. That's actually... I did much longer stream while playing Umineko once. It was 11 hours. Somewhere in the middle. Maybe it was the end of a first game? First, like, 4 chapters? Umineko no Nakokoro ni Nocturne of Truth and Illusion. Thank you. Thank you, Umineko, for letting me learn that Koro is a kanji for period. I will never forget it. I dedicated this tale to my beloved witch, Beatrice. Oh, I'm dedicating this playthrough to my beloved witch, Beatrice. Holy shit, look at them, they're in the Golden Land. My baby. I can't believe she fucking died. She was supposed to be the one. She was supposed to be the one to survive. I'm sorry. New game board added. The next episode has been unlocked. Excuse me? What? I was like, huh? Ooh, the true. Ported from PlayStation 3 by Umineko Project. Yay! 10 hours, 47 minutes. Nox. Translation head translator Nox. That's fine. That's funny. Okay. Umineko. Check on your archive channel. Weird that I immediately did that, but it is what it is. Okay. I've really liked Umineko. Umineko is probably the first game I played on stream that I like, but there wasn't a lot of games that I played, so it's fine. I really like it, but there's a lot of parts that I don't like. And there's some parts... Like, this was definitely worth it for me. 200 hours was 100% worth it for me. But... So should we watch the truth before the closing thoughts? What do you mean, watch the truth? What's the truth? There is another episode? You want to watch another episode? This one? Okay. Rukishi07. Alchemist. Yukishi, you son of a bitch. Rukishi, you son of a bitch. You did it again. You did it again. 2011 to 2020. Umineko Project. Damn. Is there one more thing? Characteristics tips. Characters? I don't think anything's new here. Anybody new here? Nope. Like, I think the new episode of The Truth is what actually happened on this day, maybe? I thought there was a new chapter added, maybe not? Tips? I can look up tips? No! I think that's it, Momotaro. Achimute hoi. What's wrong with tips? Okay. Start, official site, tea party, question mark, characters, tips. Why is tips always looking like this? Picture box. I think the new episode of the show that would actually happen in this day. What? So is this supposed to be a new chapter here, or what they mean by saying the new game board was added? What? Oh, is something changes depending on a door I'm picking here? Why is there a whole ass... Fuck, I can't look at those. I can't look at this. I can't look at this. Oh my god. Fuck no. Why is there a whole ass unseen image? There is more than this. Oh, look at this. Damn. I thought that, but maybe not. Nah. I don't think there's anymore. What's about secrets? What about all of this? Where's the other portrait, huh? Should we go and see what happens if we pick the other door? Is this something we're interested in doing? Maybe? Let's do it. What was the door one? This one? Or this one? This one. Also, there is another ending. Okay, we'll look at another ending. Yay! Scrolling again. Which one I pick? I picked magic, right? Now we're picking trick. Trick. Yep, that is my answer. Key into a keyhole. I feel all of this is the same. Step and step. Ushinamiya eagle. It's all the same. It's all the same. The doll. The future. This is actually ridiculous in how complicated and multi-leveled. Oh, this is new, right? How complicated, multi-leveled the story is. And it has the most basic, dumb, like the last choice is the only ones that matters type of bullshit. As from like the game perspective. A strong wind blew through my hair. My nose was filled with the smell of the sea. I must have been standing still for a very long time. This is a point cutting through the sea. I was standing on the bow of the boat. I was still holding that thing. Missy, if you stand around here too long, you'll freeze. Amakusa. So this is... Captain Kawabate's face peered out of her. You can see it now. That's the old Ishimiya family dog. Woo! Not even a trace of it left. I see. A welcome belt here. Oh, so it's two completely different universes, maybe? I've been really long daydream. No alone in windy side trip. No matter what sort of tales are woven and written about the past, they have nothing to do with my tale of a future. I swear to live life looking only to the future without turning back. If that vow I made to myself has any meaning, that this hasn't all been just a daydream. Oh, so you haven't played many cash grab games with like choose your own story marketing bullshit. Good. Great event. And besides, I brought many things back with me from that long side trip. Among those, there are even some things that are immediately useful. But yeah, this isn't going to be useful for anything. Oh, the doll! What? I threw the Beatrice doll to the ocean! Excuse me! What the hell? What? I worked so hard to get this fucking doll and you threw it into the ocean. Well, cool, I guess. Thank you. Holy fuck. It also made me yell, and my throat immediately went even worse. Burn the heretic Genji, burn them! What was that? My attachment to the past. I was shedding my old shell. Turning a new leaf before stepping into good old Rikujima? Not exactly. I've quit being a human called Ushinami Genji. I won't waste that long journey. I now have a new way to live. And this isn't the human called Ushinami Genji. I am reborn. Captain, sorry, but would you mind leaving for a second? Sure, whatever you say. Captain Kawabata buried his face in the driver's seat. What is it, Missy? Why the troubled face? I feel like taking a step into your new life. You already have. True. If I could sell off the Shiramiya family wealth that's burdening me, maybe donating it to some charity, that would be a huge relief. Then I'll finally be able to escape from that shell called the Shiramiya Genji. It seems a waste of all that money. You could do anything you wanted with it. Who cares? My point is, I don't need it. That may be true. Then again, not everything that you'll be selling off belongs to you exclusively. For example, are you talking about the Shiramiya group stocks? That's right. There may be a little more than scraps of paper to you, but doing something like that could shatter the whole company. I don't think my boss could bear to have that happen. Yeah, I know. It's like that for Sumaderas as a president Okonogi I like. Oops. There are plenty of people who've in a tough spot because I can do as I please. There's no doubt that you're a VIP, Anji-san. Instead of doing something dramatic, wouldn't it be better to keep your head down at this point? What would be the fastest and most inconvenient way to prevent the VIP from doing as she pleases, I wonder? What would be the best way? Well, we could break out the drinks, harsh things out, and... Anyone could guess the final destination of my journey in Rikujima. And right now, Rikujima is completely uninhabited. There is no one here. No one to see or to hear. Today is the perfect weather for the locked room... for a locked room. Well, that may be true. The Sumadera family is following me. They even managed to barge into President Sakonogi building with the perfect timing. Someone leaked the fact that I was here. Are you saying my boss sold you out? Then why would he give you a bodyguard? Since he had no idea what I might decide to do at any given moment, President Okonogi wants to have both me and Sumadera family indebted to him. And if he sells information about me, lets me escape by a hair and keep track of my whereabouts, we can have both me and Sumadera family in his debt while keeping trump card in his hand. You're definitely overthinking things there. Amukusa wore a forceful smile, trying to smooth things over. The Sumadera family is absolutely following me. My actions are being intentionally leaked to them. We will bump into each other under Hijima. I will be killed by them. After that, you will kill the Sumadera hitman. And President Okonogi will have a trump card to use in negotiation with the Sumaderas. If I die, the Shiramiya group will be stable for the time being. Plus, they'll be able to give a warning to the Sumadera family. On the other side, the Sumadera family itself will be able to neatly go away with Ankasumi, the leader of the over-enthusiastic radical faction. Both sides will finish their bargaining with a draw and everyone will be happy. Phew, that's a pretty interesting story you thought up here. The golf bag you brought with you, I've had a look what's inside. I'm impressed. You could start a war or something with all those guns. But one of them had a sniper rifle. This is it. With a bodyguard who's always be by my side. Really need something like that? Well, you never know what may happen. Why would a bodyguard who works best when traveling light choose to abandon his position for a whole day to get a gun like that and right before we leave for Kijima? Missy, you weren't thinking this, okay? When they reach Rikujima, you'll suggest that I'll go visit the place they died or something, getting me alone. That's the bait. The bait to lure in Sumadera Kasumi and the others, waiting for me on Rikujima. After all, you'll use that ridiculously huge gun to end them, all like a fish in a barrel. Well, what's wrong with being efficient? Isn't what the Tagar is supposed to do? In addition to a cutting-edge sniper rifle, you also get a modern German submachine gun. Machine gun! Those are really handy. No matter how many people in Sumadera's have, I could take them all out, no trouble. There was one more, a handgun. Even though the sniper rifle and the submachine gun were the best and the newest model, the handgun alone is beat up and old-fashioned. See? Okay, that one. There should be another one. I feel like stepping into a new life. Immediately commits a felony, armed assault to me. Yes, this is a new step. Good old crime. Cut it out. This isn't funny. A handgun is something you're always supposed to have on your person, right? So why would you get a second handgun and to go to the trouble of getting an unusually old one? There's a theory that explains it. That is, that it's the same kind of gun Sumadera Kasumi and others are using. This is the Tokarev, a gun that once used by the Soviet military, which was gotten pretty popular in the Japanese underground. That's cool, a very likely weapon for Sumadera to be using. So Enji is becoming Erika now? What do you mean? Also, having Sumadera Kasumi die would be convenient for Sumadera family as well. They could have a leak, no exchange information from their side as well. That would make it possible for you to know in advance that the Sumadera hitman will be using Tokarevs. Amakusa was speechless. Was he speechless because this was all true or because he was stunned by the determination by which Enji pointed the gun at him? I don't believe it, Enji is not that smart. This is false ending for sure. The plan that the plan that all of you made together. It was no use me to obey to lure Sumadera Kasumi into an uninhabited island. That manipulate the scenes that it looks as though both sides finish each other off. I also love the expression of... I forgot his name. This way, everything would be settled nice and neat for both President Konogi and the Sumadera family. A single line of sweat dropped down Amakusa's forehead. With the wind whipped in through her hair, and just spoke coldly. All it takes is the presence of this handgun, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Shiromiya Enji. Yo! Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Was he doing the deductions at conclusion, like Erika did, for example, the letter of the envelope thing? Yo! You knew! She actually did become Erika. You haven't taken the safety off. I know. Tokarevs don't have a safety. Amakusa tried to dive behind cover, but he couldn't outrun a bullet. He shot onto his gun, making him double over in pain. Knowing that he had a gun hidden in his pocket, Enji nipped any possibility of the counterattack in the butt. Blood spurted from Amakusa's forehead. He did not close his eyes again. The perfect, easiest way to confirm a death without even being a doctor. You... Kawabata showed up, all color drained from his face after getting noticed the gruesome scene on the deck. This time, it was his forehead at which Enji pointed the barrel of the gun. Okay, I kinda like this one ending. You needed time to get the board ready. That's what she told me. However, if you've been bought, then we can say for sure that you buy in time so that Sumadera Kasumi could set your ambush in Rakijima. I have no idea what you're talking about. Now you're a cat box inside of which you Kawabata who had brought and betrayed me, and Kawabata who hasn't betrayed me. Now then, how can I kill the part that betrayed me? Stop! Don't shoot! I just have to shoot the whole cat box to death. Yippee! Anji going psycho arc! The boat owner slumped over backwards and fell. Then with the second bullet, Enji performed a perfect examination. She had survived. She had now surely escaped the expertly woven plot to kill her. Angie returned to the boat, faced the strong wind heads on, and peered into the future in front of her. The boat whose owner was gone headed towards the endless horizon, on and on in a straight line. She prayed that the truth she truly deserved to reach lay before her. Then she heard the sound of clapping. The sound of clapping in the boat where Amakusa and the captain were no more. However, Angie didn't look surprised. She calmly and slowly turned around. Hi! Splendid reasoning, Comrade Edgy! My fellow witch of truth, Edgy Beatrice! Oh, you're here, Erika. Anytime there is someone who wants to explode the truth, I am here! Hey, Erika. What? The boat had already passed Berokejima. The island silhouette was now off in the distance. The boat headed towards the endless horizon, continuing on its endless journey. The new Witch of Truth announced the beginning of an endless journey to her fellow witch. I gave out my future in my own way. Sounds splendid. In the end, will there be a truth for me to find? After all this, just what sort of truth are you looking for? Good question. You're right. I know that the truth isn't worth anything. And there is one more thing that I figure out. What's that? The Erika ending. Uh-oh. The bewildered look on Amakusa's face when his scheme was exposed. That was pretty good. Good. Yo, the detective ending. Mosquitoes! Get away! Yippee! This is definitely like the worst ending out of two. Sorry. Huh. I liked it. It was good. There's an ending, GGVP. Umineko no naku koe wa the NDG easy pleasant style. Good one. Good one. Hohoe mima kurenai ni nijumu. Is we gonna get something else? There was only one sprite. One background, right? And there wasn't two backgrounds missing? Without love, you won't see the truth. Ending one. Oh, maybe we should look at trophies and see what's we missing. 50 hours, End of a Golden Witch, episode 5, Thief's Hunter, episode 5, okay, whatever. And a lot of trophies still locked. Gift from Kinzo, Beatrice doll. Receive the Beatrice doll as a gift from Kinzo. Trophy is locked. So much trophies is locked. Silver trophy. Episodes. The Dawn. There's two more. How many endings is here? Excuse me? There's two more after this. Is there two more endings? What are we looking at? Picture box. Next. There's still one here and two secrets. What? Wait, does only getting a few coins instead of all get you different plushies? God damn it. What's the secret is about? Should we Google it? Secret? Should I Google it? Umineko Secrets. A guide for complete newbie. R/Umineko. Tips for solving the mystery. Finish the... Ooh. Fuck you. Okay, Reddit does not work for me, sorry. Unable to unlock all the music and CG's Umineko project. Oh. I can't click on this. I need to log in on my Reddit account to go here. Oh, I don't want to log in my Reddit account. Maybe I could use something else. Hold on. Okay, you need to... Oh no, I'm suddenly frozen space. I wonder why. Hold on. Me googling all the endings in Umineko? A second. Umineko endings. How to get 2 endings? Which is the true good ending one? No. The main game portion will have little to no effect on the story, so feel free to do whatever you like. If you struggle with it, blah blah blah. There's just 2 endings. The main game's not here to get your decision. If you're into worry, mini games are only for fun. You get an award depending on how many mini games you got right, but ultimately it doesn't change the story at all. You should be able to switch which of the 2 good endings is blah 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 blah. Okay, that's it. So do you want me to do my closing thoughts? In the meantime, I'll have some things that I don't know if will be shown on the other stuff. Yeah, do it. Go on. Why? I'm so tired. I'm sorry. Finished and still so confused. I have a million questions. I feel like Butler right now trying to figure stuff out. Is there some kind of summary for the story, preferably in video format or something not wiki? Also, do I get the Game Master achievement? I did both endings. Everything was an illusion of Angie. Beatrice was too cool and iconic to be an illusion. That's not fair. What is real? Who is real? Kan and Shannon are the same? Where did that get explained? Or is it a lot of that's supposed to be open to interpretation? Can someone explain the magic ending? Now I feel terrible for hating Beato after episode 3. I wish this was a fantasy. It doesn't seem like everything was an illusion. First of all, the story is supposed to be open to interpretation. The answer the story arrives at is something you have to make your own truth. Yes, there is facts, and there are facts strongly implied, in my opinion, more that light. But the truth? What any of this means in the end? What do these things say about the heart of the characters, if anything? That happened after facts become mere dust. Those things are for you to decide. The battle with the goats is meant to say the truth is personal, and is a mystery story you owe to you to work it out for yourself. And Angie's obsession with these facts blinded her to that truth. And when she looked at the answer for herself, and turned out that it was much less meaningful. Okay, so slightly hit me out with this. I understand. First, my confession. Damn, don't be so dramatic. You're in the Twitch chat. You can't tell anything to me unless you're like, I bombed the country, and I'll be like, Maybe hold on. I'm gonna finish reading what I'm reading. Maybe the Golden Land is real, and it is their form of an afterlife. And though Angie cannot truly see them before her time, it doesn't make them any less real, or their fate in her any less powerful. The ending basically asks you whether you believe or are willing to indulge a very subjective thing, fantasy ending, or a facts, mystery ending, kind of. The only thing you can digest. If you want to know what happened under Kijima, then the manga adaptation of episode 8 includes all the entirely new arcs that spells it with a who, why, and how of the mystery. You can try to find the manga however you want. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to post blah blah blah, but there are videos on YouTube that plays the game's amended soundtrack over the manga adaptation of episode 8, which I greatly enjoyed. As for the culprit, the magic ending is fairly simple, I think. And all of this is spoilers, I'm not gonna read any of this. Oh, that's nice to know that episode 8 had all... It says you outright what's happening. Is it the old opening? It is, okay. Okay. New messages. I have to admit, I might have, well, not really might, I did it after all, spoiled myself a while ago. If you want specifics, since I met Yasu for the first time, I didn't know the puzzles or the answers to the Witches game or the trick ending, but I knew the broad strokes of the story. I knew what actually happened in Rikijima. I also knew what happened to Butler as well as the actual end of it. At least on the magic ending, that's about it. Did the read bit of my manga, which absolutely passed differently. At the least at the end, since again I had more curiosity to know what it looked like. And the first part, though I didn't read a lot since I actually wanted to buy it instead of reading it from online. Anyway, the point of it that is, from the perspective of someone who already knew what was going to happen, the story was still great, incredible even. Sure, there is some bullshit thrown around here and there, mostly because the pacing and some decision on how to display stuff on a visual novel, but that is nitpicking. For me, if a story completely ruined by just knowing what is going to happen, it's not a really great story. Oh, I agree with this to begin with. That might be just me. So yeah, I think that's a really good rule. If you wanna hold on, let me return to Riff. Sorry. Oh, it's not gonna work. Hold on. Now it's gonna work. Sorry. Okay, shut up, Umineko. I don't wanna you open up every time. Is this two different intros? Let's see here. What I wanted to say? Oh, to me, if you wanna if you wanna test if the story that you wrote is good, you need to spoil it for a person and then let them read it. And if they still find it enjoyable, it will be, good. Because the important part is not what happened in the story, is how character interacted and how you get to the part when they get it to the story. So yeah, from the perspective again of someone who knew absolutely nothing about umineko and even Higurashi, this was a great story, and you're great as a gut reader to help me understand all those earlier streams for me. Yay! And the third part. And one more thing. So for context, I read a little of the manga. On it, they shows sorta Yasu's actual appearance. Basically, imagine said-eyed Shannon with the body of Kanan. Yes, Shannon uses spots shocked. In the manga, Butler discovers Beato the Bornor is actually Shannon, since she talks in the Shannon's voice, even when on the Beato costume. In the real events, at least. Damn. In this part, I feel like it would have been nice to see Yasu in her real appearance, as Yasu repeating, I know, in the manga, and specifically the visual novel. It would be a nice storytelling device, since all the illusions have been destroyed and the curtains have all been drawn. No more illusions, no more tricks, just reality. Typing. Hold on. No more illusions, no more tricks, just reality, which would match the scene Karan-chan and Beato 3.0 as their selves, as the real selves, technically Yasu. That way Butler also sees the reality and remember what he did or rather didn't do. End of the first part. And at the end, when Yasu chooses to let go and return to illusion and magic by sinking herself to the ocean, we see her change back to Beato 3.0, confirming that she's a She's a witch of tricks and illusion of Rikijima. Just thought though, it's fun to never see Yasu's real appearance in the visual novel and only see parts of your fragment mind. I don't know. Oh, is this confirmed that Yasu is a girl in the manga? Don't. Sorry for being long. No, it's fine. See? See? Hold on. I need to see, get myself a screen here that's not gonna be annoying. Let's open some pretty image. Let's open some Beato image, even. Oh, let's open it, this one is good. Okay. See, even if you talk right now here, you was mostly talking about Shannon and Beato and Kanan and all of this. And my biggest problem with umineko is that it had Angie in it. I mean, it had Angie as a center of a story in the end, even though this whole story for me, and the most important enjoyable part for me is Beato's characters. Beato's characters is so good. Like, all Beato's characters. Beato the evil witch, Beato the Shannon, the Kanan, those all are so good. Those are, like, amazing part. It's so good. And it was so bad that the story at the end did not focus on her and focused on Angie, who even though she was in the story, but she was in the story from the beginning. The first appearance of Angie is in the first episode, and then after this, she's in the story only with like parts here and there. And I think this kind of makes Angie more of a main character, right? Because main characters are like Butler, Angie, and Beato. And even in the last episodes, Beato was like foreshadowed and put on the second plane almost by the whole entity of it, even though it was mostly yapping to the very end. And I feel like the endings should be more about Beato. And in the end, it should be more about Beato. And I feel really bad because, like, in my head, Angie didn't deserve to survive. Like, I didn't give a single fuck about her. She's such a nothing shit character. Even though I did enjoy the magic ending. I did enjoy that she became like a children writer and that she reunited with her brother and the butler is actually alive and all of that. But, and I understand why they did it. I like the teaming in Angie's part too. It's really good. The part about how you need to let go of your family and you just need to prolong your life and all of that, blah blah blah. But Angie herself as a character is a total nothing. Like, absolute nothing. And Beato, compared to her, Beato is so good. She's so good, and Beato deserves to live. She did all of this. She worked so hard. They did all of this mystery. She was fucking raising everybody in the Shinomiya family with her personalities. She was just and it's just so upsetting and bad for me that she didn't survive. But I guess, you know, you could say in real life that she wouldn't have survived, but that's a fiction. She couldn't have. She couldn't have. They could have wrote an ending in which Beato was the one to survive, and she would reunite with Butler. Like, she's the only one who deserved good childhood. She's the one who deserved all the gold. And I feel so frustrated that she didn't get any of it. And the second part that I really liked is how complex the story was, how many levels it was. You know, I had my literature phase, unfortunately, and there was this saying about literature that the good book would have a lot of multiple levels on it, and I feel like this story takes it to like insane extent with the leveling and all of that, and I love it. And I feel, and they did it really well with pacing. I mean, not with pacing. Maybe with pacing? How to say it? They did it really well with where to go from one world to the other, because there was so many worlds and there were so many universes, and there's a meta world, there's a normal human world, there's like a meta fantastical world, the world a level above that, and there's a world a level above that with Hachijo and shit. Oh, this was so good. This was really good. But pacing is bad. And everything else is bad. There's also a special manga cover of Yasu dressed up as Beatrice. Which doesn't really fit here, as mentioned in one of the parts when she first met Kenzo in those last chapters. Also, do you want to know what is the real thing that happened the day of the murders, or do you want to some other time rewatch some of it? No, I wanna read it. I wanna learn it myself. I wanna go to the deep Umineko drive because there is this person who writes me YouTube comments, and they are like, you can 100% solve the Umineko murders if you like reread the story, because all of that is already here, and it really got me curious. I really want to do this. I mean, I'm not gonna read the shit. I want to read manga and watch anime. I hope it's gonna be like this. Maybe I come back here and like skip through most of the first episodes to get to the parts that I want to check, maybe. Though I think there couldn't be happy endings for Beato, at least with the real version of it, with Yasu's childhood, stuff that happened with her and Butler. There'd been a love kind of thing. I mean, I feel like you can do it justice in here. You can make them reunite as siblings and not as lovers. Even though I do like the part. It's morally bad, but Beato's Butler's dynamic is really good. It's such a good dynamic. If incest, why good? I'm sorry. But you can definitely go with it with a straight head and made it like good. You can make a good ending! And Beato is the main character. She should be main character. It's all for her. It's all about her. Why is Angie presented as a main character in the last part? Why? Why? I mean, I understand the idea that she is here, but I still don't like it. And I like the general theme of things is that hold on, I'm trying to word it. Is it basically other people's lives is not for your amusement? And the thing that happened under Kijima was this really close-up tragedy that everybody else turned out into this really awful shit for the people who survived. And this was bad. It's complicated, messy at best, though I think I would still like to see the good ending. Oh, I would kill for a good ending like this. And also, I didn't like a lot of the parts of the last episodes. All the yapping, all the epic anime fates, all of this is kind of like garbage, to be honest. I would much more prefer like something like they did with Erika in the court and Natsuhi. This part, like they would actually challenge each other in some like last murder mystery, and I would prefer that they would tell us the truth, obviously, but so basically unknown fanfiction, or who knows, maybe Golden Fantasia, his eye. Sorry, couldn't even finish writing it. Hee. I'm gonna stop the stream and I'm gonna lie down here and cry about my girl Beata. I loved her so much, Jesus Christ. I really liked her before I interacted with Umineko, because, you know, there's a lot of Umineko memes and she's in the middle of it and she's like always this evil cackling witch, and I love this for her, but now I also love it anymore. Also, you didn't hear it from me. Fuck Golden Fantasia. There's also more of Umineko, right? But the English manga is an internet archive just laying here. Really? Yo. That's nice. Okay. Unless you want to buy it, wink wink. I probably couldn't get it, even if I really wanted to buy it. There's a lot of stuff that I couldn't get in the place where I live. But I'll search for it, for sure, for sure. I'll put an effort. It's a great story. The different deserves are my money. What's that, Mr. Officer Amazon? We're talking about nothing, totally. I don't even have Amazon in here, so, you know, I'm fine. but, you know, whatever. Umineko. Look at them! Look at my babies. The only time that they reunited. And we're fine with it. It's actually weird. I'm weirded out a little bit about Butler's decision. Like, Butler's learning about what actually happened, and his reaction is like, oh, this girl is not insane. She, like, had a really bad childhood, and I just gonna be with her and shit. That's weird, isn't it? That's a weird reaction. It paints Butler into this weird light as a character. Oh, Twitch is owned by Amazon, though. Uh-oh. I mean, I'm not getting any money from it, so it's fine. Oh, it does! Owned by Amazon. But I was talking about more like, you know, getting stuff from Amazon. And I probably couldn't get any money from Twitch even if I was monetized. And use their services, Amazon Web Services. Anyway, PC Nerd, come out. I'm a freeloader on Amazon back. Which is good, which is nice. That's it. I don't have any more thoughts. Or maybe I do, and I just couldn't get them out because it was so long. I can tell you what I'm gonna play next. Do you wanna hear? The next game I'm playing... Oh, no. You know what? Let me go to my notes. Oh, by this I actually need to go get away from, you know... I need to freeze again. Sorry? No? Okay, good one. Holy shit, that's so cool that I finished Umineko. I finished Umineko and I didn't even die in the process. Isn't this so exciting? Holy shit. Sorry. Oh, I can circle Umineko in my games to play on stream now. Yippee! I started it in August of 2023. What a 8 months. Hey, I have uploaded this amount of videos. You will never get them from my called Mari. That will never make YouTube any money, and it just taken space. Suck it, Google. Yes, as it should be, Google YouTube is just archive. It shouldn't be monetized. No, it should be. Probably a lot of people get money from it, but it's fine. So next game I'm playing is called Son of Sayu. Is an Eroguro game, which is I'm normal, by the way. Son of Saya. And it's like 6 hours long, and I'm gonna play it uncensored on Twitch. But you know, I'm gonna put all the warnings and shit, which if Twitch find out, they probably ban me, but you know, who cares. It's really short, and I'm gonna probably finish it next week or something. After this, I have a lot of plans. After this, I'm going on a vacation, and by that I mean, I have one game suggestion. If you want it, do it. Tell me, but it's gone in a list, so it's not gonna be soon. But tell me, maybe it's a game that I want to play. Pizza Tower, I wanna play Pizza Tower at my vacation. It's a game that only has gameplay, and is an actual game, and I wanna play all of it and finish it all on S-Rank, which I don't know, probably gonna be super exciting, and I don't know, maybe I'm not gonna be that entertaining. I'm not that good at streaming at all, and I'm not that good at streaming gameplay games even more. I mean, at least here I could riff raff. Or Return of the Obra Dinn. I actually played it by myself. I don't wanna replay it, honestly. I like Return of the Obra Dinn. Oh! Didn't the guy who made the Return of the Obra Dinn made another game? About mystery and shit? Return... They made Papers, Please, right? Return of the Obra Dinn, 2018. I really like this game. I like the monkey paw. Lucas Pope. Lucas Pope. Papers, Please, and Return of the Obra Dinn. Both of us want something. Cool. The Mars After Midnight. No, it's not the game I was thinking. There's also Heaven Set Outlaw, though it is long. I played this one too already. I'm sorry, I didn't really want to play games that I already played. But thanks for the suggestions. If you have some more games, just put it here. I will I will tell you that I've already played them probably or not. I don't know. Okay. So I'm playing Son of Sad, Pizza Tower. After Pizza Tower, playing Catherine Full Body. Totally normal game to play, which is like 20 hours long, which is awesome. Awesome. And after this, the next big project is play all the Kill the Past games. Kill the Past, such as The Silver Case, Flower 7 in the Rain, Killer 7, The 24th Word, Ward, Red, Blue and Green, Hotel Dusk, No More Heroes, No More Heroes 2, No More Heroes 3, Killer's Dead, and Michigan Report from Hell. But a lot of those are detective games, but some of them are not, like No More Heroes is an action game, I guess. I don't know, I never played any of this. I'm really interested in this series, and I really want to play it, and it's really cool, at least it sounds cool. So I'm gonna just, waver around with some other games, and then I come back to the big series. And maybe in the end of the year, I assume you also played Outer Wilds. No, I didn't play Outer Wilds, and I kind of don't want to. I know Outer Wilds is really good for streamers to stream because it has like a community dedicated to going to streamers and seeing them playing this, because you chases the rush of playing this game. It's playing, sorry. I maybe play it later. I don't know. The last time I tried to play it, I get really motion sick and I dropped it. But I know it's like a credible game with some amazing exploration experience. I have no idea. Oh, I can tell you all the games that I ever plan to play. There's a lot of them. So, I'm gonna tell you all the games, and if you see some game that you like, you can tell me, and I will put it higher onto the list, okay? 4 to 8, Shibuya Scramble, D4, Dark Dreams Don't Die, Last Window, The Secret of a Cape West, Chrono Trigger, Gnosia, Police Nuts, Final Fantasy VII Original, Moon RPG, Another Code, Air, Onechanbara, No Comment, House of Father Morgana, that's a big visual novel, Ever 17, Pekotaro Chikoshi, Katawa Shoujo, I'm normal by the way, I have no mouse and I went to scream, ooh, I really want to play this one. Famicom Detective Club, Time Hollow, Raging Loop, Clanats, NLC, Grim Fandango, Man Down, The Case of a Golden Idol. Oh, this is the one was I thinking that guy made, that Obra Dinn guy made, but it isn't? Okay. The Space for an About, Witch of a Holy Night, Dark Card 3, Near Replicant, Chainsaw Lollipop, if they put out a remake, it's what it says. Wonderful Everyday Down the Rabbit Hole. I have no idea what this is, but it's some Gura game or something. Some bad game. Monkey Island, Hellblade, Full Metal Demon, Muramasa, Okana, Steins Gate, Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, Cell Hacker, Akayoshiga King, Octopus Traveler, Death Stranding, Planescape Torment. Incredible Crisis, Blasphemous 2, Metal Gear Series. Metal Gear Series in all the end here. It will not go up. It will be in the end. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Oh. One of those was AER. I don't know what AER is. Could be. Annual equivalent rate. Equals right amendment. Association of Research and Enlightenment. Is this the name of a game? AER? Air Memories of Old. That's what I meant, sorry. Hold on. Maybe it's here? Maybe? I don't know. Hold on. Is this a good game? Should I play it? I'm not gonna play it soon, but it looks interesting. Is it by Journey creator or not? It kind of looks like Journey. 90% on Steam. Yo. Well, the game isn't. It's complicated. Well, the game isn't. It's actually very simple. Huh, what does it mean? What's complicated about it? Like a plot? The Memories of Old Wikipedia, or the Who Made It. By Dialogue Entertainment. Single player. Dialogue Entertainment made Anna and Harvey and Deponia and Vesper Nice. Okay, cool. The Night of a Rabbit. I played all of this little quest game when I was younger. I liked them a lot. Or not. That was pretty trashy. Huh. The Lord of the Rings Gollum. Oh, okay. That's that studio. Really? New beginning? Goodbye Deponia, backwards, too long, state of mind. And you get it to fly as a bird, but what I meant, it's complicated in the sense the plot is not actually told to you. It's hidden in the world and you have to look for it. It also has decent puzzles, but it's pretty open story. Okay, I'll check it out, but not soon, probably. Sorry, not sorry. Yay! Okay, that's enough. That's enough yapping. That's enough umineko. I'm tired as heck. Who said that streaming was easy? I'm actually kidding. Streaming is extremely easy. See you next time. Thank you so much for watching and for chatting with me. It was meant a lot. It means a lot. Oh, and thank you for your edit again that you made over Puzzle Sark. It was pretty good. I really enjoyed it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Bye bye. You John. I'm gonna cry about Gato.